What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
Are you F stupid?
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? How's everybody doing? What's going on? It's Friday. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're doing good. It's the end of the week. Thank God, right? Jace. You know, my week wasn't too bad. I thought I was going to have to do some training this week, but it turns out I didn't have to, so that was good. That was good. And today went by really, really fast, so that's always good. That's what you want from a Friday. Doing the bourbon today, the Bullet bourbon. So let me go ahead and pour myself a little something. Yum, 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 yum. A little bit of yummies. Okay. So cheers, guys. Welcome to Friday. Let's have a good conversation. We'll have a good little panel going on right now. Love that Bullet bourbon. Love it, love it, love it. What's happening? Who's out there? Let's talk to me. What's going on? We got Steven Tanner. What's going on, sir? That's right. Vodka Stream. What is up? Let's have it. Yeah, oh, it always is. Always is on Friday nights, AC. Hi, Mama Film Junkie. How's it going? Love you. See you this weekend. We'll see you Sunday for sure. But hopefully you're having a good weekend. You will have a good weekend. Wishing I had some. Yeah, hey. I mean, I don't know where you're at right now. I mean, where I'm at, the stores aren't closed. So what's going on? Tyler, we got Tony, Chappie, D9, Neil, Blumcat fan. Let's see, Dave. I thought about this for a while now, but I think that Dan Lin is a great choice for DC Studios head. Just with his love for DC, and he a great producer, and he do wonder. Yeah, I think he could. I think he did. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. What is up, sir? From down under. Well, down under to the side. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. We got Mr. Fear Jason here. Yep, we got Eric Z. What is up, buddy? Welcome all the cool cats. That's right. The lounge is open. The lounge is open. I know. What a week. We got lots to talk about, I tell you. Clay Italian. What's up, Draga? Hey, yeah. Cheers to Callie. Hopefully she's doing better. That's right. Bullet, baby. Bullet. What's going on, Chuck? Here's a good times ahead. Yeah, I know. Never a dull moment in this fandom, that's for damn sure. Never a dull moment. What's going on, Mr. Carey? Been crazy, yeah. Finished my first week. Hey, good job. I remember you talked about how you moved to what was that, Ohio, right? Hopefully, it'll be something that's gonna be good, long lasting. What's going on, Cat? Friday faux show. Friday faux show. Thank God. What up, Mr. Jose? Chris Wongson literally just posted a video. Oh, you're gonna cheat on me with Swenson? Oh man, I'm gonna take away your mod status there, Jose. You're cheating on me with Swenson. How dare you? But no, go watch it if you haven't. Guys, killing it over there. Up or on the rocks? Nope, just straight up. Neat, as they call it. Neat. Gotta love it. All right, who else we got here? Bennett, what's happening? Everybody, yeah. Fun watch tonight. What's going on, Mr. M Enterprises? Always good to see you too. Yep, Jonathan, help us, Dinlin. You're our only hope. I know, seriously. I mean, I had, again, and what I kept saying, guys, and I'm not the only one. I always hate it when I'm like, what did I keep saying? I wasn't the only one who said it, but, but I'm just saying, like, during the live shows, during Film Junkie Lives on the Vodka streams and whatnot, when people would ask me, like, who do you think is going to be the DC head? What do they name off some names? I'm like, it's going to be a no name. It's going to be a no name. That's just not going to be somebody you recognize, but hopefully has a good background, good work. And sure enough, I didn't know who Dan Lin was, but then you look into him, you go, oh my God, oh, he's done some good things. And then you hear something on a podcast where he talks about how he was going to be producing Justice League Mortal and he was all about it. And he just has a love for DC and all this kind of stuff. So you go, all right, this guy sounds like he could be the real deal. And yes, I know there's some people that got all huffy puffy because that's what happens with fandom, is the fact that I guess the host of that same podcast was saying something like, oh, yeah, something about the Snyderverse fans get it. And then he goes, oh, yeah, the bots. And they had a laugh and blah, blah, blah. Of course, that pissed off some people. And I'm like, why? That doesn't need to piss anybody off. You're good. Yo, what's going on, Devin? Good to see you. We got Mr. Venom right now. And we got Nikki, Captain Gator Girl. Okay, but Superman shooting the drone from out of the sky so they can't spy on his friggin'. Yeah, exactly. And they say that Man of Steel was humorless. Come on. All right. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm going to be a Padres fan. The Giants suck. They're getting killed by the Twins right now. They just suck, man. It's infinity. Robert Meyer Burnett had some good insight on Dan Linsanity. I like that. From a friend with Warner's today. Good. Well, if Robert Meyer Burnett is saying some good things, then by golly, then that's a good sign. I need to get that guy back on here again. It's been a little bit. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. I don't know. What up? What's going on, Ray? Good to see you. Good to see you. I am. I'm totally jealous. Yeah. See, Jacob he knows. Oh man, you're bringing it back. Where's the Joker shirts? Yeah, I remember that. That was funny. Those are people, long listeners that get that joke. That's for sure. So, all right, who else we got here? Anybody? No, that's pretty much it. The Giants and Red Sox. Yeah. Well, I think the Red Sox are having a worse. They're having more of a rough year. The Giants are actually they were doing okay, but just lately they've just been really bad. But yeah, the Red Sox have had some struggles, some big time struggles, man. So yeah, they definitely have been. So, nothing you could do about that, but hey, it will be okay. Go Yankees. Really? Yankee fan in here? Okay, let me start setting out some invites. Ugh. Get some people in here because, yeah, man, it's just been a crazy week. And then, of course, today was just more stuff. Yesterday, I know, of course, like big news stuff happens on the days I don't do Film Junkie Live. I'm like, come on, really? I even contemplated doing a late night stream last night after my movie and after eating dinner and stuff. I was tempted to do a late night stream last night, but I was like, nah, nah. So then I just did a couple little short video thingies. So I thought that was like, that's good enough. But yeah, I was contemplating doing a stream last night. But hey, I stream too much. Sometimes you need to take the night off, you know? All right, sending out thigh invites. See who shows up tonight. Let's see, anybody? Sure, I don't forget people. Sometimes I tend to forget. Sent. Okay. Anybody else? Snap. I think that is it. All righty then. Sweet. All right. Yeah, do what she says. Smash that like, thumbs up. Do all that. Not sure if I can handle another headless Superman cameo. It's like you either have Cavill in his entirety or not have him at all, or unless they recast. Yeah, I know. It's and then today too was like a lot of talk about that, which sounds to me like, okay, or like these scoopers again. I hate the scooping game, as I've always expressed, but but it's the fact that there's like multiple people that are kind of going like, yeah, it's looking like he's actually going to show up. It's really sounding great, but it's like, at this point, I just want the scene to leak so then we can stop talking about it. But it's just like, I'm more curious on what this means. Like, does this mean, hey, we're gonna get another Superman movie, a trilogy of Superman movies? What's happening here? You know, if Cavill is back in Black Adam, that means he signed a contract for a multi-picture deal. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what I'm talking about. What's going on there, William? Good to see you. All right. Hey, Dave, I just started Westworld last week, and now I'm halfway through season 2. Yeah, that show is insane. It's addicting. So you're moving pretty quickly right there. So, oh, yes, that's right. It is Nikki's birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nikki. Happy birthday to you. Cheers. Oh. Hopefully you have a good one. So cheers, Nikki. Thank you for being a friend and a moderator and a fan and all that stuff. All right. Let's see here. Oh, crap. Not that. Come on. All right. Got somebody backstage right now. Has joined the stream. All right. Let's go ahead and get him in here. The first guy. Okay. I had too many damn things open. All right. Here we go. All right. To make sure I got all my stuff here going. Boop. All right. That's there. All right. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Scott! What's going on, sir? Cheers.
Okay, so I missed a little bit. So what are you drinking, Neat?
I'm drinking Bullet Bourbon.
Woodford Reserve. So there we go.
Good choice, sir. Good choice. I like it.
Thank you, the state of Kentucky.
Right? Oh, they gave us good chicken and good bourbon. Anyways, I haven't had Kentucky Fried Chicken in a while.
Oh, dude. Oh, see, that's the thing is that we have a place like literally like 2 minutes from the house. I'm not sure if you have it in California. Bojangles.
No, we don't have Bojangles.
Oh yeah, they have like this family meal that like you get like all this chicken, a gallon of sweet tea and like 2 or 3 what they call fixins, and when you have to feed a family of 5, it's kind of nice.
It's good. It's funny too because I used to work at a KFC. That was my first job. I was a fry cook. At KFC.
You worked at a KFC? Okay.
Yeah, fry cook, everything. And what's funny is, down the street from my house, the KFC that's right there, I did orientation there, and this is 20 years ago. Crazy. And I now live down the street from it. Yeah. I remember too, because I remember I had orientation. It was on like a Saturday or something like that. And I drove to my aunt and uncle's house. My dad was visiting. He was visiting, so he was staying there, and I actually surprised him because because my parents were getting on me. This was, I was still in high school, of course. They're getting on me to like, hey, you need to get a job. You need to get a job, kind of thing. So like my dad was like, I guess he was preparing like a whole thing to like sit me down and like, son, you have to get a job. And it was funny because I showed up, I'm like, hey, I got a job. And it was like, and it's right over in Moreno Valley. And then what's funny about it is I almost was late because this was before Google Maps, folks. This was before smartphones, folks.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, it was an art to be able to read a road map.
Yeah,
and I fail, and you get those road atlases. You go into like those big road trips. I never got that skill. Trust me, I tried because I remember one spring.
I have buddies that are great, but not me.
No, I need Apple Maps saying turn left here.
You're right.
God, because I still remember.
Dude, I was freaking out because I had the directions, but for some reason I took a wrong turn somewhere. I had like the mapped out like directions written down or like typed out or something like that. But I totally was like, I can't find it. I was like freaking out. I'm like, I'm gonna be late for work. But then I eventually found it, and then But it's just funny, but that now I literally live like down the street from my first job orientation. Crazy.
Okay, so I have to ask then. Okay. Are you more of a give me street names kind of person, or are you more give me landmarks kind of person?
Street names, I would say. Probably. I was probably more of like a street name person. Yeah, because landmarks, yeah, those do help. I mean, especially if there's something very distinct. I remember a while back when I was dating somebody, like her street was literally, there was like an actual clock that was like on a post that came out of the ground. She was like, when you see the clock, turn left. And it was noticeable. It was like, I didn't know what the street it was, but it was just that little landmark did help. So landmarks can, if they're distinct, if it's like, oh yeah, if you see a tree that looks like, that's going to get a little wonky.
No, that doesn't help at all. I will admit though, the best thing was always, I had to drive it at least, like, I'm pretty good. Like, if I drive it, not riding it, like, there's a difference between riding in the car and actually driving the car. And I have to drive it myself. And if I drive it once, I got it. I'm good.
Yeah, it's different when you're actually the pilot.
Yes.
When you're just like in the passenger and you're like, yeah, you're not paying attention. But when you're actually like driving and you're doing the motions of,
it's the motor memory. It's the motor memory.
Literally.
Absolutely.
Yes. Right there. But
okay. So I've got to ask before you get started, because what I was doing right before I jumped on, I'm rewatching The Offer with Heather. Have you watched that yet?
I have not.
Oh, dude, put that on your list.
What's it on?
Paramount Plus.
Netflix. Paramount Plus. Okay. The Offer.
It's about the making of The Godfather.
That's right. With what's his name?
Miles Teller and Matthew Good.
That's what it was.
And blew my mind, but Nora, can't pronounce her last name, but the actress who played Lily the Coyote in Army of the Dead.
Oh.
She plays Al Ruddy's girlfriend. In this series. And I did not make the connection at all until Heather was like, who is this actress playing Francois? And I looked her up and I was like, well, fuck me. She was Coyote in Army of the Dead.
Nice. Man, I know. Who didn't crush on her in Army of the Dead? My God. Well, yeah, that's been on my list because when I heard about it, I was like, oh yeah, that's something I need to watch right there. But yeah, I've heard it's good.
Oh my God. I like my in-laws started watching it like a week ago and they were talking to me like, have you seen The Offer? I was like, of course I've fucking seen The Offer. It's about the Godfather. I love that book. I love those movies. Of course I watched The Offer, and it's just incredible because the actor who they got to play Mario Puzo, looks exactly like Mario Puzo. Thank you, Steven. Yeah.
Sound it out.
Yeah, you need the phonetics there. Absolutely. Yes. And then Dan Folger is Francis Ford Coppola. He looks like
nails
Coppola.
it.
Nails it.
Totally does. Good.
And then the guy that get to play Brando.
Oh, I'm sure he does a good. Yeah. Come on. Brando had a distinct kind of way to him. So, it's easy to probably study some of that right there. So yeah, I definitely got to watch that. What am I watching right now? I'm more than halfway through. Well, no, I'm halfway through Sandman. Still in the same spot I told you I was.
Okay,
about.
yeah, okay.
I just haven't watched. During the week it's too freaking hard, man. But hopefully I'll squeeze an episode in. And tomorrow, She-Hulk. I haven't watched the second episode. I don't know if you've watched any of that.
No, I have. Honestly, I've been. It's with everything going on with me right now. It's like it's not a high priority. I have other things that I want to like. Honestly, I still want to because the finale aired this week. I'm like 2 or 3 episodes behind. I want to finish season 2 of Only Murders in the Building.
That's another one on the list.
I love that show. I mean, of course, I'm old school. I love Steve Martin. I love Martin Short.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Those guys are just like, I grew up watching them in movies.
I don't know how many times as a kid I watched Inner Space. I love that movie. Inner Space. And
Father of the Bride.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, I was more, when it came to, I mean, obviously Steve Martin as well. There was that one movie. What was that movie with Rick Moranis? My Blue Heaven.
I love My Blue Heaven. I love that movie.
Yeah. See, that's a deep pull right there. Yeah. My Blue Heaven. Like all those like 90s movies. Yeah. Because like Martin Short and like Steve Martin, they blew up in like the late 80s into the 90s right there. There was that Martin Short movie called Three Fugitives with Nick Nolte, I believe. You ever see that one? Oh, no. It's great. It was a great movie. Great movie. There's like one part that always had me dying in that movie. But yeah, it's called Three Fugitive. I think it's Nick Nolte that's the guy. And then there's like his Martin Short has a daughter also. And it's just one of those hijinks happen when a fugitive happens and he ends up taking hostage a dad and his daughter. It's a pretty good movie. But yeah, Inner Space though.
Yeah, and there's a sleeper movie with Steve Martin that I love. Have you ever seen Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid?
No.
Okay, this is hilarious. But Steve Martin, it's a parody of film noir, detective movies. But what they do is they just literally chop up all of these classic, like bogey kind of detective movies and then string them together to make a plot.
Okay. I like that. When was that made?
Oh, I remember when I watched it. I can't remember when. Hold on. I'm going to look this up.
It's probably an 80s flick, I would imagine.
Let's see. 1982.
Well,
the year I was born.
Now our hips hurt. Three Amigos, yes, of course.
Of course, the Three Amigos.
Yeah, who doesn't love the Three Amigos? It's a Twitter. Yeah, that's always the first line I
always think of the.
Yeah. Did you by the way? Were you ever a fan of Fletch?
I have never seen Fletch.
Okay, interesting. Okay, because I wanted to ask that because the remake or like another, a different take on it. They showed the trailer yesterday with John Hamm, and I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that they're gonna do like a remake of Fletch, and I was like, all right.
Well, and it's based on a book. I know you're shocked that you're shocked that I know this, but
so shocked.
I know, but it's also one of the situations where I've never read the book, so it'd be really interesting to read the book and then go watch, of course, the Chevy Chase classic and see is that the tone of the book or like I haven't seen this trailer with John Hamm. I like John Hamm, so
so do I.
So I'm gonna watch it. I mean,
I'll check it out, but it's just. To me, it's like I didn't read the book, but I love the original movie. I mean, there was a sequel, Fletch Lives. I think I only watched that once, but I've watched the original Fletch many times, and it's Chevy Chase just being Chevy Chase. But you like it. It's one of his better roles when he was like just big in the late 70s into the 80s, and I really enjoyed it. I just liked his sense of humor about it, and just like because he's like an ex-journalist who still tries to tries to investigate kind of things and gets wrapped up in craziness. So and it's funny. It's got a lot of funny moments. And then when I watched the new trailer, I was kind of like, all right, like I didn't really laugh, but I could see that they're trying to keep a little bit of that tone, but maybe it's going to be more like the books because I'm thinking like they probably when it came to like, okay, if Chevy Chase is going to do this, we're going to make this a lot more funny than the book actually is. And it seems like the series or the movie on Hulu is going to be a little bit more serious.
I was going to ask. So it's on Hulu?
Yeah, I think it's on Hulu, I believe. So, yeah. But I'll check it out.
I'm okay with that. Hulu has been putting out
some good shit.
Some good stuff. And it's kind of nice that Hulu has kind of become like the sanctuary for like the Fox properties. It's like
right.
It's like all that stuff that Disney won't put out in theaters or Disney won't put on Disney Plus. Thank you for Hulu. Thank you for Hulu for like giving us Prey. That's like we get Prey there and all the stuff that's on the FX stuff because I loved The Old Man with Jeff Bridges.
I gotta watch that too. That's what I hear. Yeah, I hear it's great. Everybody keeps telling me to watch
so good.
Still, all right. We got two guys backstage. I don't know who has the bigger shoulders. Maybe Travis. I think he's got the shoulders out. You know. So, but what's going on, gentlemen?
What is up? What's good, man?
Okay, Travis. I gotta understand. Is it the heat? What is it with the
no? As you can notice, this time my door is usually closed. My door is open because that's how hot it was, and luckily the kids and lady are already asleep. So it's a fact of no. If I can have that door open, it's a godsend because this part of the house once that door closes, there's no AC, and I can run a fan, but I feel like the mic always picks it up. There's not like a good spot for it. Like it's not a big room, so that door when it's closed, it's awful. You'll see when I'm back on here in Christmas, I'll be rocking sweaters and wool, but not right now. You know, there was one time. I don't know if you were on the stream, Scott.
I don't have as much hair.
I know, right? Yes.
We had this discussion last week.
Yeah, your beard's not as long either. But I think there was one time where Travis, you were on. You were literally like you were wiping your face off. You have your rag.
This is the towel. Oh, you were on wash it. Okay. I wash it every day because usually when I'm podcasting, I need it. I was, and it was funny because it was in the middle of a infamous Chris Brown situation. So I think people thought I was like maybe sweating because I was nervous, but legitimately no, I was just sweating because I was like, it is. And that was the worst. It's like starting to cool down. Now we're doing that thing where it's like hot day, cold day, hot day, but there was just a string of just like hot, and it was just awful.
Oh, it's been a brutal summer, man.
Now I just think of Travis not getting here. Hot. Okay, I see the wife beater, and I just want to go, Stella.
It literally has my wife on it though, so technically, you know, like, I don't want to say the beater part, but
that was great. Oh, you said he got the wife beater on. It literally has my wife on it. Oh my god. That is hilarious.
I could not have served that up better. Oh, thank you, Travis. You just okay. Good night, everybody. The stream's over.
Oh my god, that's it. Tip your waitress. Yeah. Wow, that was such a perfect setup. You set that up, and Travis spiked it. Oh man, that was great. Oh my lord, wow. Oh. No. Whew. That was good. That's a good way to
Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Yeah, what's good? How y'all doing, man? Good.
I saw Anthony just start losing it. And I'm like, oh my god,
dude,
this
is
so perfect.
Man. That was great.
That was great. And thank you, Tony. Movie, an underrated Steve Martin movie with him and Jack Black and Owen Wilson called The Big Year. I don't think I've seen that.
It's a bird watcher movie.
It's a bird. Yes, I was about to say the bird watching movie. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I'll have to check that out. I know there's so many hidden gems out there.
Oh yeah, there's too many movies.
I did hear you guys talking about My Blue Heaven. That is
such a good movie.
Steve Martin, what is he under witness protection?
Witness protection. Yes.
And he's like isn't he kind of like a pastor or like he like does like sermons or something like that? I don't remember.
No,
exactly.
not that particular movie, but I do remember he started a rec baseball team at the end. They all had on tuxedo baseballs.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah. It's My Blue Heaven is fire, dude.
God, I love that movie so much.
It's been so long. But Scott, I wanted to ask, you got some new toys this week.
I did. Yeah, actually, while I was sitting backstage and I was waiting for you to let me in, I was dropping short videos that I'm editing together, because over at patreon.com/squawcastmedia, I will be editing together an unboxing video of my very first ever Hot Toys purchase, where I bought the black suit Superman and Nightmare Batman for Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's so nice when they both when you pay, you know, the ticket price of Hot Toys, and you get both figures. Like it was a 2-for-1 box. So
there you go.
I got to film. I opened it. I got them yesterday. I got them on Wednesday. Should have got them on Tuesday, but they required a signature, so I had to wait until the next day to be able to pick them up at a location, and then I opened them tonight and filmed the video and posed them, and and then so the final poses are the preview shot I posted on Twitter.
Yeah, they look
nice.
gorgeous.
Oh, they are purty. Damn some purty toys. I'm gonna say that.
Lucky, don't make us jealous at all. But
no, that's called budgeting. That's
I know.
That's called a payment plan. Is what that's called.
Well, I mean, what's happening with the dark side thing? Is that still?
I'm still waiting on updates.
Yeah,
because once again, it's like I've paid everything but the shipping, and that's making me crap my pants waiting to find out what that shipping's gonna be. Because first it was supposed to be back in February, and then it got updated to third quarter, and now I'm just kind of like, so when's that shoe gonna drop? That's why also at patreon.com/squawcastmedia, you can follow our series of what we call Squawcast Media Raws, where we like talk before or after like a movie review. And we have a series on there called Scott is a Dead Man.
Yes, I remember that episode. Yeah, no, because we ordered that back like last year at the end, right?
No. Like these Hot Toys. I ordered these March of 2021. Like there's all this stuff that like in the mania of Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out that I was like, I made that like public pronouncement on Twitter. I was like, the merchandise, I will buy all the merchandise. I had to buy all the merchandise. And so like I've been waiting since last March when I ordered the Hot Toys. There's some Mezco figures of Superman, Batman, and the Flash that I'm still like, when's this happening? And then that Darkseid statue is just like staring at me going, I and your life will be mine. Like your basement will be mine.
I know.
Like, I'm just like, I don't know.
But I remember joking with Ray Porter, like saying, like, "Hey, write a note."
I will. I am not going to forget that. I am hitting up Ray. Like when that happens, like, no, Ray, dude, I love you. You know, amigo. I need that note. Like,
for anybody who doesn't know, like, to soften the blow with for Scott's wife is if he gets a letter from Darkseid himself, Ray Porter, saying like, something, it'll soften the blow of how ridiculously big this statue is. It's gonna be huge. It's huge, way bigger. I mean, it looks so gorgeous. It's gonna be like,
like even the banner, like literally the banner that hangs behind him comes with it.
Oh, God, that is going to be something. That is going to be something. I cannot wait to see when you get that. Oh, definitely got to tune in the Nose episodes. And then, of course, we got Mr.
Second Warner Brothers.
Sorry, wrong one.
Throw a knife at Steven.
There you go.
I think both work for Steven. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Alex.
What's going on, Steven?
Not much. What's up?
Just
I
chilling.
also got. I can't see. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of.
Steven disappeared.
I see a mother box. You got your mother box, damn it. Oh, you got the Superman back there. That's right. Yeah, he's got a black suit Superman. Is that the same one?
Yeah, it's the same set Scott's got.
Oh, okay. There you go. He's got both of them too. That's right. Because you were taking pictures of them. That's right.
I haven't really gotten any good ones yet, but
I will soon. I've got some plans.
Hey, have you put the LEDs into the head with the heat vision eyes?
Yeah, mine. Did you do that?
Not yet.
Mine was weird. I didn't mess with it a ton because I didn't have a space properly set up, and it was like I'm going to lose these batteries because they're like the smallest thing in the world. And I mean I've got like all the equipment, like with tiny screwdrivers and stuff to like take care. I just didn't have a clean desk. But when I couldn't turn the head off. I couldn't turn it off and put the head back on. It would automatically turn on whenever I put the head on it. And so I had to remove it and put on the other one in order to, I didn't want to run the batteries down. So I was like, I'll just, for now, put the other one on there. But I'll put the LEDs back on.
The detail on that head sculpt, by the way, is amazing because you even, it does the thing like in the movies where you see the veins, like the red veins when he does the heat vision. It's painted onto the head sculpt.
I'm very impressed with the detail on a lot of it and the materials. One of the straps on mine needs a stitch put back through it because the stitching on the I think on the gun or the binoculars, one of them, they just like the stitch that was holding it like together around the eye hole or the eye loop or whatever on the accessory like just came apart. But it's not the biggest deal ever. Nothing's broken. It just needs a stitch through it. But otherwise, everything's like super super awesome. I wish they were a little bit easier. Like the McFarlane ones articulate way easier, but I think that's just a learning process mostly.
Yeah, my biggest thing was changing out the hands. I even comment on my video. It was a bitch. I was trying to change out the right hand of Nightmare Batman because I didn't want him holding the Joker machine gun. I just kind of wanted it to like hang here, but I wanted to try to position the arm like it's like he's like holding it next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And the hand, like I changed because he comes with the fists, and I took one of the fists off to get one that's more like a kind of a grip look, and the hand kept on falling off, and I was like,
right,
damn it.
Here's what I learned. I don't know if you figured this out. What I learned is that the
gauntlets,
the gauntlets, when you take off the hands, slide up, and so you gotta peel it back like a metaphor I'm not gonna make. In order to
do it,
so that you can like get it on right, because mine kept on coming off too until I realized like, oh, it wasn't going on all the way because the
gauntlet was in the way.
The hood was coming up over the the tip of the arm.
You're trying so hard, Steven. It's cute. It really is cute.
I love this sculpt though.
Oh yeah.
I can't get super close right now, but like that's awesome. I wanted to get the, and I still might sometime. The armored.
That's the BVS suit with the trench coat on it, right? Not the.
According to Hot Toys, it is the Nightmare.
Yes,
Nightmare
I know.
But I like how you can even put the bandana up and stuff. But the armored suit Batman from BVS, the Hot Toys version, the face sculpt is Rich Citrone.
Right, I remember that from the interview.
Yeah, they didn't do. So this one, I believe this is Affleck, but the Nightmare. So I want to get the Nightmare one. Do you have that one, Scott? Or because I saw a picture and it looked like you had the. I saw these in your picture, and then there was a Nightmare suit figure in that.
Okay. I think what you saw was when I put the Nightmare Batman and the Black Suit Superman hot toy. Oh, hi.
Hey.
Okay, say night night.
Night.
Night night, Rory.
That is literally mini Amanda right there.
Jesus Christ.
You've got no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, she just scared me just now. I
know.
I heard something and I was like, what is that? I looked down and she was at my feet curled up on our blanket. I was like, whoa, that's... I didn't start quite as much this time. Anyway.
Also, Steven, people are saying your mic's a little bit down, too.
It is a little low, yeah.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Steven, in the background...
How about now?
Now, bro.
Perfect.
Now, bro.
New York.
Yeah.
Funnel Ferry Butter Bar.
Yeah, Final Fairy Buddy Bar.
I still love the fact that I got you when you were taking your
Dude, when we were doing animated, there was like a scene.
It was Blind as a Bat. It was
Blind as a Bat, where Batman had to literally wear something underneath his cowl to see because he was blind from a like a flare of like an explosion. And yeah, it just reminded us of that. And then when Scott like totally pulled out that line, I started cracking up because I didn't even put that together. Like, yes, that was like when Alfred was making, the armored light.
But I caught him in the middle of him drinking.
Yes.
He literally had spit taken in
Oh,
the
yeah.
stream, and I loved
I was
it.
taking a sip, and then I almost spit out I was like, "Yep, that was perfect right there." But what were you gonna say before that?
Just saying, I think to Steven's point, I think he's what the figure, what he's seeing. If he's talking about the picture I took of my Hot Toys, what he sees around them is that those were the DC Direct collectible statues for BVS. Because when BVS came out and back before when DC Collectibles was directly from DC, there was a Batman, a Superman, a Wonder Woman, and an armored Batman statue you could buy. And so when I was looking for shelf space, because I got a lot of shit. So when I was looking for shelf space for the Hot Toys, the best place I could find to fit them was on the same cabinet that I put those BVS statues that have literally been there since 2016.
Nice. And someone's asking ACS, where'd you get how'd you get the Wonder Woman poster?
Nah, it's whenever obviously we know about the history of this poster. It's like Zach did a couple things. It was obviously before the release of Zack Snyder's Justice League. He had it blurred back in the background a couple of times, and everybody's like, "Yo, what is that?" Once he revealed it, I can't remember when he did. There's Fran, who makes fire gifts and shit like that. Like he just upscaled it to 4K, the picture, and I hit him up and I was like, "Yo, can you send me that picture?" And he sent it to me upscaled. And so I got it printed at like a CVS or something like that. And it's funny because I tried it. Wait a minute. I tried it at another place like Walgreens, and literally they called me. I was on my way to pick it up. The lady called me. She says, "Hey, we can't sell you this." And I was like, "What?" I was like, she's like, "Oh, it's copyrighted material." The first thing I thought was like, who knows this? Like this picture. And I was thinking, the first thing I thought when she said that was, you like Zack Snyder. You know what this picture is. You're going to keep it for yourself, you son of a bitch.
It's just, she looks at it every time she gets home. Like, oh,
dude, I'm telling you, who know this particular one? Like, we remember when Zach finally put that shit out there. It was, people had seen it beforehand, but we know what it is. It's like the Wonder Woman
1885.
1885, yeah, and it was like their plan for Wonder Woman before Patty Jenkins came in, and they kind of did what they did with Wonder Woman, but that was one of Zach's plans, and I was like, there's no way you know what I mean? I mean, you could look at her and see that that's Wonder Woman, but at the same time, she's holding 3 fucking heads. Like, what are you talking about? So she just literally was like, I can't say that's copyrighted. I thought to myself, you bitch. But so I went to another place that was close by, and they were like, yeah, we printed it. They printed it, and I went and picked it up, and I was thoroughly impressed and framed it. It's been up there for like 2 years, I think.
1854, actually.
1854, good.
1854,
when I said
you were thinking Back to the Future 3.
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, when you said that, I was like, no, that's Back to the Future. And then I was like, is it 58? And then I looked it up real quick, and 1854.
Yeah. But that's where I got it. So he Fran upscaled it to 4K and sent me a copy of it, and it printed out pretty well.
Fran upscaled something.
Yeah.
Well, Fran did it for me. I haven't printed it yet, but you remember the unused Batman v Superman poster that had the Trinity on it?
I think I remember that one.
Yeah, Zach posted it a while.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Hold on, let me see if I can find, because Fran upscaled that one for me, and it's been sitting in my email. Sorry, Fran, I've been busy, but it's been sitting in the email because I wanted to get that sucker printed, because
it's crazy because I got this printed and it took them a couple hours, and when I finally picked it up and like they gave it to me in a roll, obviously. So I got in my truck, and before I left the place, I unrolled it in the passenger seat, and I was like, I stared at that shit for like 10 minutes because it looks good. Like if you see, like obviously, if you've ever seen it, like up close, it's blurred around the edges and shit because that's how it's supposed to be. But right in the middle, it's so focused. It's a clear fucking poster, man. It looks dope. And I sat there and marveled at it for like 10, 20 minutes. And I was like, all right, let me go buy a frame. Immediately went and got a frame and put it in it. But yeah, that's where I got it from, and it's been there for a while. I don't know if I'll ever take it down.
No, don't. It's unique.
Take that down yet. Yeah,
nobody has. I mean, there's hardly anybody who has that on his wall except for like, well, Zach has the actual one, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Joey's got one.
Joey's got one too.
Oh,
that's
yes,
right.
he does. He does
that's
have
right.
one. That's been on, yes, that Zach, you know what I'm saying, put his signature on there and shit. I always try to get him, go ahead and send it this way. But I told him not to swap him. We could swap him one for one.
Nah, he's never no, never. But no, it's such a cool poster.
Here, I think I'm sharing the screen right now. I think you can see the poster I'm talking
about. I don't see it. Try it. I don't see it down below.
Okay. Then I'm trying because I don't have, it's not like a tab because it's a file, but the poster is actually labeled as the Ultimate Edition. So like the idea that they've ever done like a full theatrical release of the Ultimate Edition, it's a great image of like the entire Trinity.
Trinity that they're looking off in the distance, right?
Right, they're looking off in the distance. Yes.
Yeah, I know what poster you're talking about. It's a great poster. It's a great poster. But I there's like a thing on StreamYard where you can actually click over to like reveal a tab of a file. I don't know if maybe it's only for me. I can do that.
It may be only for you because like the only thing it lets me do is it lets me share a Chrome tab, but this isn't a Chrome tab. Like I was literally opening an attachment in my email.
Yeah, but let's see. I know which one you're talking about. BBS Ultimate Edition poster. Yep, that one right there. I know which one you're talking about. This one. Now I got to find the tab. It's such a beautiful poster. Yeah, I do want this poster too myself. This one right here, right?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
That one right there. Yeah. Such a beauty. Such a beauty.
And that's also like the same or a similar shot to my favorite Justice League poster, like the seven samurai one.
The Seven Samurai one, yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, hey Travis, since I wanted to ask you, are you all what are you thinking of She-Hulk right now? I know you've been kind of talking about it.
I think I was more in the minority of I liked all the trailers and whatnot, and I'm enjoying it. I've enjoyed everything. I like the runtime. We always review them at midnight, so that's especially nice. They're like nice 22-minute episodes, just in and out. But I like that there's actually a bit more serious moments than I thought they were going to have. I like that there's still there's only been 2, but there seem to be greater connections to the MCU as far as, there's a little bit there, a little bit there. If you like the MCU, you're going to like this show for the most part, I imagine. But if you're like a big MCU fan, it does that MCU thing well. But I think the biggest thing is her, Tatiana, because I've only seen her in a few things, but I think she's really good. And I think she's one of those people that when you throw her in that ensemble film or project at some point, she's going to really thrive with like the back and forth and the wittiness. Like I don't think they're doing improv in that show, but she makes it feel like they're doing improv in a good way, not a bad way where it's just like comedy hour and let's throw out a bunch of jokes. So I'm quite enjoying it, but with Marvel stuff, I more worry about the back half because I feel like that's when it starts to slip. Even though this is 9 episodes, the runtime's still pretty much the same because they're like 20-minute episodes. So for me, it's even with Miss Marvel, I really enjoyed the first half. The second half kind of lost me a little bit more. So that's where I am. I want to wait till we get to like 6-7-ish range, but then Matt's going to be in there, and that's, I will be happy to see any Charlie Cox. And I know, and that's going to be a controversial day because he's going to make one joke and everyone's going to lose their fucking shit and be like, this isn't Netflix Marvel. And it's like, what did you expect if they brought him? Like, what did you expect once Feige was running him? Like, they're not going to act that exact way. It's still, I know they got mature shows, but it's like, it's still a family 4-quadrant project,
Well, and Daredevil had its humor anyway. Someone reminded me of that from like the first episode when they go to Karen and they're like, so how long have you been lawyers? 22 minutes. Like, I did the back and forth between Charlie Cox and heaven help me, I can't remember who played Foggy in the Netflix series.
Oh God, Mighty Ducks kid.
Mighty Ducks. That's all. That's why.
Every time the Mighty Ducks guy. Yeah.
I loved the dynamic between those two actors. Like, they were fabulous. And so, I mean, I'm going to give it a shot. I loved Daredevil Netflix. I loved that show so much. People want to give season 2 a hard time. I don't even give season 2 a hard time.
every season.
I don't give season 2 a hard time. I loved every season of that show, even Defenders, which I could technically call Daredevil season 2.5, because it's the one, because Daredevil was the one show that if you didn't watch Defenders, you were like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
Why is he unconscious in a church for 5 weeks? Like, what's
Exactly.
going on?
Yes.
Well, what's funny about the complaints about him getting, and I don't even know what people are talking about with the humor. I don't know if did he say something in a trailer, or is it just
No,
it's just,
anticipating?
the showrunner did say that expect to see a lighter side of Matt Murdock, and everyone's like, they're gonna Thor him, like they ran with it.
That's one of those funny things where, like,
Well, it's a
after
series
Born
where she breaks the fourth wall. So
yeah, but
Yeah.
But not only that, but after Born Again, he that's when Jeff Loeb took over, and then was it Mark
much
Waid
more
after?
comedic. Mark Waid,
No. Kevin Smith. It was Jeff and Kevin Smith did his Guardian Devil.
That was after Born Again.
That was because Born Again was like 80s, 90s.
I think it was 80s.
I think it was 80s. Hold on, I'm gonna double check.
But that was like the conclusion of the
Frank Miller stuff.
The Frank Miller Daredevil and
So it got
Elektra
lighter.
saga. And so then after that, that's when he got his yellow suit. That's what's so funny about Disney Plus calling it Born Again, when it's like, I get what you're doing. It's like the Spider-Man Homecoming thing, but like, seriously, just commit to the comics, because after Born Again is when he gets lighter anyway. So like, just go with like Daredevil Yellow. Like that's what the comic is called. Just go with that.
Yeah.
Like,
By the way, Born Again, we talked about this last week. 1986. There was something in the water.
In
1986.
No, it was drugs.
it was cocaine.
It wasn't the water.
A lot of cocaine.
Yeah. It wasn't the water. It was something else in the water. Yeah. But no, I think what Steven's talking about, even though Mark Waid, didn't that get a bit more lighter and stuff like that? I think at the time.
Well, that was the whole point, though.
Yeah. At the time, people hated it, and then now it's kind of looked back.
Well,
upon.
no, same way.
I don't remember that, because I remember when Mark Waid. No, maybe I'm thinking of it because I'm thinking of the Mark Waid run like in the 2000s that I loved, because like it was like in the era of smartphones, but then Mark Waid still had Matt Murdock with a flip phone because he's blind. He has to be able to like feel the buttons, and that before smartphones, of course, got like voice assist on that. But because I read several issues of that Mark Waid run, and it was good stuff. Because didn't like Chris Samney do some art for that run? I'm trying to remember who.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I get like the tone of She-Hulk is a certain tone, and I haven't watched the second episode. The first one, I was like, it had its, but like you said, Travis, Tatiana, I forgot her last name. Maslany.
Yeah.
She's great. She's very likable.
Oh,
she definitely is very likable, and I could see her carrying the show. But there's some things where I was like, I think I joked and said during their little training montage, I was like, that might as well be Adam Sandler right there as Hulk. I was like, just going, okay, now show me the boulder. Let's do this. I'm Hulk, or something. I'm like, it just kind of got like, a little bit with that. But I do plan on watching the second episode, and I'm going to watch the whole thing just to see where it goes. But I just wanted to get your full on take on it, because we did talk about that a little bit last week. And
if you don't like Smart Hulk, Professor Hulk, this is not the show. Like you're not gonna like him. Like he's the same, that type of a little bit of doofus and stuff. But I think enough with him talking about it in media. I think we are eventually gonna get back to like Berserker Hulk, because they've been like accidentally dropping it a lot lately. Like, oh, I'm sure one day we could do that again. Like I feel like there is a story point they're gonna build towards, and it might actually be like She-Hulk as the hero, kind of taking out him as Berserker Hulk. Like that's why you might fall in love with Jennifer, right? It's like you like her and you're kind of rooting for her in this situation because Bruce is broken bad and stuff. So I think they've just talked about that in World War Hulk so much in this media tour that it's gonna happen, because I think I actually do like Professor Hulk, but there's only so much mileage you can get out of him. Plus, they should move him out of the way, because when Beast gets here, that's kind of like there'd be way too many parallels between him and Beast. Beast isn't as comedic, but just that big stocky character with glasses and kind of charming and stuff. So I give it a couple years and he'll be breaking New York again and stuff like that.
Hey, Travis, I got a question for you, because here's the thing that I always thought about, and the movies have never touched on it really, but do you ever see them going with Grey Hulk?
Well, it's funny because originally in Age of Ultron, when Wanda took over him, they had it color graded to him to be Grey Hulk, but they changed it.
I
back to
remember
green.
something about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I think that's the most you'll get a what if episode or illusion like that, where if he goes berserker mode, maybe they would take him gray, like gray. Because let's say now if he gets even worse than what he was like in 2008, they could use the gray as like a symbol of like, oh, this is like a really out of control Hulk. So
Yeah.
I think so, but I don't think like full time. I don't think Bruce will be a full time gray one. But they've tinkered with it already a few times, so it's definitely in their brains. So I think it's possible. Yeah.
Man,
I just
that
want Joe
character-
Fix It. That's who I want. I just want Joe Fix It. So
That character has like come a long way, man. I tell you, it's just that Edward Norton movie. Apparently too, they make some kind of meta joke about that too.
They
as
do,
well.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know the exact joke, but I remember people
He
were
says
talking.
something like, "I became a different person, literally."
yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And then Tatiana looks at the camera and she's like, and then they go right back to the show.
Zing!
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's
No.
fine. You got to make the joke. I mean,
Well,
And
yeah.
I
have to
hadn't
say,
seen it yet when we talked about it last week. So I just kind of speculated on like what it sounded like it was. I was far more positive on it when I finally watched it.
Yeah.
And I think everyone else was. There are one or two scenes that are like really ham-fisted, where it's like I feel like it was written ahead of time, and they were like, "We got to fit this in somewhere." Specifically, the like, "You got to control your anger." He's like, "I control my anger. Every time I get catcalled and I don't blow it."
Yeah,
Like, okay,
yeah.
that's a legit. Like, that's a great. There is a way that you can incorporate that really effectively. That's a good point. It's a very fair point. Like women have to put up with a lot of like bullshit that men don't. But don't do it at a moment when Hulk is trying to tell you about when the government was chasing him down with tanks and Abomination. And
I was kind of getting annoyed with that too. I'm like,
and
he
shooting
was-
people or putting his girlfriend at risk. Like there was like, it was a little bit more.
But she got whistled at, Steven. Come on.
Yeah. and it's like a very fair point when they're talking about like maybe they could have used that to explain like why she was able to balance the two quicker, but like to lecture him about that when he's like, no, this is what I struggled with, was just the wrong time to.
Like, you don't even know.
To stick that scene.
I leveled Harlem. You don't even know. I had a fight with another beast dude in Harlem, and we fucked it up. You know, it's like-
I mean, they even make that reference. I think. What do they do in the first Avengers movie when he's like,
he goes, "I
"Last
leveled
time-
Harlem."
I leveled Harlem." Yeah.
The last time I did, I leveled Harlem or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. Which, goddamn.
Which
I mean,
you know, when it was kind of like back in those early days when they would occasionally reference the Ed Norton movie. I was always kind of like, oh, like,
More.
because I
more.
still
keep on doing that. Keep on doing that.
We've talked about it, but I love that Ed Norton movie. I love it so
yeah.
much.
It's
Really
so-
great.
so-
It's absolutely fantastic.
It's one of the. I went back and watched it recently. It's weird. It's like it's the only one of the only Marvel movies my kids were like interested in sitting through, that and Ant-Man. And it was really crazy watching it and seeing just how much like they used like light and shadows and like actual like cinematic like language in that movie, that like, not that it wasn't present in Phase 1, but the kind of like Hulk hiding in the shadows and stuff that you just don't see that kind of presentation later on. Everything is just like, here are it's like almost sitcom, like here are the characters standing and talking to each other. And this was very like you could see that the shots were very meticulously planned, probably because they had to with the VFX budget, because they had an all CG character for a lot of it. But
that entire the drink factory where he worked, that entire scene is dope, dude. Especially when he after it gets done, he's like, "Yo, what was that?" Tim Ross character, Bonsky, he was like, "Yo, wait a minute, what the fuck was that?" We just,
Well, and that's what's good. Like, it's not like a Myers-Briggs, like it's a Myers-Briggs, but when you bump into him, he talks a lot about those events. It's not just like, oh, this is Abomination, forget everything. They reference a few things, and they reference some things where it's like, it actually, from this point of view of like some people might like defend him, he has like a good case because in that movie they do send him in there and they don't tell him at all like what's in that warehouse. It's like, oh, there's a threat, and minor sports, but he brings it up in episode 2 where he's like, yeah, they didn't tell us anything. I had no idea what I was going into.
He actually says something to the effect of, I thought I was going to be like Steve Rogers, bro.
Yeah,
I thought what they were giving me was going to make me a super soldier, not that dude, but it was going to make me. Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's look. I think I've been pleasantly surprised by how much I like it. It's the same thing with Miss Marvel. I went to it just to watch it, and I thought that shit was cool as fuck, man. And this one especially, the episode was over, and like you were talking about, Travis, how short it was. It literally was over really fast. Me and my wife were watching, and I was like, "It's over already!" Like it's really short, man.
I'm surprised they got that whole origin story in there.
With the first episode, it was just like, boop, there it is. We're not wasting any time.
Yeah.
It's like literally it opens up when the like for the past year, people have been like, well, Endgame ended and he was Smart Hulk, and then when we saw him in Shang-Chi, he was back to Bruce. How does that happen? Literally, the first line of She-Hulk was like, so this thing happened to me, and that's how I got back to Bruce. But if it happens again, I'll be like, the very first 2 lines is like canon, like, okay, we're moving this, getting this out, and it's like that's so shoehorned in, and it doesn't make any sense. When she's like, could you help me out? And he's like, no, not at all. She's like, why? He's like, I just can't do it. It's like, because you guys just want him to be Hulk. That's pretty much it. So
yeah. Well, that was the of the ham-fisted, like really bad exposition. That was they opened it and he's like, so that's how I'm not Hulk anymore. And then they crash, and then she gets the blood, and then she's like, well, just give me that thing, and he's like, no, it broke. And she's like, so make another one. He's like, it was a one-of-a-kind prototype.
He just says, I can't. He's like,
it was a prototype, so no.
Yeah.
And it's like, so how did you make the prototype? Just
there's
say,
no schematics anywhere.
Like,
for
this is
thing.
Marvel. Just be like, oh no, it's
Tony Stark made it.
Tony made it, and he used rare uranium to make it, and there was only a gram of it in the entire world. Like,
it's running on moon rocks.
But that now that you bring that up, though, I'm just saying, like, like how Ray always likes to talk about, he's just waiting for the X-Men to show up in the MCU. I am looking forward to that age-old question of adamantium versus vibranium. I really
yes, that'd be dope.
But you know what the MCU is gonna do with that, though. They're gonna leading up to the movie, they're gonna be like, we're gonna finally find out. And then, like, in the trailers, there's going to be, like, a tease of, like, so you think your claws can cut this shield? And then, like, in the movie, it's going to be like, oh, it turns out it's a tie.
Of course it's going to be a tie. Of course
that's what it's going to be like.
But that's what I always loved. I mean, frankly, because I was such an X-Men, I'm Team Adamantium all the way. But, because I loved... I didn't even know what vibranium was. Like, I literally think like that. Like, I heard of vibranium. Like, I think like that first Captain America movie, the first Avenger, gave me my biggest education on vibranium.
Same,
while, dude, I had 30 years of education on adamantium.
Yeah. Same, for real.
Well, isn't there like a tease though? I thought I saw people passing it around like there was like some kind of tease. I mean, that's what they keep on kind of doing. Like, they're teasing the mutants, but who knows like exactly when we're actually going to get an actual thing. But I remember seeing, because people just immediately after they start watching, they start posting screenshots and whatever. It's like, geez, breathe for a minute, before you start posting stuff. But yeah, apparently there's a little bit more of a tease when it comes to that.
Speaking of MCU-isms, though, now I'm tracing. It feels very so Hulk is like not in Infinity War because he's like just doesn't want to.
Eternal Crisis, yeah.
And then in Endgame, they're like, oh, guess what? He figured it out. He's Smart Hulk now. And then he does the snap, and it fucks up his arm. And then is the next time we see him in Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
when he's like, oh, I'm Bruce again, with no explanation. And then here, they're like, oh, it's because of technology. But not anymore. And then he says, and this is where I figured out how to be Smart Hulk, which is, I guess, a little bit more explanation there. And then he's like, but now I'm Smart Hulk permanently. Oh, by the way, my arm is also healed. So
You're doing a good job selling this, Steve.
So I'm trying to track like the character arc here of like what Marvel like. So he's Smart Hulk, I guess, right? That is just where he's gone, because all of the arm stuff was meaningless, and all of the becoming Smart Hulk is like none of that. The technology that makes him Bruce, that sounds like a compelling story, but they're not going to do that one either. It's just he couldn't be Hulk, and now he's Smart Hulk, and whatever happened in the middle that sounds interesting, that was teased at the end of the Incredible Hulk movie. Don't worry about any of that stuff. That's kind of where we are now with.
We'll never know why Edward Norton was smiling at the end, because I don't know why you'd be smiling. Apparently, he still can't control it. Like, it's like...
I know, and that was the thing, is that because my God, the ending of that movie it's so dope, because he smiles, his eyes glow green, but we also get the days since last incident.
The
counter goes down to 0.
I was like, yes. And then obviously the next time you see him, it's the Avengers basically, and he literally can control it, because he's like, well, that's the thing, I'm angry all the time, and then he turns to the Hulk or whatever. But
he can't. But he can't control it.
No, he can't. No, that's what I hated in Avengers, when he's like, I'm always angry, but it's just like, but if someone just throws a fucking chair at you, it's over.
And this is like, I hate saying this, for everyone knows why, but the single best Hulk scene in the entire MCU is with oh shoot, what's his name? Stanton.
Talking about the leader.
No, the old dude, the janitor. It's the deleted
That's something
scene.
that never came
Oh
back.
yeah,
the deleted scene from the
you
Avengers.
got a condition, son.
Looks like you got a condition. And he's like, well, I got to be somewhere to help people, but if I do, then people are gonna get hurt. And then he's like, well, you got to be somewhere. And he's like, yeah, I guess I do. But like, it was one of those things that was very like, it sounds really mundane. It's one of those times where it's like Whedon was able to strike on, like, every once in a while he'd hit on this line that's just a very human thing that, and I love that deleted scene, and because it was like outside of the Incredible Hulk, the only moment of like actual character development that was shown on screen for Banner in the MCU, because outside of that, everything is just kind of, he's on a rail. And I get like they can't do solo movies with him and all that. Apparently that deal is almost
that's the
almost
rumor.
up
Yeah, next year,
2023, I think.
Yeah.
But apparently though, someone on the Town podcast with Matt Baloney, they said that apparently the deal only requires one other character to be in the movie. So really there's no reason they can't do like a full on, I mean, like at this point, like I think they have the rights to She-Hulk, obviously, because they're doing the show. Just so I guess he's in the She-Hulk show, but it's kind of surprising that they haven't just done a Hulk team up, because it seems like Hulk is better in a team up anyway, because you need someone to balance Hulk out. It's just such a missed opportunity, because Hulk is one of the things people don't realize, like Hulk is, going into the MCU, the best real estate Marvel owned. Captain America, people kind of, Iron Man, like Thor, people kind of knew who they were, but like Hulk, like people know Hulk. People know
Hulk even had his own animated series.
Oh yeah, I love
in the
that.
90s.
It's on Disney Plus. Yeah.
Well,
is it really?
In Canada it is. In Canada it is. I don't know if it's there, because you guys have X-Men Evolution. We don't. It pisses me off all the time, because my kids like really like X-Men. So like I want to watch that with them, because we've done the 90s series already. But yeah, we just don't have that for some reason in Canada. No Evolution. So
blame Canada, Travis.
Yeah.
Blame
Canada.
But the TV show with Bill Bixby and
Lou Ferrigno.
Lou Ferrigno is like,
used to scare me when I was a kid.
He's one of those characters that, like, I don't want to say he's on the same level as Superman at all, but like everybody knows, like Bruce Banner gets angry, turns into Hulk. Was the big green
it's like
guy.
everyone knows the don't make me angry, you wouldn't like me when I'm. That's literally from the
It's
first
iconic. It is iconic.
It's iconic, and it's from the first line of it's the pilot of the TV show, because David Banner, says that to that journalist character. And by the way, if you never had a chance, that pilot is almost like movie length. Go check it out. Like it's like
good shit.
It's legit for that thing. Now I started to because they finally released the Bill Bixby series on DVD when the Incredible Hulk came out. That's what I always loved about, back when the superhero boom was just starting. I always loved how when movies came out, these old TV shows would finally get released on DVD.
Cash in time.
Yeah.
I was happy. It was like, hey, I'm getting, Superman Returns comes out, and suddenly, I'm getting like the George Reeves TV show on DVD. I'm trying to think what came out, and then I don't care how bad it is. I still appreciate getting Birds of Prey on DVD. The completionist in me. Which, by the way, that you were talking about your Harley Quinn multiverse episode that they need to do of Harley Quinn. And someone in their comments did mention about Mia Sara, how she played Harley Quinn really well in Birds of Prey. Like she was.
That's right, Mia Sara. Holy shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because before then, I only knew her as Jean-Claude Van Damme's wife in Time Cop.
I knew her as Ferris Bueller's girlfriend.
That's right. She was Ferris Bueller's girlfriend. That's right.
Oh yeah, you're also right. She's also in Time Cop. Yeah,
and
multiple
totally long sex scenes in Time Cop. A great movie to watch when you're a wee lad. It was just
actually she's only in one. She's only in one. No, it's right at the beginning. Right.
It's long though.
No, it's really not, actually.
Maybe it was for Travis.
When I was 12, it felt long.
Because you kept rewinding. You kept rewinding.
Scott will have the answer to this question.
Okay.
Total Recall.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a more explicit version of that movie, or was I just scandalized by his wife as an 8-year-old?
You were just scandalized.
Okay.
Because that's the thing, is that it's Sharon Stone, but it's just sexy as hell because it's Sharon Stone.
Because that's what registers. And then when I watch it, I'm like, did I see a is there like a longer edit that was on HBO or something? Because I remember watching this and being like, whoa, what? And then I watch it and I'm like, oh, it's not like it's bad. I feel like there was like a cover your eyes moment, and there's just not.
No, there's not an alternate cut like that of Total Recall. No, it's just when it's Sharon Stone, and that's
it's the Mandela effect.
That's what it was.
There's an unrated version of Total Recall.
Yeah, you remember like full on
shows a little more Sarah stuff.
Yeah.
I do.
No, the only nudity in that was the 3 boob chicks.
Yeah.
3 boobs.
I remember the 3 boobs.
But for me, it was still always Sharon Stone was like the hottest part of that. And
of course, when they fight, and then she does that whole thing where she like takes like
does a little strap. Oh yeah,
and then like does the whole thing where she's tied. It's like, oh come on. And then of course, he says clever girl, and I'm like, hey, that line is also in Jurassic Park. All right, we also got Mr. KC and Mr.
Ray.
Hey,
I need a KC drop. I don't know what the hell that could be, but
okay,
it's okay, Dave.
Travis, the scene you're thinking of is not Mia Sara. It's the porno that Ricky was watching.
Yes, that is
okay. That goes on for a while.
That goes on for a while.
It does go on for a while.
I'll have to watch that for the stream, just for educational purposes.
Yes, that's absolutely.
No, we know this because over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, Time Cop is technically a comic book movie, and so we reviewed it there.
Okay, there you go.
It was a Dark Horse comic.
It was, and one that we still can't find.
We still can't find.
Right, we want to read it, but we can't find the comic at all. It's like not. It was part of an anthology, right?
Yeah, it was part of it. It was like a 2-part story in a Dark Horse anthology, and
totally. So no, there was that, and then also I wanted to mention that my grandma watched The Incredible Hulk. So that's how mainstream the show was.
Oh yeah, people watched it like crazy.
Well, it was 5 seasons on CBS.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
That's one thing. Back before I was writing for other places, I was building my portfolio on my own blog and stuff, and learning about all this stuff, and but I wrote at the time it was in like the early days of the MCU, so I wrote a like, is the Eric Bana movie connected to the Avengers Hulk? Like, is that the same, or is there a like what's the continuity there? Because it kind of teases at the beginning of the Incredible Hulk, like maybe that's the origin, but it's vague.
Mhm.
And my analytics were always wild because that one had like, it was always like getting hits from Google from like people searching that query, and then other stuff that I was doing at the time about like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and stuff, which wasn't as like popular. So it was always wild to me that like, oh wow, clearly there is like a much higher recognition and level of interest in like Hulk merchandise too. Like there's whole like Hulk merch, at least at the time, was way more valuable. So it's one of those weird, and I guess because they didn't own the character, that's why they didn't want to invest in characters that they had to like split distribution with or something. But just really wild that the most popular character that they could use in their movies was not given a more prominent role in the.
Plus, it was the lowest grossing though that first phase though. That might have scared them as well, right?
Yeah, and that's the weird thing too, Travis. Because I mean, one, it's 2008, and I know The Dark Knight was also 2008, but still, like, we were just broaching the idea of movies in this genre, even thinking of making that kind of money. But the other part of it is that it released a month and a half after Iron Man.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
So
they
it
should
was
have
like-
waited a little bit.
But
Yeah.
even
Only
after-
260 million altogether.
After the Avengers, everyone was like, "Whoa, the Hulk was like a big takeaway
Yes.
from that." And then
Yeah.
Iron Man 3 comes out, and they're like, "Oh, the Hulk is hanging out with Tony Stark," and everyone is like, "That's so like that's our buddy cop movie." And
Right.
then, like think about that, he doesn't even need to be the
Then he
Hulk.
ended
Just
up in
have him
Ragnarok.
as a side character.
Well, I guess you could say they tried to do that in Age of Ultron because they paired them up a lot in that movie. Kind of.
Which is great. But like, why? I don't know. It's just wild to me that there wasn't like a. I don't know.
I do
There's
like how
always
they
more
kind of
movies
make
than
fun
your-
of the lullaby that Natasha like said to him. They actually mentioned that in the first episode, like
Yeah.
say a little lullaby, and I'm like, yeah, everybody. I mean, we all kind of found that a little ridiculous. I mean, it's okay.
And she
It
says
made
that she's
sense.
like, "Why would that even be a thing? Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why did you get to that point where you had a woman singing to?"
Yeah,
I know
exactly. And then when in Deadpool 2, when Juggernaut,
Deadpool 2,
when he said
oh.
that,
Real low.
when he said like sun's getting real low, I started cracking up
Okay,
so
yeah,
hard
I laughed
in the movie
so-
theater.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember going to see
Yes.
Deadpool 2. It was it literally came out on the last day of school. Like I remember like the school year was over. I called Heather and I was like, "Heather, the kids are gone. I get to leave in like a couple hours. We're going to go see Deadpool 2."
Yeah.
And I remember going to see that and laughing my ass off. Oh, Deadpool 2 is so funny.
It's so funny. But yeah, when he said that, he's all, sun's getting real low.
Real low.
I was
Yeah.
like, I was
Yeah,
like,
right.
I
Yeah.
just
We
started
saw-
cracking up. I was like
we
the
saw
only one in the theater.
Deadpool 2 at the drive-in as a double feature with Solo. I feel like we saw, or was it something
Is
else?
that the same year?
That was around the same time. I
I
feel
think that
like
was the
it
same.
I don't
that might have
know.
been-
Yeah.
Maybe it was. I'm questioning if there was something else though, because the first one was something that I think my kids would have been more into at the time, and they
2018 for Deadpool 2. Solo was 2018.
Solo was 2018 because they got
Yeah.
pushed to
Yeah, that could have
ambush,
been.
yeah.
That could have been.
And
right.
it was sandwiched in that month where you got like Infinity War, Solo,
Yeah.
Deadpool, and stuff
But-
like that. Yeah.
A lot of
But so
things were
whenever
happening.
I think of Deadpool 2 though, I think of whatever the first movie was. I think it was Solo, but I don't know. I got some internal processing to do. I won't do it on the show.
Yeah.
And
Well, I don't know. Somebody from like the Secret Service or somebody. I don't know what the hell's going
Zazzy,
on.
baby,
Yeah.
Zazzy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I would love to come and run DC for you, but here's the thing.
Nah.
I'm so busy. I'm going on the vodka stream. Oh, I just got brought on the vodka stream. I got no time to talk. Tell Feige I said he needs to fix up some of that Hulk stuff. But hey, until next time. All right. Yeah, you be good. You be good. I know you're under a lot of pressure, man. All right. Talk to you later. Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, yeah.
Hey.
I didn't mean to bring you on while you're making that phone call.
Oh, sorry. Important phone calls.
Great.
Important phone calls going on.
Did you get a ticket to one of those funeral screenings?
I can't hear you anymore.
Oh God.
that's a
What the
very
heck did I do? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Uh oh. See.
very cultured nerd. Dude.
Travis,
Zaslav already cutting your finances right now.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, there it is.
He's like, you in the vodka stream, we're canceling you.
You've muted yourself,
The
Enosh.
axe is out there. Yeah, Enosh, you're muted. You're muted.
No,
You're
don't tell him. Everybody's nod and smile. So
That guy's cutting my funding left and right. You tell one guy no, you won't take over his studio, and I tell you what, it just
He cut your
from
mic.
there. Geez.
Yeah.
yeah.
I see you got the Obi-Wan cinematographer has got your lighting.
Oh, there we go with that again. There we go. There we go.
That again. Oh boy.
It's been at least a month since he's brought that up. So
Yes, yes, but I'm here now, Mr. Cinematography over here.
The
Look at this
making
guy.
out, the making of is coming out. So
I know. I'm really excited to see how they ignore that
Oh
and
my
pretend that it
God.
wasn't.
Hey,
a
by the
thing.
way, guys. I think it was like yesterday or something, but happy birthday, KC.
Yeah, and
Happy
Steven.
Hey,
And
Steven.
Steven.
Hey, happy birthday.
Right.
guys.
I didn't know
Happy
you guys
birthday.
had the same freaking birthday, but yeah, happy birthday, guys.
we've
And
had the
technically
same
in
birthday
3
since 2
hours.
years.
I know. For 2 years. I don't remember anybody's birthday. Sorry. So
Yeah,
Casey,
it's always been the same day.
yeah, Casey is 16 years old. Steven is 47.
It's like Benjamin Button shit.
Right.
Casey's going
Right.
backwards.
How old are you, Casey?
17. He's actually 17.
It was a very good year.
He's illegally on this stream right now.
I'm 28.
28.
28.
Okay. All
Dylan
right.
is
'cause-
20. Aw.
Well, I
Same
made,
as me, Casey.
I had made some comment on Twitter earlier because some kid was talking about how, like, what was it? Yeah, he was talking
He was
about, like,
crapping on the Burton movies.
He was crapping
I
on the
saw this
Burton
tweet,
movies.
Yes.
and I followed the thread because more than a few people that I know were like going at him. And Sam Parker Meadow was like, "You're probably 16," and he revealed his age to be 22. And I was like, "Okay, no, you're not even older. Peanuts with Pryor is older than you, and you think the Burton movies are like the worst or trash as far as comic book movies? No, I can't take you seriously. I'm sorry."
Well, dude, you know,
I mean-
I had that on TikTok this week. Somebody literally told me that DC was for kids and Marvel was for adults. And I made the simplest TikTok video that I think anybody's ever made. I made one of those videos like it had like a person over here and a person over here, and I was like picking this person. So it was like Captain America versus Hulk, and I was like, oh, Captain America, I like Captain America more. It was like Captain America versus whoever or Aquaman, and I was like, oh, I like Captain America more. Then it was like Superman the rest of the way out, so I picked Superman, and that blew up into like 5 days worth of people arguing, hundreds and hundreds of views, and I was like, what the hell just happened? I have no idea what just happened. And this guy tells me this, and so I come up and like, are you trolling me? You're like 12, aren't you? I'm like, look, it's okay if you're 12. That's fine. Just tell us all so we don't take you so we don't treat you like you have an adult opinion here. Just kids.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
he
I-
literally just
Okay.
described the DC versus Marvel comic event. Right.
Dude, they got so mad because I picked Superman over Thor. That's what did it.
No, Superman I think actually beat Thor.
He
in that
did.
event.
He did, but they don't
He did
care.
beat him in that event,
Everybody comes
yes.
at me and goes, "But that was an Elseworld thing. That didn't count." I'm like, it's the only sanctioned thing that we
wait,
actually
and none
have.
of it counts. It's all
Then none of it
fictional.
counts. Well, that was one writer's opinion. I'm like, well,
they're
yeah,
not
then
real
say that about
people.
everything.
No, actually, it wasn't a writer's opinion. It was literally the fans voting.
No, that's true. That's true. But they were like, they tried to tell me that was just one opinion because that was one comic book, and I'm like, listen, then every comic book, then you could never say that anything is anything because
right.
Like Stanley said,
Steven
Steven has
gotta
a
write it.
migraine right now.
But let me.
Oh my
so,
god.
you said
I've learned more
Superman-
about Thor in the last 2 days than ever in my life. Like there's Rune Thor and there's Cosmic
let's
this
also
Thor.
remember that the cover of one of the issues of JLA Avengers by Kurt Busiek and the late great George Perez, literally the cover is Superman holding Mjolnir and Captain America's shield.
But I've been reminded that Superman was not worthy. That it was that anybody could have picked it up at the time is what they've told me, and that it doesn't matter, and that Superman sucks, and they want to bring in like all these like super overpowered Thors, and I'm just like, well, if you do that, then you have to bring in the other
Silver Age Super.
Then you have to bring in all these other. I'm like, and then finally I just said, okay, I said if we got to bring everybody in, here it is. Just tell me, and I got my first video taken down. I didn't say anything rude. This guy left a comment, and he literally was like, "Look, if you don't like it, you could just shut the F up." And so like I did a response video, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Normally I would just say, look, if you don't like my content, just go away. But I'm not going to say that, and I'm not going to tell you to shut the F up. What I'm going to tell you is if you have a reasoning behind what you're saying, I was being reasonable. If you have a reasoning for saying that for Thor, then just tell me. And he reported my video, and it got taken down for guidelines. And I was like, what did I say? He's the one who told me to shut the F up. Like, I don't get how this works anymore. But that thing, I said, listen, Superman 1 million. There's your standard right there. Tell me who beats Superman. Tell me what Thor beats Superman 1 million. And then they come in, well, the one above all would beat him. And I'm like, I would hope so, because the one above all is supposed to be freaking God. So, and then it was, well, what about the presence? The presence versus the one above all. I'm like, it's essentially the same freaking character. How did we get off on that? But I
Dave,
swear.
Do you have the Ben Affleck fictional characters drop?
Because
Yes.
I know I should have had that primed. I should have had that primed and ready to go.
If I understand correctly, you said Superman. You didn't even say you would beat him, right? You said you prefer Superman.
Yeah, I just said I preferred him, but people took it as I said he beat him.
You know what? I have no comment. I'm
okay.
There's a comment somewhere in there.
No.
When you've
I will
rendered
hate myself more if I contribute to this conversation.
When you've rendered Steven speechless, you've gone too far. You have gone way too far.
Stanley said it best when he said the person that's going to win the fight is whoever the writer wants to win.
Exactly.
Harley, you could have a comic book where Harley Quinn destroys Superman and Thor in 2 seconds, because if Harley Quinn is the main character and the writer prefers that, that's the way it's going. It's not a sport.
You had a movie where Batman defeated Superman. So
it was just a bunch of Superman hate. It was literally just a bunch of Superman hate. And like I said, when I did the response video to the one guy, when he was just like, he just comes in and he goes, well, that's just because DC is for kids and Marvel is for adults. And I literally, I did a video. I was so dramatic about it. I'm like off screen, and I come in and I'm like, you're trolling me, right? That's got to be what this is. You're trolling me.
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Right?
Like that. Yeah.
And the people are even like I'm a Marvel fan, and I know that that's not true.
Right.
But you said I prefer Superman to Thor.
Yes.
And they're like Thor.
I didn't even say it. I just tilted my head towards Superman.
That's enough. That is enough.
You indicated a mild preference.
Yes.
And
just a little bit. I didn't even show off the gun, man. I didn't. I didn't.
And their reaction was Thor could beat up Superman.
Yes.
Oh.
And you said, well, in the crossover comics, Superman beat Thor.
Yes.
And their reaction was, that's not canon?
Yes.
That's not. I love how you said that. I love how I do. Yeah, right. That was a perfect little bit right there, Steven. Because he was like, "That's not."
Center square is missing.
Steven is basically showing you what you should have replied on TikTok.
Right.
Walk away.
Walk
away.
Great. I mean,
that is awesome.
He had to go get a beer. That's what happened.
It's
Steven's narration of this entire situation was fire from the get. That's what I was saying.
I mean, it just must have been the week of hot takes, because this was also a couple of days ago. Didn't somebody post about Iron Man versus Magneto?
Yes,
I didn't see that.
I saw that.
And, I mean, even Gail Simone drug that one. Like, you didn't think that one through.
No, that's not a good one.
Well, and then also,
please tell me somebody thought Iron Man beat.
Of course, it had to happen.
Oh,
I guarantee you.
That's why Gail
He had a
Simone
plastic
dragged
suit
it.
of Nosh this time.
Oh my god!
Well, and then also apparently, when did people decide to turn on Matt Smith this week?
Oh yeah, there was a lot of Matt Smith.
I guess he looked too ugly in House of the. I didn't watch House of the Dragon, but they're like, he looked too ugly in the movie, and apparently
Hollywood
he's been
should
ugly
stop
his
hiring
whole life.
actors that look like this. Yeah,
And I'm like, screw you.
Matt Smith is fired.
He is fired.
Yeah, I love Matt Smith, and he did a fucking terrific job in the first episode of House of the Dragon.
Hey, listen, low key, he was the best part of Morbius.
He was the best part.
100%.
No,
yes,
that's not low key. That's
he
high
stole
key.
that thing.
Yes,
that's just facts right there.
I mean, look at the man's career. I mean, he's great. I mean, the worst thing I've seen him in, even worse than Mobius, subjectively speaking, was when he was in Terminator Genesis. And even then I was like, but it's Matt Smith. Like, because
I still haven't seen
Poor
that.
guy.
I still have not seen
I
that.
mean, because he was going to be like I think that what they were trying to lead with that character was like, it was supposed to be like a physical Skynet or something like that.
He was Skynet.
Yeah. He was Skynet as a physical
Skynet.
form.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And like, cool idea. Terrible execution. Cool
Terrible
idea.
execution.
Yeah.
But it just
whole
hurt
movie.
also because you see that right after he left being the Doctor. And he's my doctor.
He's
Like,
my doctor too. Yes.
Yeah, he's my doctor. So because he's not the first Doctor I ever saw, but he became my doctor. So then it was like he made some bad movie choices. And then, of course, then they bring him in for The Crown, where he plays Prince Philip, and he was great in The Crown. The man just needs to stay on TV because the movies he ends up in, except for Last Night in Soho, he was great.
He was
in Last
great.
Night.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. He was
movie
good.
is fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but that's also an Edgar Wright movie. So,
but
And he has a cut Star Wars scene somewhere in the ethers, if you believe it. So.
Yes, that's out there somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, but no, KC, that dude that you were talking about. No, that's I ignored it. I wanted to post that's bait from Mad Max because that's all that account was doing. The guy that was. First of all, the name is Ratcatcher is Bay. We're done. Okay, first of all, we're done with that.
Yes.
I'm probably the only one out of all of us here that actually likes the Suicide Squad. But at any rate,
no, hey.
I forgot.
No,
I forgot you. I forgot. Yes,
I like it. Okay,
Yeah, I like it.
But if Daniela, what's her name? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
At the risk of pissing everybody off, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
Is it a hot take to like the Suicide Squad in your circles?
A lot of the people that in my circles,
If
really?
If we are treating.
Steven, where are we going with this?
Where are we going?
Steven,
could Thor beat the Suicide Squad?
Yeah, and then could
Steven,
they
you should
beat
save
Dr.
it for
Manhattan?
later. You should save it for later, Steven.
Yes.
We know our rant is coming.
No, I was gonna say if we're going to treat the opinions of idiots as necessary for us to respond to, then yes, it's a hot take.
Okay. Well, no, the one that this guy came up with, he was comparing Steppenwolves and said the Justice League one was better than
I
the
saw
one
that
in
one too.
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
What?
But it's working for him though, because he's getting a bunch of
stupid ideas from other
Well,
people.
I was gonna try to do a segue into
I didn't. Yeah,
Superman's house. Like kind of what the title of the stream is. I'm like, hey, we could lead right into it.
Yeah.
I set that up. But you can finish, Ray. What were we gonna say?
So who defeated Steppenwolf? Superman.
Yes. That's true.
This week somebody also told me that in that same thread, somebody told me that Superman is not that strong because he can't beat a god because Thor is a god, and I'm like,
oh my god!
I silently did the next video Superman can't beat a god. Darkseid is a god. There's the new gods.
No, remember he's Thanos' cousin. Sorry.
But I was like, it's like the new gods. Yeah, Superman can beat a god.
Right.
Okay.
No,
but magic is the number one thing. If there's any magic at all, Superman just dies. I'm like, no, being vulnerable to something like
magic
and just having it automatically beat you are two different things.
But these are fictional characters that you use to tell.
But are they?
No,
they are not. They're not. Would a fictional character have this really cool retro box and be in this nice little bubble thing and look kind of ridiculous? No, I don't think so, sir.
No, Scott's looking around now. Damn it, Scott's looking around now.
The way that
and then come with an accompanying god for him to beat. An accompanying god for him to beat. And then I don't know, maybe
Target one that was a pain in the ass to find. You're welcome, Dick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I have them right here, Scott. I have them right here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes,
I got a couple of those laying around too, Scott.
No, I didn't give Dave a hard time because I literally bought my Targets out of them and mailed him one.
Oh yeah. Scott got me my my blue suited Superman. Yeah.
Oh yeah, me and Scott.
Oh wow, look at that.
What are those hands doing there, Enosh?
Hey,
Go,
back and forth, back and forth, baby, in 3D. It's the vodka stream coming at
Superman
you in 3D.
really likes that machine. Yeah.
He does. It's very hands-on. Okay, very hands-on.
Oh man.
Okay.
But do you have that one, Scott?
No, I do not have that. Which one is that one? Because I love it. What
Who
is it?
has the most Superman figurines within arm's
the cutout.
reach?
Yeah, I was Superman. The one of those that I want to get though is the Constantine one.
This dude.
Yeah,
that one.
I've not seen Constantine yet. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, getting.
No, but he can't beat Superman, so he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
If you
hey,
throw
those toys out.
If
Hey,
you can't
hey.
beat another character in a fight, you're a fucking worthless piece of
Hey,
shit,
right.
and you
Hey,
shouldn't
right.
exist.
Amateur.
It's
You
useless.
fucking
This is so
Why-
true.
Why would you make a character that can't beat another fictional character? Who would think of such a
Hey, look,
absurd concept?
You wanna talk about-
What about Black Adam though? What about can Black Adam beat Superman?
Not unless the
well, if he
hierarchy
changes
of
the
power
I don't know. I don't know if
is
he
universal.
could beat- I don't know if he could
But hold on,
Dave.
hold on. Maybe not this
Dave,
Black
this is your
Adam.
segue.
Maybe not this Black Adam. Maybe not this Black Adam. But what about this Black Adam? Can this Black Adam?
the hierarchy. Look at, but look
Hey,
at that
look.
Superman right there. He's
Look
got
at
the
the-
red
but look
eyes.
at the-
If you can beat Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18,
But look at
he
the
can beat
seriousness. Look at the seriousness
Hey.
in Black Adam's
Hey.
face. He's changing hierarchies everywhere.
Skin tight
Hey,
suit.
That's
Hey,
every
no
poster
padding.
of
Where-
Dwayne
where'd you get
Johnson.
that, Enoch?
just so
Where'd
you
get
know,
that, man?
listen, just so you all understand, Batman beats all of them with prep time.
With
Fuck
prep time,
yeah,
easily.
God.
Oh yeah, with
Thank
prep
you,
time. Yeah.
Ray. You're absolutely correct. Batman can take
Every
Batman.
character should be Batman. The others are pointless.
Yeah.
What about this Batman?
Ooh, that's.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool.
he's gonna kill you, so he definitely is you beat.
Look
you
at those
know.
Oh, he's a
eyes.
killer. That
Yeah,
Batman
look
is
at
a
those.
stone cold killer. Michael Keaton's
Yeah.
Batman is a murderous.
What are you talking about? Those guys are
This
fine.
is
Those
this
guys
is
are
a
fine.
deleted scene from Batgirl. There you go. Deleted scene from Batgirl.
Oh, you bastard!
Did you get that from the funeral? Did you get that?
Look
from
at
the
that.
funeral
You even got.
screening?
Well, look at what you got. You got all kinds of Black Adam toys.
No, that's just
I
fine.
got
got
all
that
the
little-
Black
You get a
Adam.
figure from
Well,
them.
except for that girl.
Did you find every Black Adam toy, Enosh?
I didn't get the girl.
Wait,
Cyclone.
Basically got all the
Technically,
yellow.
Yes.
technically, Enosh is saving you in the future. It's a they them. That's the pronouns they go
The
by.
actress.
Oh,
well,
oh.
I know the
Yeah,
no,
actress is they.
she is
the
non-binary.
actors
They're
they them,
non-binary.
the character
Is
they
it?
They're
them.
not-
But the
I don't know
character
if
isn't
the
right.
character. No, yeah, I don't. But I don't know if they are. Or
but
not.
can she kick Superman's ass or not?
I'll tell you who could. I'll tell you who
That's the
could.
things that
Tila.
matter.
I already
Tila.
know. I already know the running. joke
Tila,
through-
because she's woke. She could totally kick Superman's butt. She kicked He-Man's butt. She can kick this.
Thor's butt?
Steven is
Yeah.
broken. Steven is so broken right now.
I was like, how dare one superhero not be able to beat another one's ass? Like, let's fucking hell.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Oh, man.
Dave, you want to
Look
talk
at that
about
artwork.
Superman? Let's talk about Superman. We've been doing that. We've been dancing around this for an hour.
We've been
and a
dancing
half.
around it because, yeah, I mean, well, hey, I mean,
Are we
it does
gonna lose
seem-
our heads? That's the question.
Yeah, we
Oh,
might.
Okay.
Steven's like his is about to blow up a little bit, you know, the way he was holding it. But no, yeah, I mean, but that was like, you know, the main topic of discussion tonight was going to be like, hey, is Superman's house actually getting an order here? I mean, there was this whole thing that happened today with, I mean, obviously we keep going back and forth and we're anxiously awaiting like, hey, is Mr. Cavill going to show up in Black Adam? Now we have more people out there in the scooping game, which of course we're all not fond of too much, but at the same time, it's like,
I don't know
but
what
we
you're
got
talking about. I
multiple
love
people-
the scoop game. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm thinking about getting myself into the scoop. I'm gonna like throw everything out
right.
there.
You have yourself a source, right?
I do now.
Dude.
I actually have you seen? I did a whole interview this week.
Yes.
With Super Scooper. Yes,
dude.
Super
When I was
Scooper.
funny.
There'll
it
be
was
more
funny.
Super Scooper to come.
No, I have scoops too.
But have you had Super Scooper on your channel?
No, I've had.
No,
scoops.
see, I did because Henry
No.
Cavill's going to be in
But-
Marvel, and I proved
No,
it.
Enosh,
Can
no,
your
I gotta tell you,
scoop beat
I have scoops. I have
Enosh's
scoops. I have a scoop
scoop's
of vanilla,
ass
I have
or
a scoop
not?
of chocolate. I got a scoop of Oreo. And
That
you know
sounds
what I
racist.
do? I put my scoops in a bowl. and I eat it all up. I eat them all. I
don't know.
drink your milkshake. I drink it all up.
All the milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh,
Well,
we've
you know
lost
what?
cabin pressure.
I think that's cheesy.
Oh, look at that. Jeez. He's literally got cheese.
My super scooper. I trolled everybody this week with that
Yeah,
actually, and did a
Was
video.
that this week or was that last week?
Or was it last? It might have been last
It
week.
was last week.
My weeks
It
go
was
by. so
last
quick.
week because when I did my post-show members only stream after Wednesday, I opened up my main page and I saw that and I went, "What the fuck is Enosh doing?" I literally was like, "What the fuck is he doing?" And it was funny too because even in the member stream, people are like, "Oh my god, what is Enosh doing? Is he trying to be like Scoop?" And I was like, no. I was like, guys, there's no way that this could be serious. I'm like, if I know Enosh, it's not serious. And then sure enough, people started going, "Oh yeah, I'm watching it. It's not serious. It's all bullshit." I'm like, yeah. I was like, it threw me off too when I first saw it. I was like, what the fuck is Enosh doing? And then I went,
to be
no,
careful.
he's totally messing with me.
You got to be careful though, because I've actually I've had multiple people mistake me for a scooper, and I'm like,
stripper?
I could have swore you were going to say
that's not
Superman. Let's talk about this.
I mean, I believe Anthony could be mistaken for a stripper, but not you, right?
Or trap.
This man's been right here. Anthony's been right here next to me like a couple of times, bro. That dude, could definitely. He's got the physique. But Ray,
but Anthony, you gotta get a gimmick.
Yeah, you gotta get a gimmick.
We'll talk about my Dort Highway life later. We'll talk.
You're living at the Dort Highway motel.
We'll talk about my Dort Highway.
Dort Highway in Flint, Michigan is known as being the red light district, but they don't have money for red lights.
Oh, gotcha. That's what that is. Okay. Because I was like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know the inside joke, but
that's you got to live up here.
You know, Ray, I went to a Halloween party once where a girl came dressed as the Dort Motel.
Oh, respectable.
That's creative. That's pretty creative.
No, it's not. That's not in a good way.
I know. I get that with what you guys are saying, but I'm just saying that's pretty creative.
Yeah,
in a sense.
That is not good.
But anyways, guys.
Yes, but Terry asked the question: can a stripper kick a scooper's ass? That's the question.
Now,
probably.
I think that gets
Probably.
I think that really strikes at the point of the conversation, though, because it doesn't matter. What matters is that everyone wants to watch and find out. Right?
Yeah.
That is the point.
Just like Black Adam versus Superman. There you go, Dave.
Oh man! So what are we thinking here? So now with everything that's happening, are we getting more confident that Mr. Henry Cavill's going to be showing up in Black Adam?
Well,
but at the same
nobody
time,
has
I'm like,
ever
why
said
is
Henry Cavill is going to show up in a movie before. So
what are you talking about? He was supposed to show up in Birds of Prey, and I don't know.
Yeah. Is it bad? Is it bad that I'm at the point where it's like I would really love to see it happen, but there's a part of me that just hopes it doesn't happen just so that all those people look so foolish having said it over and over again and moving the goalposts all over the place so that finally one will get in and they'll be like, we told you he was going to be in this movie. Forget everything else that we said. We told you that all the other stuff was wrong. But here,
it's the Lego Batman throwing the batarangs at the button first try.
Yeah. Right.
No. The goalpost is on the off
right now all the time, Steven.
I am not even. I am not even kidding. The whole, because what was the thing you posted, Dave? The whole, the shadow idea. It might be less like the headless, but more like the Peacemaker thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and there's definitely a part of me that if that's what it is in the theater, I will just laugh.
Yeah,
it's just it's not even anything.
I used the scene from Desperado when for some reason when people were talking about it, all of a sudden it went like ding, and I was like, oh yeah, remember when Steve Buscemi was talking about when El Mariachi shows up and you can't see his face? I'm like, I'm gonna use that.
It's actually a badass scene. It's actually a really badass scene.
Desperado's one of my all-time favorite, dude.
Yeah,
I love that movie. It's one of my all-time favorite action movies. That's why when it just hit me, I'm like, oh yeah, when he's talking about In the Shadow, I'm like, I'm gonna use that.
Yeah.
And it's because that's what we kept on hearing. But now it's like we have people just, I hate it. I hate that we're actually even talking about some of these guys because it's just like, but in that same time, you just kind of go, well, if multiple people are actually, kind of saying this, it's like, all right, do we actually, what was happening back in July? And then all of a sudden we had the Cavill thing about COVID. That was a little strange. We had somebody, a girl named Coco something, who said that she saw Cavill.
The wheels on the bus go round.
Fuck Coco Melon Scott. Fuck Coco.
And if you guys remember, there was a rumor that Cavill shot something for Shazam, and then they just didn't use it because the contract didn't fall through, or because the contract didn't go through. And Danny Garcia, I think, or it might have been Cavill. I think it was Danny though. Even posted a behind-the-scenes picture of Cavill wearing that robe that he wears over the Superman costume when he's on set that people can't see. And so they said that like they never shot anything, but I'm pretty confident that there was something shot for Shazam, and they've just been trying repeatedly to get something done, and they've just never been able to get Cavill in it. But at this point, like I don't know, it's so like. I just do it or don't. Like it's so
it's tiring. It's tiresome. It really is. And like because I've had people, at least 2 or 3 people, swear up and down to me since last year that he filmed something for the Flash, and that it's there, and that he was seen on set, and like they're hiding it, they're keeping it under wraps
this time,
right? You know, it's just right. You know, and
I'm not
trust
even saying
me, bro.
I'm not even saying I doubt it. It's just that it's like
it's the painful thing about it, Steven, is that it's one of those where, like, I mean, we're at this point where we've heard it so many times we're indifferent about whether or not it happens, but secretly we all want it to fucking happen. Yeah. So that's why, unfortunately, we can't totally ignore it when this shit happens.
I would pay extra for my ticket if I knew for a fact that it would be like. I'm trying to think of what the best. I don't know if I would prefer a deep fake of Christopher Reeve or if I would prefer it to be Tyler Hoechlin.
I think the Reeve one is the
Reeve one would get the bigger reaction. It would.
Yeah.
So because that would more so even than a face in the shadow, that would be like okay, there we go. Now we know. Now
we have something.
Well, that would be like the confirmation to me of like, oh, they're not even going to try anymore.
A corner of Twitter would literally set on fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and you know what would happen is that I would literally sit on my porch, roasting my hot dogs over that fire, and be like, tastes good.
Yeah. And it'd be like, oh, Black Adam got Superman more right in 5 seconds.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yep, courtesy of Tatiana Siegel. Yep.
The weird thing with this particular rumor is that we've been seeing Umberto for years saying that Cavill is done and they're moving on. Nothing's gonna happen. You guys are fools. You're just getting your hopes up and stuff like that. And on the last space, he was like, I'm hearing that Zaslav is kind of interested, which is nothing. Everyone's interested in Cavill being Superman.
I think.
And then this time he was like, I can't say anything because it's a spoiler. So this thing, I was like, okay, he never said this before, and why is he saying this now?
Because he's the State Farm guy. I got you $1. That's why. Okay.
Because that's what scoopers do.
But he's not a scooper. Yeah. Like on that space, he was just asked a random question like, "What about Cavill?" And he said he can't say anything.
The biggest thing that makes it interesting, but is also frustrating about WB and the DCEU in general in the past decade, specifically the last 5 years, is that so much is uncertain and so much is in flux that you could make up a scoop and you could end up looking right. You could have a quadruple sourced, confirmed video recording of them cementing a plan in place in the conference room, and then it doesn't happen. Like,
yep,
and it's interesting to follow from the sense that like where we are right now is Zaslav is doing, he's pulling out, he's making big extreme decisions in order to do what they think is necessary to like right the ship, and that includes canceling some things that are in production. It includes changing release dates. It includes reshoots. It includes
and so like based on that, like it would make sense for them to want to do something that prior DC and WB has not been able to do, to like either close this out or move it to the next step instead of just like treading water continually. It's like DC's been like, it's like that meme of the dude sitting in the like the dog sitting in the house on fire. Like, this is fine, except he's treading water and there's fire all around him, and he's like, it's like, you got to go somewhere, do something. And so I'm not saying that we'll see if it's the right place or the right way, but the fact of the matter is they are giving Cavill a blank check or a dump truck of money to just finally do something is something that is not unlikely to happen, or not unlikely, but like wouldn't be surprising to happen. Mm-hmm. But also like it might be so that they can have Black Adam snap his neck and then be like, now I am the Superman or whatever. Now the hierarchy has changed. Like, but because what they want is just they want to move forward. And so whether that means moving forward with Cavill as our Superman or moving forward with, no, it is no longer Cavill, I believe based on the way that they're running things, these answers or these questions are going to, the things we've been wondering since 2017, we're like, what's going on with Cavill? All of that stuff, I don't think it's going to be a question for much longer. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but I do know that like this kicking the can down the road bullshit is like, they are annoying. They are done with it. Unfortunately, until we have another year or two before that's done, during which time it's ripe for A, stuff is happening so people can make educated guesses on scoops. B, people could have scoops that are very legitimate, good predictions or legitimately sourced that don't turn out right. Or like there's just going to be a lot of stuff happening, and as a result there's going to be lots of this on steroids for a year or two, and then
if you have a fan of yours, of course, you know.
Hey, it's that old guy. Hey, nice.
Nice. I didn't what the thing is, Danny McBride, and I was like, wow, you kind of look like Danny McBride. I mean, I'm like, wow,
get one of those hats with the mullet. With the mullet out the back.
You know what? The thing is I'll tell you what, every month I go to the old folks home around here. And every once in a while I get out to Vegas and I go to this old folks home out there and I play songs on my guitar for them and they really love it. And this guy saw me and he's just ever since, man, I'll tell you what, he's been a huge supporter and I just love it. Yeah. I really do. I really love it. He's a really great guy. William's a really nice guy.
It's good stuff. But like when it comes to things that happened this week, I mean, obviously that's one of the things that was talked about today, and it's just kind of funny too when I see like people keep on. How many times are we going to hear Henry Cavill's back, Ben Affleck's back? I'm like, for the 17th time. I mean, like, what is going on here?
They're scouting locations for his HBO Max.
Oh yeah, there was that whole thing at one point. Yeah, where they were literally and luckily we got rid of those guys. But then of course there's still other ones that are around that are just basically. I mean, look, I even posted something today from obviously it's Giant Freaking Robot. We always laugh at them, but it gets to the point where it gets that ridiculous where they're literally already calling for a Man of Steel 2 directed by Zack Snyder, and I'm like going,
I saw that.
Wow, like why that we can't get that far? Why are we getting so far ahead? Can we take baby steps? Can we just get to a point where we actually have a Superman in this world, and hopefully it is Cavill, and hopefully they build around him? You know,
it's got to be the black suit.
Oh, it's not going to be the black suit.
And of course, but here's the thing, like it's okay because we have Dan Lin to sort all of this out now.
Well, that's a good thing. Thank you. Okay.
Maybe.
So I mean, I know. Okay, I know, Ray. You're hesitant.
Okay. Here's the deal. No. Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Probably
yesterday
you posted your Friday flight like while we were like already like going. It's like, dude, timing. Come on.
But it had to be on Friday, and I didn't do one last week, so I had to get on time with it. But no, here's the deal. Like yesterday, I was at work. And when you work at a TV station and Master Control, there's shit going on. You're busy. right? I can't always check my phone. I can't always be on Twitter. So an hour passes after that article posted, and I mean, my phone was besieged.
Oh, I'm sure.
I got tagged, but you tagged me, Casey. I got
Maslow's
tagged.
hierarchy
That was
of
the
needs.
first
There's
thing I
work,
thought of.
There's Twitter arguments. There's podcasts. You gotta prioritize.
I got tagged and I did text messages, like direct messages, like Ray, here it is. I was like, well, here is what? And then I look and I'm like, and I literally had to tell my coworkers, I need 5 minutes so I can read this fucking article. Give me a second.
I got breaking news. I got breaking news just now. I just came across, because I've got sources. I got scoopers. Super Scooper just sent this to me, and that is apparently Warner Brothers has a backup plan just in case Black Adam fails and doesn't do well. So I'm going to share this with you right now. This is breaking news right now. This is their backup plan. I just shared with you, Dave, just in case Black Adam fails for Shazam 3.
Oh God! Zing womp womp. That is a beautiful costume.
I think they're getting Anthony to play Black Adam for.
Yeah, I know. You could be
he's the backup plan.
Nah, I didn't pay enough, man. I was like, I'll do it, but for me to get in there, it's got to be. But yeah, you're right. Whoever just said the suit is fire, the suit is fire.
Oh yeah, the suit is
amazing.
great. I mean,
no complaints there. Yeah.
I just wish he would have committed to the hair, the ears.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's the thing. It's just like, okay, we know what you look like, Dwayne Johnson. I mean, you look the same in the past decade.
Maybe sound a little different.
Yeah, it's like, can we get some? I mean, if you really are like all about this character, try to look like. I mean, and I'm curious too. I'm wondering if there's going to be some behind the scenes or any kind of interviews where people actually ask, "Did you try to do the look?"
I can tell you exactly what happened. They tried the ears, and they tried the hair, and they tried the accent. And they're gonna pretend they never did.
100%.
Yeah. No,
because I don't think the hair and ears would have been good though. I really don't with the raw.
Okay, see, and I just saw 3,000
the first X-Men movie, where after the first movie, we all pretended like she never did the accent from the first movie.
Well, she's been in America for so long now. She's fine. She got used to it.
She adapted.
No,
yeah,
I
exactly.
very much believe they explored trying those things. I do not believe that anyone would sit through that movie with a straight face if Dwayne Johnson had pointy ears and spoke with an accent.
They'd make fun of they'd make fun of the hair too. They would.
100%.
We'd see memes and images of that. No,
but that's what's because I just saw 3,000 Years Along in it, and it's Idris Elba as essentially a genie. They call it a djinn, and he's got the pointy ears. He's got a ridiculous beard.
How many characters have you seen Idris Elba play?
Yeah, true.
Right.
And how many characters have you seen Dwayne Johnson play?
True. I know you got a point.
One.
I think two maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to some of the old stuff, if you go back to what's the sequel to Get Shorty?
Be cool. He's so good and Be Cool. Yeah,
he's so good. He's so different.
He does likable and he does unlikable.
So that's like Ben Stiller. It's like Ben Stiller.
Or
right?
Likably unlikable, I should specify.
Yeah.
There's
likable. Ben Stiller can do that, does that too. He's like likable and that awkward type, and then he has the douchebag character. Yeah. Like
love to hate. Love to love and love to hate, but only love. Only as long as you love them. That's the primary concern. That and the hierarchy of power.
Oh God.
He's gonna start selling those tank tops soon too.
Right, seriously. But I'm just saying, like, so I mean, assuming that that Cavill is gonna be in there, and we're gonna be like, oh, there it is, cool. Now it's like, all right, so does that mean that so now we are gonna build the House of Superman, or rebuild it, we should say, with Cavill? Like, hey, let's build it brick by brick.
I mean, it depends. It depends. If Cavill like totally disrespects Snyder by turning to the camera and going, "I'm here in my blue suit because there's no reason why I would ever wear a black suit."
He's the Justice Superman.
Justice for all. What did he say? What was that?
Hope
I mean,
like
justice for all.
Yeah, car keys.
Hope is like your oh god.
I hear my mom's been thirsty a little bit.
One of the things that is interesting that I don't know if people picked up on this is Jason Momoa in his was it on Instagram or was it in an interview? he said he said that he was one of the writers for Aquaman 2, which I think is a really, really, really interesting detail. I am not saying that this is a restoration of the Snyderverse, because I think they're going in a slightly different direction. But I do think it's really interesting that Ezra was very involved in writing, even though they didn't use his script with
Scott Morrison.
With Grant Morrison.
Grant Morrison.
True.
Scott Morrison.
The story is still very much the story that Ezra came up with, and Affleck wrote his scenes or contributed to his scenes or did rewrites for his scenes in The Flash, and Jason said I was one of the writers for Aquaman 2.
Well, and according to Ezra, that his cameo on the Flash TV show was his idea.
That's right, huh? With the whole final.
I mean, I didn't know that when he. I mean, that a couple times I talked to him, he said that to me, and I was like,
and it was
where'd that come from?
It's actually, if you look up, Ezra pitched that in like 2016.
Okay.
But when I say pitched, I mean there's an interview in like 2016 where Ezra said, "Oh, I'm so excited to play this character. I've been doing these bit roles for so long, and it's exciting to be." This is so funny to say, but he's like, "It's exciting to have a character that I'm going to play long into the future, and it's a long relationship with Warner Brothers." But they said something along the lines of like, "Oh yeah, there's a multiverse, and so I think it'd be really cool to have a scene where I meet up with."
He wanted to race with Grant. That's what he even said. He's like, "Yeah, we could race and stuff."
So I think that, but the point is the amount of creative influence that the Snyder cast has in, and I've got a suspicion that Godot. Well, and Patty obviously is involved. Whatever happens with Wonder Woman 3, I feel like they're kind of going to take the reins back a little bit more. Too. But that's not to say I don't think that they are like we're gonna force them to do the Snyderverse. But it is very interesting just how much creative input they have.
And my whole thing, pursuant to this Dan Lin business, is that if that is the case, then I really, really am hoping that you're cluing him in on all of this when he does step into that role.
Oh, 100%.
Because as I've said before, that's my biggest problem. You making moves before you have a boss in place. So now you're saddling them with a plan that they didn't come up with.
Again,
exactly. So if this Dan Lin shit is true,
Dan Lin's got an awesome plan. And in 2 years, when they replace him, we're going to find out all about all the stuff that he had planned.
The Linverse.
You can't even let me have
the Linverse. Linsanityverse.
The Linsanity. Everybody will be bitching and complaining about that verse now.
I mean, did we all read the article? Did we read the Hollywood Reporter piece about Dan Lin? Okay.
Yes.
There were,
big Dan Lin.
Because there were 2 sentences in that fucking piece that were just like, only what I've been fucking saying for the last 2 years.
It's all objective.
No,
Prove it. Go pound sand.
Prove it. I want to see everything that you've said in the last 2 years. Prove it.
Listen here,
Can I get the bingo card? I gotta find the bingo card. I gotta find the Flycast bingo
card. Sorry, you walked into that one, man.
Okay. Fair enough.
We're gonna make DC the gold standard.
To be fair, he said the past 2 years. Anyone? No. That's 5. 10 years.
Yeah, he said very true.
He said 2 years.
I guess I appreciate you guys paying that much attention to what I say.
Exactly. Cheers.
We'll start creating merch.
Hey, that's your calling card. So cheers.
Well,
yeah, get merch going.
Yeah. It's not that hard because
everybody gets one.
Yeah, because it's all subjective and sun, and so there's only 2 other things that it could be.
Okay. All right. Wait. Hold on. Oh my God.
Anthony,
Speaking of Ezra,
Anthony, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Do you believe the stuff that Ezra went and apologized to WB this week?
Do I believe that story? Yeah. Why? I don't know about maybe apologize to them, but I do believe a conversation was had.
Yeah,
I do
a
believe
meeting.
that.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
the part of that article.
I mean, the story is apparently that he went there with his agent and sat down, and that they had a meeting, and that he apologized for his actions to them, expressed to them from his heart how much the character means to him, how much being in that movie means to him, that he's committed to doing what he has to do, what they have to do to rectify things, to get things to be better, and take responsibility and blah 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 blah. Right. So
like nothing seemed like a stretch to me in that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
we know the movie means a lot to him. We've heard that in the police video.
Yes.
Well,
they were taking
the ring itself, man. The ring itself.
Well, like that, plus like some of the when you go back to some of those older videos where he's talking like in detail about the Speed Force and the quantum field, and it's like I buy the line in that article that I really do buy is the one where it was intimating, it was kind of suggesting that they didn't care about the bad press on itself. But that they're motivated. What is it, Travis?
No, Casey got me. He got me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what do you? I don't even know what's happening right now.
No, but just the idea that he's motivated, or that they're motivated by not letting this movie get canceled. I buy that. I do.
And that
I
was
buy
a
that.
frustrating one because everybody, or not. I don't know about everybody, but I saw a few reactions that were, they weren't concerned about the. Like they have no remorse over their crimes,
right.
And then without going into all of that again,
you wrote an article about it that everybody should fucking read. So.
Yeah, I tried my best to just put there's some opinion in there, but I tried my best to just say, here's what they were accused of, here's what the police report says, here's where it stands now. But yeah, check that out, I guess, and on ScreenRant.com.
Cheers.
In my Twitter bio, you can find the link to my all my articles. But they
really
when
that's a girthy slurp right there.
I was just drinking for him. He was promoting his articles. He was promoting his articles. So
that sounded more like a bong rip.
That was so perfect. That was such a perfect sound effect right there. Like
just exhale a puff of smoke after
drinking
that.
the Kool-Aid.
What kind of water bottle is that?
Drinking his ass off Kool-Aid.
It almost sounded like that, right?
It's like the beginning of what is it, Gin and Juice?
Right.
Stop. Please.
All right. Okay. All right.
Dude, a lot of loose skin now.
No.
Just hearing that sound gets me high. My God.
Well, should I do this? They'll be like, hey guys, this is a great conversation. I really appreciate it. Hold on just a second.
Dude,
add some ASMR to your channel.
That really does sound. That really does sound like.
It does.
Oh.
Yes, it does. It very much sounds like that.
Magic 8 Ball says Zaslav's in, man. I'm telling you right now, Zaslav is the man. Hold on. Is Zaslav going to restore the Snyderverse?
Oh my god.
Come on.
Oh boy.
What's it say? It says,
dude, you just
better not tell you now. It literally says, better not tell you.
Enoch, you just created a new character, Stony Scooper. I mean,
there you go.
I tell you what, I brought the 8 Ball on the show the other night. My show, Poindexter Lounge.
And bongs and 8 balls, and you're like,
and and like the super chat started coming in. People wanted to ask the 8 Ball questions.
That's a great gimmick. That's a good gimmick right there.
That is a great gimmick. Yes.
Trademark.
Yeah. Gimmick, I like it. But before we continue, Anthony, you got to take off.
Yeah, man, I got to bounce. I appreciate you having me on. This has been
no, it's always a blast.
Miss you, Anthony.
This has been a blast. Miss y'all too, man. Miss you too, Enoch, man. No, this is I'm probably won't start laughing once I'm gone. But
one for you, buddy.
You guys. I appreciate being on with you guys. Also, Dave, I just sent you a behind the scenes pick of Black Adam in his costume. It's real. But anyway,
no shit.
No,
you did.
Real. It's not real.
You gotta keep the straight face, bro. Yeah. You gotta keep the straight face. You gotta let the punchline hit, and then you break character.
Fucking legit. That's legit.
What is? Oh yeah, yeah. You can show it for a bounce. That's good.
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna say, what is this a picture? Is this a picture of you in your underwear? But it's just the lightning bolt as a banana hammock.
Naked.
This is what I was filming 2 years ago.
Good.
Doc.
He's part of the shoot.
Shazam!
There it is. Yes.
Oh, hey, look at that, dude! You look more like Black Adam than Black Adam. How's that possible?
I don't have the ears or the hairs of the eagle.
Hey, dude, you know what you need to do?
You got good eyebrows though with that.
Anthony,
You have good eyebrows.
Anthony, this fall, you know what you seriously need to do? When Hasbro starts that thing of like you can create a character thing, like it's like was it $40-$50 or whatever, you can create your own, action figure. You just need to get a line of action figures that are all you, bro. Like that'd be awesome. Like and you could take like every action figure that The Rock has ever been, and it would make sense. I want an Anthony Black Adam figure. That's what I want. I want an Anthony Black Adam figure.
That's what he was getting at, Anthony.
That's what I was getting at.
Okay. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen.
What Enoch is saying, he wants to play with you, Anthony.
Yes.
He wants you in his room.
Well, because I mean,
toys.
Anthony said many times he wants to see his thing. It's a massive thing.
Yeah.
And
It gets bigger when he says Shazam, though.
So, Tony. Or Tony.
That's the way I do it.
Anthony, I get asked this all the time, and I just need to check in with you just one more time. People ask me if you're mad at me for using that drop of you.
Which one?
That it's a massive thing, and I want to see his
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
People ask me all the time, like,
hilarious.
is Anthony mad at you for that? And I'm like, I don't think so, but just check in with you.
It's hilarious.
I mean, look at his angry face. Of course he is.
I can see he's so angry.
But David, once again, I appreciate you having me on, and you guys, y'all have a great night. Y'all have fun. And this is what happens when I say Shazam. Shazam!
I like it. Thank you, Anthony. Guys, follow him. That was good stuff.
Cool.
But what were we talking about before that?
I was
Ray was
talking with Anthony
about that, and I was saying that the line about Ezra not caring about the headlines until they learned of the potential that the movie might be scrapped. And when there is a phrase such as Ezra didn't care about the headlines, you can take those two ways. One, they're an evil criminal who doesn't care about the headlines, and the other one is the headlines are not accurate, and they believe that will play out eventually, and they aren't pressed about clarifying matters.
To give an example for that one, Stephen, in BVS, when Clark enters the bathroom, bringing flowers to Lois, he says exactly the same thing. I don't care what they say, you know.
Well, that's because he's a murderer.
That's right. It's because he's an angry, dark character.
He couldn't even beat Thor, so fuck him.
He would not be mighty. He would not be, worthy.
But
he can't lift up the hammer.
No,
so,
not worthy at all.
Obviously, there's
they couldn't even like film him with the Christopher Reeve suit if they wanted to, because the suit would just reject him.
Yeah,
it is the only one.
It would start suffocating him. Ugh.
Yeah,
but yeah, without relitigating.
Plus, he can't smile.
Jeez. Without relitigating the whole Ezra thing.
No, let's do it. Let's do it right now.
It's just
we got plenty of time.
No, just go read my article.
Read the article. Read the article.
But just trying to power through here. So
good luck.
It's never gonna happen, Steven.
There's a lot that we have yet to learn about exactly what happened and what the truth of all that is, and I assume some of it we will over the long run. But the notion of like you have those two options. Either Ezra doesn't care because they are a psychopathic criminal who doesn't care about the headlines, yet they do care about the potential of the movie being lost, or they weren't concerned about them because they didn't think that they would play out over time. Like, you can believe whichever one that you want, but like, maybe that should say something. Maybe Ezra not being concerned about the headlines should give you a little bit of pause to question, why aren't they concerned about the headlines? Maybe there's more to this. Let's see how things play out and we'll know. It's just so wild to me that so many people, like, and this is, and even in my article, if anyone goes and reads it, it's there's things that I don't think are excusable that Ezra has done. So this is not to say like Ezra is like totally innocent and Ezra hasn't made mistakes.
Not an angel.
Ezra hasn't screwed up.
You're not defending him in any way.
Well, I'm contextualizing. I mean, I think what is a defense like?
Well, apparently breathing anything but vitriol towards him,
right,
is a defense.
And so it's I don't know. I without derailing any further, it's just wild that a statement like that can be made, and the automatic assumption is, well, clearly it's because they don't care about anything. They're guilty and they don't care. When like there is another option, and maybe we don't know which one it is yet, but I think that the fact that there is two options should say, let's see where this goes before committing to an opinion on something that we only know about because of hearsay.
I honestly believe that we kind of stumbled on part of why that assumption is being made. Those sharp assumptions are being made a few weeks ago when Chris was on from T3 Media. And you remember that conversation was a little heated for a minute before we finally got to his point at the end of it. And I really do believe that, because he was coming at it from the perspective, as I recall correctly, of treating Ezra as just another like entitled, spoiled white kid that was being saved and protected by the studio system. And I think a big part of the problem is there are people online that cannot reconcile the fact that Ezra Miller is a minority. Ezra Miller is non-binary. So
Jewish.
Right. And so they just look at him and they see white boy and they see getting away with whatever, because they read the false headlines and they just immediately make that assumption. And I do feel like that is kind of the elephant in the room with this.
Because all the pictures everyone is using scream.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Right, I understand. I get it. That's what makes it even more ridiculous. But I really do think that I think that's where Chris was coming from that night, and I think that there are a lot of people that don't maybe they don't even know necessarily that Ezra is non-binary, and they don't think of it in those
maybe
terms.
The point is that shouldn't be the primary.
It shouldn't.
That's not a priori issue when you're evaluating it. It is a very relevant part of the conversation, so I'm not dismissing it. But when discussing, are they guilty? Are they innocent? Did they do right? Did they do wrong? Their protected status or their class qualifiers, their identity factors are a tertiary. First is what happened,
right?
Where did it happen? Who did it happen to?
And I wish that was the case, Stephen, but unfortunately, especially on Twitter, if it looks like this, if it talks like this, it must be this. And so and I just think
the duck, yeah,
right, and I just think that the
word you're looking for there is duck.
Okay,
the password is duck.
All right,
sorry. No.
But I'm not even saying I'm not even going the route of suggesting well, if he were black it would be different. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are people that just are automatically going the other way with it and assuming that they're a monster because everything that they see tells them, oh, this is just another name.
We know. I shouldn't say we know how it would go if he was black, but or if they were black, but you saw how the reaction was to Ray Fisher. None of this stuff is consistent with the more general social discussion about these issues.
No.
Ray comes out and alleges systematic racism and alleges that that men in power were leveraging their abilities against him to discriminate against him for racial purposes. And he's called a liar. He's called a manipulator. He's naive.
A diva who's just looking for their 15 minutes and their career is destroyed now.
Playing the race card, etc.
Right. Cut to him in a play with Samuel L. Jackson and Denzel's kid. So
obviously it's a very different scenario, but the point is that these things are never consistent with
I don't know. Just what I always say is that the discussion, the argument is not about what it's about, or what people are saying is not actually what it's about. I mean, these people, this is mildly hyperbolic, but like 90% accurate. Anybody who is vehemently anti-Ezra, at one point expressed a desire for Grant Gustin to be the DCEU Flash.
No, I hate that. I hate that so much.
That is a fairly consistent perspective amongst the people pushing back, and that doesn't disqualify their perspective on the issue. It's just a interesting coincidence I've found in the way that people are approaching this. It almost seems like the primary lens through which they are making their decisions is not what happened, where did it happen, how did it happen, who did it happen to.
That's higher than 90% as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I was
especially
trying to
on
not
Twitter.
Be hyperbolic, but
no, but you know what though, and I appreciate you not trying to be hyperbolic, but I mean Twitter itself is a gigantic pool of hyperbole. So the because that's another thing that I keep bringing up is like I'm still not seeing this on the general audience is still like Ezra who when it comes to all of this.
That survey came out that said, given the things that Ezra has been accused of, 60 or
42%,
42% of people said it, and I think the questions were if someone did these things.
If someone, it didn't say the Flash, it didn't say Ezra Miller. If someone,
but it's a fair question though that like if someone did these, they should be excluded.
Right.
That it assumes guilt. It assumes multiple things, but the way numbers like that are reported, I don't want to trash the survey because it's valuable data, but the problem with statistics or with numbers is that they can say whatever you want them to say. What's it? Liars, cipher, lies, liars, cipher.
Well, there's also lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah, and so I tweeted about this a little bit, but one of the things that you can pull out from that very same survey is it says only 1 in 5 people, or it says 4 in 5, I think is what it said. 4 in 5 people have not
more than
heard,
3
have not heard. No, it was
less
4.
than 5.
But it was. I'm trying to figure out if it said only 1 in 5 have heard about Ezra Miller's stuff, or 4 in 5 people haven't heard about it. But the point is, only 1 in 5 people had even heard about any of the stuff that Ezra did, and of that 1 in 5, 64% still plan to see the movie.
Right.
So you're talking about less than 20% of people have heard about this, and of that, less than 50%. Less than half of it, so it's about 8% of people, and on surveys like that stuff is always over-reported anyway because they don't filter based on are you planning on seeing the Flash, are you planning on whatever. I think they did say it was filtered by people who frequently do see movies, so it's closer than just a general audience sampling. But people will say when they're asked, "Will you support a movie that has someone who did something morally bad in it?" In the survey, everybody says no, and then when the movie comes out, they'll go and pay for the ticket. Like,
I didn't know that's who you were talking about.
Any single one of those people that is like, no, I would never. If any of them watch the NFL with any regularity, they're fucking hypocrites.
But that's what I'm saying. And this isn't. And it's a common thing in comic book movies where people say, "Well, you're going to buy a ticket anyway," and I need to make sure that this argument is separated from that because it's an easy button kind of like, well, you're going to see it anyway. But I'm saying legitimately, and you see the same thing in electoral polls or whatever. People lie on polls for politics, for elections, for all sorts of stuff, based on how they want to be perceived. They'll say, "Oh, I would never vote for someone who did that," and then they'll go vote for it.
Yeah, people vote for people behind the scenes that like they don't claim to vote for it in public.
Yeah, all the time, and that doesn't mean that like the movie's guaranteed to be $1 billion and everyone was lying. It could be the opposite way. It could be that people said, "Oh, I'm going to see it anyway," don't end up going because going to the movies is a hassle. Like so, people overreport that kind of stuff too. The point is that
on surveys like this, when there is an implied moral imperative, when it's like, ooh, would you see a movie with a rapist in it? People are more inclined to be like, oh, of course not. That's a bad thing to do. But when nobody is standing, if there's nobody standing at the door being like, and what's your name? And you understand that Ezra has been accused of grooming, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. I'm going to, can you sign here, please?
Please fill this out. Yeah.
That's not happening. And so they're going to, so what, when
we're just taking a series of all the people who would actually pay a rapist.
What?
Yeah, like people don't put their names on this stuff.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson's a perfect example.
Just to be clear, you want your money to go in the pockets of somebody who's done heinous acts.
Yeah.
Tell a Cleveland Browns fan they're not going to a game this year.
And your name is
me?
William.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's
Now, William, are you old enough? Well, you're obviously old enough. Yes, William. Okay, we have you down there. But are you coherent? Right.
But
Can you?
so that
Can you hear us?
So that 8% of people who have heard and do care and still plan or and will not see the movie because of this is likely an overreported number, but more specifically, it shows just how few people are actually aware or invested in this. And then besides that, you look at any movie ever, and people don't like. Especially for someone of like maybe Johnny Depp's next movie, it's going to be a big discussion. But like for Ezra Miller, it's not going to be a thing that penetrates the general audience discussion.
Right. Well, and the guy who was it that just brought up Deshaun Watson? Like,
oh yeah, like, Rona right here. Yeah.
Right. No, you know why that's an even more perfect example? Because that's a situation. Two reasons. One, it's a far worse and actually legally there's legally standing crime, like these women, the sexual assault that like he's been accused of, and two, it's so visible. It is like even if you don't follow the NFL, you know what Deshaun Watson has been in trouble for, what he's going to be suspended for, how the NFL is trying to handle it, and yet you will not see a decrease in ticket sales for the Cleveland Browns. You will not see his first game.
I bet he's seen an increase in jersey sales.
Probably.
And I will say, I'm not defending anyone who's buying the jersey, but that's also just talking about what do numbers mean. That doesn't even mean that people are endorsing it. It's just a fact of their name is in circulation more. Right. Therefore, there are more sales. That doesn't mean that everyone that's buying it is even buying it to make a statement.
Right.
That's just a fact of the way numbers behave.
Yeah, well, and that's just to support the point where like trying to come out with that survey and trying to gauge how this is going to affect a movie is like, well, okay, I guess you can do that, but it's still largely unpredictable.
Well, not only that, but per the survey's own numbers, it's going to be a negligible impact. It's going to be it might be 5% of total gross will be impacted. Once again, this is also American audiences who are going to be more aware and care more about these things. So that's 5% of Americans. A movie like this probably going to make at least half of its box office, probably 60% of its box office overseas. So you're talking about 5% of 50% of total box office will be reduced. So that's 2.5%. That's right. Leave it in the box, leave it in theaters an extra week.
Sounds like a flop to me.
Yeah. Well, and listen.
This is even to say like the movie's going to be huge. Who knows how the movie's going to perform? The fact is that the numbers just don't support people aren't going to show up because of Ezra. No, nobody knows, and those that do don't really care. And we're still early enough that like all Ezra has done is said, sorry to anybody I have upset. There has been no response to the actual claims yet from Ezra. All of the defense, all of the reaction, all of the response, all of the counter information or whatever has all been from I guess there's people that know Ezra that are like contributing, but there has been no interview. There's been no official response. WB hasn't made a statement about their reaction to it. And so who will see how effective that is when it comes out. I'm not going to say that it's going to like obliterate it, but right now the entire debate in the status that it has right now is predicated on a one-sided story. So imagine how much that shifts when it's a two-sided story. Even if that second side is weak, that's still going to push the needle more towards the middle.
It's crazy too. Like when you see people that are still like, when I see tweets that are just totally just going, I can't believe this, and they just start naming everything, and it's like, man, if you just take some time to maybe just investigate some of the stuff that's kind of wonky.
Hours complaining, but not 2 minutes just looking into the article.
Look into the article. Look into anything. It's like they've already put it in their heads. It's like, no, he's a monster. He must be stopped and everything. And it's just like, and I see this, and I'm seeing this from like people that are like who are journalists, but they're all just acting on pure emotion. And
you know what part of it, but here, the other part of it, like you said, Stephen, that you were trying not to be hyperbolic about the 90% of people who, wanted Grant Gustin to play him. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Like you just said, you talk about the journalists and the people that are supposed to be. That's a lot of the people that want the Snyderverse and all of its remnants dead, and Ezra's one of them. So they feel like the death of that movie is the death of the evil cult, the death of all the people that have made our lives hell for the last however many years.
You mean the bots?
The bots, exactly. The death of the bots. Right. Yes.
Beep, bop, boop, boop, bop, beep. I know that was one of the things too that was thrown around, was the fact that it's like, okay, so did anybody know who Dan Lin was before this week?
Oh,
anybody?
okay.
No, I'll be honest with you. No.
Ray, you didn't get.
No.
Okay.
So what'd you say, Casey?
That was the Dan Lin reference. He said that.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, what Dave just asked, like, I mean, literally, someone without a name, not Jim Lee.
Yeah.
What we talked about 2 or 3 weeks ago, where we said,
yeah, we talked about
someone
so
you've
many
never
times.
heard of before.
But that's the problem people have with him now. He hasn't done enough. How does he?
He's been working since 2006.
He did the Lego movies. He did Aladdin.
I had somebody respond to me going, I wish it was more of a Feige name. I'm like, when Feige came aboard,
Feige wasn't a Feige name. Feige was Kevin Brennan Feige or something.
The guy was literally like an assistant on stuff,
like
man.
Yes.
The guy was literally an assistant on stuff.
He was working with Lorenzo Di Bonaventura when he was at Warner Brothers. He worked on the George Miller Justice League movie.
That's big. That's big.
Because he said that was his dream project.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The bots thing like overtook that, but I didn't care about that because I did take that as like he didn't even say it. He just laughed. He said, "Oh yeah, the bots." He didn't say like, "Yeah, those fucking bots."
That was Siegel. That was Siegel taking a shot.
And even then, it's just like he didn't really take much bait. But even then, it's still something everyone just jokes about, right? As bots, right? To me, what was important was the stuff before of like, and maybe he's saying that because he's in an interview and he's trying to like talk very nice about it, but still, to me, like that's the one that got away. I like that more than anybody else that could come up and say, okay, it's great. We could still get a good producer, but you're never, we talk about this thousands of times. You're not going to get a Feige, but at least if you're getting someone that still likes the material and it's not just a IP, a brand, which this is still, but still someone that just has some appreciation. I like hearing, it's my dream project.
Absolutely.
Now, who knows? In 5 years, could be, oh, fuck. Big Dan Lin didn't really screw us up. But
he's produced a lot of things, executive produced too. But I mean,
Gangster Squad.
Gangster Squad, the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies, The Box, Terminator Salvation.
This is what we want. This is what you want because look at the variety of the projects that he's been on. Right, look at the filmmakers he's worked. Guy Ritchie, Scorsese. Like seriously.
Guy Ritchie and George Miller. I think these two will come to DC.
Entirely possible. I mean,
George Miller.
It's one of those cases where, like, I had to, like, I'm reading the article, and especially when the whole thing, the 2 sentences I didn't get to read earlier, that because everybody was assuming what I was talking about, but like the part where it says the role would encompass overseeing not just film but television as well, with Lin reporting directly to Zaslav, according to sources. But then here's the best part: the proposed structure would bypass 3 separate division heads, Michael DeLuca, Pam Abdi, Casey Bloys, and Channing Dungey, and put control of DC in the hands of one person. Hallelujah.
But did you
Seriously.
see? Did you see? I
Those
saw
are
people,
Batman
but I saw
movies
people
too.
posting going, "Well, no, they're just going to put him in there, just take up space, just so that Zaslav can control everything." And he has to report to Zaslav, and I'm just like,
well, he's a
Who
CEO.
else would he
exactly,
report to?
Right.
exactly. Like
I
people
mean,
don't understand how. I swear to God, people don't understand how business
I
is
often
done.
report to my
People
boss.
don't. I know
when
people
I
don't
do
understand.
projects.
People don't
No-
understand how these studio things work. They think
Nobody
creatives
says
are the
that-
people who are doing the hiring and the firing. They think that those people are writing the stuff, and it's just like everybody, because everybody's got a YouTube and a podcast.
Okay, I'll go back to how he's. No, let's go back to what Dave and I were talking about. Watch The Offer. Watch The Offer. Look what it's like to get a movie made.
Oh, it's a pain in the fucking ass. Yeah.
It is. But it's funny how like nobody will say so what? So you're telling me that the genius behind the MCU was Bob Iger, not Kevin Feige?
Well,
Feige was
no,
just taking
because-
Iger's orders?
because
Is that what it
people
is?
don't know.
People don't know. That's
anything.
That's it. That's it, man. That's it
Superman
right
and
there.
Thor,
But there's lots of people, Steven, there's lots of people, and we know them. There's lots of people who sound intelligent and they say these things, and there's two people there. There's either the person who tells people what they want to hear, so people cling on to that because, oh, it sounds good. And then there's the other people who come across as articulate, they come across as smart, and they come across as definitive, and they are confident. And so people will buy into that too. And you have polar ends of that, and nobody meets in the middle and goes, hey guys, so this is what is probable. This is what may happen. Let's wait and see. Nobody wants to be that person because everybody wants to make the prediction and get it right, to have that little notch there to say, look, I called it. See what I called? And then it doesn't matter anyways. But then if they get it wrong, because you take a chance, right? Because people say, well, why would somebody just take a chance like that if they do? Because if you get it right, you get all this clout and you get people to go, oh, look, but see that one thing that they got right? Oh my gosh. And you can live off of that forever on the internet. But the other, but if you get it wrong, all you got to do is move the goalpost a little bit and go, well, that was a situation then. Now it's a situation.
The dirty secret is that nobody actually cares. There's all this drama surrounding it, but like you don't like there's
nobody cares in the real world. It's like when I talk about movie stuff outside of here, people are like, well, want. You can see their eyes glass over when
like,
I'm talking about Snyder Cut and Superman and like Star Wars and stuff. And people are like, and I just have to look and go, I'm very sorry, my head is filled with Star Wars news and like Star Wars like lore, and I apologize because I just go on autopilot.
Right.
Oh yeah, I had one of my uncles.
It's so,
with one of the
you know,
newest
it's
Marvel movies. He asked if
conversation
Zack
with
Snyder
coworkers.
directed it. Sorry.
And then that sets off a chain reaction, doesn't it, Dave?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, Zach did this thing. Well, what happened there, Dave?
Have you heard of
Because
Rebel
he
Moon?
knows, like I interviewed Zack, so he was like, oh no, it was the Batman. He goes, did Zack Snyder direct the Batman? I'm like, no.
I like that one.
Yeah. So anyway,
and there, I think, especially with like we talked about this a little bit like back when I was pitching like the idea of like Alan Heinberg as the
Which wasn't a bad idea. I like that.
You were pitching it.
Well, pitching, but the
I love it because Dave loves
Seriously,
it. That's why I love it. Because Dave
I love
loves
it. I love it.
There's a people like to attribute success or failure, especially in Hollywood, to one person. Right now, Zaslav is that person, or Snyder, and everything failed because of Snyder. Before, now it's failing because of Zaslav, or it was failing before, or is succeeding because of Snyder, and then it was failing because of Hamada and Johns, and now it's succeeding or whatever it is. I don't know, but when you're talking about like producers, this is one of those big areas where people have like really strong opinions without like the first question is, well, what does a producer do? Like that's not a part of this discussion. It's like, what are the responsibilities? Well, to make good DC movies. No. Back up. Like what they read scripts, they maintain relationships with talent. I mean, maybe they read scripts. Not all of them even read scripts. Some of them read scripts. Some of them have people who read scripts for them, and then you can't have an opinion on this. I mean, clearly you can. You shouldn't have an opinion about any of this unless you know where does a producer's responsibilities start and end. Where does a director's responsibilities start? And I've taken one film class, Film 101, at junior college a decade ago.
and this was like the first.
You're
thing we talked
qualified
about.
to lead DC yourself.
And this is like the first lesson is like, what does the director do? What does the cinematographer do? What does the producer do? What does the composer do? What is like, and these are all like I don't know. Like Marvel Studios gives a really weird, skewed perspective of this because Kevin Feige has like a lot more hands-on creative control. But even that's still within like he's not writing, like he has ideas, but like he's not writing these pages. Like nobody's ever like, oh, Kevin Feige wrote that page of dialogue. He'll just say like, oh, this is a cool idea, and then the writers write that, and then the director interprets it on screen.
Right.
But also that's way more of a like dictatorial approach. A lot of producers,
it's a writer's room essentially.
But also you're going to get like different types of producers. You'll get producers who say like, this is the kind of thing we want to make. Let's bring in the type of creatives that will do this, and then let them do their work. And then there's other producers. I mean, like look at George Lucas as a producer. Yeah, sure, he's credited as directing the first Star Wars, and he directed the prequels. But really, what he does is he's a producer. He's a manager.
Yeah.
Of people. He brings people into a room and he says, this is what I would like to make. I don't know how to make it, but I would like it to be something like this when it's done.
Hold on. He doesn't know how to make it.
That's one of the reasons that subjectively speaking, the original trilogy is top notch because he didn't direct all three of them.
Yes.
He brought in Irvin Kershner, who was an acclaimed director. He brought in Richard Marquand, who at the time was an acclaimed director. And
he brought Lawrence Kasdan,
right?
Yes,
to write, Empire and
right. So yeah,
you guys are my spirit animal. Yes.
Yeah. So no, but no, too much of the dude. Listen, you said you took one film class. I studied it for 2 years, but completely validate all of the shit that you're talking about, and these are things that Joe fucking checkmark doesn't know.
The point of that isn't
Twitter.
even like the point of that isn't even like to lay down like a certification card.
No, right.
I'm not pulling rank. I'm just saying like
right. No,
this is a if you want to understand how this shit works.
Right.
That's the first thing you need to understand is like, what
Absolutely.
does a producer do? What does a studio head do?
Yes.
And so, like when you're talking about Dan Lin and like what's he gonna do? Well, where does his responsibilities start and end? What as a producer, how involved is he normally? Is he on set? Is he
like how people complain?
And that's precisely why, listen,
like everyone wants to look at one movie on their IMDb and be like, "This is what they're going to turn everything into." And it's like,
and that's exactly why, like on the surface, I can read this article and I can hear this and there is a part of me that is like, "Fucking finally, this is happening." But by the same token, there's the other part of me that's like, "Well, I got to wait and see how they play this out." Because we don't know what those responsibilities, we don't know how much, because I still believe that there has to be a PR component for it. And that was another thing that I took out of the podcast that he did, apart from the Tatiana Siegel bullshit with the bots, the George Miller thing, but then also the fact that he was talking in a podcast interview. And I heard him
about DC.
I heard him say more words in one podcast clip than I've ever fucking heard Walter Hamada or Toby Emmerich say in the last couple of years. So it's like, okay, from a PR standpoint, maybe this dude can get on stage at Hall H eventually in the coming years and be the Feige PR role in that regard.
But maybe. To your point, Ray, like he was articulate, and and the fact is, like when he was telling the story about George Miller's Justice League movie, it was like that was the one that got away, and then like how it was like I made Lego Batman to be able to get back there. And I'm like, good for you. I freaking love the Lego Batman
was awesome.
movie.
Lego Batman was really good. Yes.
So yeah, if anybody who hasn't heard it, I mean, this is what it is right here.
In your resume, what's the one franchise out there that you covet that you wish was yours?
Honestly, Tatiana DC was the one that got away.
There it is. It's got away.
This in 2008, I was producing Justice League, and it was with George Miller directing, and my family in Australia. I was going to have a very different life, and I was going to basically oversee the DC franchise. That got away. Why I wanted to make Lego Batman is my way of getting back to DC, but it's in a very different way. But yes, I would say that's the one that I wish. One of the things I wanted to see that would have been really exciting.
Yeah, if only your career would work out. That's too bad.
That's what my wife said, Jen. She said, "You've done DC, you've never done Lego, you've never done it. You wouldn't have done both homes, so, things happen.
I mean, completely.
And that is crazy Snyderverse fans.
Oh boy. Yeah. See, and that's where
Right,
people
see,
go.
and
Yeah.
that's where he picked up on her being a
Yes.
snarky little whatever and just decided to roll with that for a second. But no, if anyone who like responsibly listens to that audio, we're hearing good things. We're hearing things that potentially could be in our favor. But again, as I also said, like I wanted it to be a no name, and I wanted it to be somebody that has a plan and sticks to it with the risk. I'm willing to accept the risk that Dan Lin ends up making decisions that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm willing to take that risk. I just want him to have a plan and stick to it.
I agree.
Can I ask you guys a question, because I haven't talked to you
No,
guys since.
no.
Okay.
Next
All right.
question.
Well, take a little swig off your thing, and then.
It's even better if I do this, right? It's like, hold on, guys, I got a question.
It is. It really is.
Got a cough.
All right, I got a question now.
So look, man.
All right,
You're
man.
late for work.
I wasn't even supposed to be here.
All right. So,
But I got high.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm really close to the camera right
Are
now.
people watching this?
I can see you. I can see you.
All right, I'm here. No, I hit the mute button there. But it's like that. Okay. No, seriously though. Okay, so with all that came out last week though, with like Zaslav, there were all kinds of people who were upset about it, with all the cuts and things going away and everything. I mean, like, what are you guys some of your opinions? Because look, I get it. It sucks, right? It sucks to see things go away, but on the other hand, I look at it and I go, well, everything ever created is not just going to be made available to us in perpetuity, that like it's just always going to be there and it should just be on one streaming service and this is just what we should have and whatnot. And I find that people like aren't understanding the ideas of why, and I've said this a bit, is that there's a reason why Warner Brothers has been sold so many times in the last decade, right? For making those same decisions and not wanting to let go of things that they probably needed to let go of and let go for a time. And the thing is like with some of these programs, or even the Batgirl movie, it sucks. Like from a creative standpoint, I get it. It sucks from a creative standpoint to work on something very, very, hard and love it and want the public to see it, and then it's not there. And I've done projects like that, and I'm sure other of you guys have done projects where you've worked on them. Maybe they didn't see the light of day, whatever that was. But the reality is that everything that we create doesn't get to shine, and who knows what those things are. But there's no point in just dropping money after bad money after bad money if you're not going to recoup it. And there may be like there was what's the train cartoon that everybody's
Thomas the Train.
The little engine that could.
The train cartoon, the anime. Yeah, whatever it was. That everybody was like, pissed off because they pulled it off of YouTube and they pulled it off of everything, and they're like, you can't get it anymore and stuff. And it's like, I get it, it sucks. But in the same token, like somebody said, well, it's got 6 million views on YouTube. And I said, well, that's great. It sounds like a lot, except for I just watched a video because I've been fighting yellow jackets outside my house for the last week. And I was looking up videos on like how to get rid of yellow jackets in my yard. And I came across a video of a guy who just purposely gets stung by this wasp in like China. And it's got like 59 million views. So like that dude is more popular than that show, like according to that logic, And so to me, and I'm interested to hear you guys' opinion, because to me, it's like, I'm actually happy that somebody's finally standing up and going, look, we got to make good business decisions, because if we ever want to have a Warner Brothers that's able to invest in creative things again, that's able to put good money into good writers, into good things that are actually going to come to fruition, and not just try to green light every project just to get in something so that the corporate structure gets a bonus right then. then we have to purge some things, and it sucks, but that's just the way I kind of look at it.
The metaphor that I was using this week, and I was explaining it to someone else, it reminds me kind of like if someone has a self-inflicted gunshot wound, like they shoot themselves in the leg, and they get rushed to the hospital, and the doctor has to amputate the leg to save them. And they come out of surgery, and it's like, how dare you amputate that leg? They needed that leg. That was
I think that's a terrible analogy.
It's like, it was fine before you shot it. Like, and I'm not, the leg is, I'm not referring to a specific project with the leg. I'm saying, like, the company. Like, sometimes, like, I don't know. And we went over this weeks ago with Batgirl, and there's multiple different, I have multiple different minds about it, but I think the number one big thing is that this is a business that is making business decisions behind closed doors, and we're finding out about some of them at times that are not always communicated and chosen by the business. Like, we are not the business. We are people that are observing the business. We are not in the boardroom. We are not in the meetings. These are not things that, like, someone is just stepping into an office and being like, oh, by the way, we're canceling Batgirl now. Like, right. And so, and everybody feels the need to and wants to have an opinion on all of this stuff immediately. Like, I think the Batman animated, what was that?
Oh, Cape Crusader.
Cape Crusader is a really, really good example that comes out.
I blame you, Dave. I blame you.
But that's a really. So when that news first came out, everyone was mad because they thought it was being canceled. And then it turned out it wasn't being canceled; it was just being shopped to other services. And then people were like, "Well, why wouldn't they want this for HBO Max?" And then I think THR finally published today, and they were like, "Well, because Warner Brothers believes that this will be more profitable and get more exposure and be more viewed, make the company more money on a different service." It's not a judgment of the creative value. They're just saying this is a product that will be more beneficial for us somewhere other than HBO Max. But everybody initially, A, didn't have the information all correctly, B, didn't understand why the decision was being made, C, was convinced it was the wrong decision, and then it turns out that the decision making had nothing to do with what people. First of all, the decision wasn't what people thought it was. Second of all, it wasn't for the reason people thought it was. And third of all, it turns out that they were actually doing it because the shows do have value and do have an audience and can offer something somewhere else. Like, why does it matter if it's on HBO Max or not? That's just a,
Well, look at Sandman.
That's just a medium.
No, thank you, Dave. Look at Sandman. Like, you can't just dismiss the medium. The medium does matter in certain cases. In a lot of cases.
Well, no, but I'm not dismissing the medium. I'm saying, like, Sandman is great. A lot of people enjoyed Sandman, and Warner Brothers is profiting from Sandman because they made money from it. Like, it's not like they're like, no, we're not going to do that, and then it's making money separate from them. They're making licensing and all sorts of money from that being on Netflix. And if it was on HBO Max, it wouldn't have the same viewership because HBO Max is smaller.
Right.
And so I don't know the numbers, so I'm not going to definitively say. I can guarantee it wouldn't have the whatever hundreds of millions or of hours of views
right.
it has.
Well, and it's not just because of it's not just because of the numbers. It's also because of the general perception that Netflix still has over HBO Max and over all the other streamers, regardless of what people want to say about the Disney.
HBO Max is not even in all countries, so that instantly just dismisses that.
Yeah.
So, but
It's gonna go.
Let's go ahead.
I was just going to go to Netflix.
Inash and I have disagreed on this before. So because here's the thing, it's like I am somebody that understands the business reason. I know exactly what David Zaslav was doing. That doesn't mean it's a good decision. And I think the problem is that when we talk about good and bad business decisions, we have to remember that good and bad, like it or not, is still subjective.
Well, but good or bad is determined by the outcome.
Yeah, which we won't know for a few years,
Right.
That's why I'm on.
Yeah, not by the feeling that we have because we missed the thing.
Okay, but that's why you can't call it a good decision either.
But you can't call it a bad decision. It's a decision, and some
we
people
can
think
say
it's
what
good,
we
and some
think.
people think it's
Yeah,
bad.
we can have an opinion on it. You can have an opinion on one side of it, and I can have an opinion on the other side. I just know people who've gotten really hot and debated about it.
Oh yeah,
dude, I did a profanity laced episode of Sun Just Stone on my Patreon the day that Batgirl got canceled, and the primary reason that it still pisses me off is not because, listen, I understand everything you're talking about with respect to not everything sees the light of day, and we've all worked on it. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. The problem is that when you bought this company, when you inherited all of its problems, and one of its biggest problems is perception. And I'm sorry, you don't get a pass for that. You don't get a do-over for the perception that this company has in terms of how it's treated creatives in the past. You don't. So the problem, when you decide to be cutthroat, when you decide to cut Batgirl off at the knees, when you decide to not pay royalties and cut out all this stuff for the animated stuff on HBO Max, when you decide to do that, and when you get directors and actors and producers and creatives talking about how bullshit it is and expressing their strong emotions over it, it's going to look like you are not really that different than Toby Emmerich or Walter Hamada or anybody else that's as far as the Zack Snyder.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. When you're doing the exact when you're doing the exact opposite, though. When you're doing the exact opposite of what those people that you just said.
Okay, but
like
no,
because you have to change the company as a whole from the inside out
by the decisions of the previous
you can't put yourself like we have to put ourselves in that position of what they're doing. So like if they don't do anything about it, then what was the point of buying it?
But
just leave it alone and let Warner Brothers go off into the sunset where nobody gets anything ever again, because they're going to run themselves into the ground where it's going to go bankrupt, and all those people are still going to get fired, all those shows are still going to get canned, all those things are going to get done, but the only problem is we're not going to have anything on the outcome because if they're throwing money, if they just keep throwing money, it's like anything. Everybody has a budget. Everybody has a budget, right?
Yeah, but money was already spent on it. But see, this is the problem that we had before Enosh.
But you'd have to spend more money on it, though.
Okay, but the project existed, and here's the problem: you can say that they're doing something differently, but what's not different is you pulled the rug out from under creatives. That's what's not different. That's what you're doing exactly like what the previous regimes did, and you can't just ignore that. You can't just
But if creatives create something that does not resonate with the public at large, and it's draining,
but the public at
and
large
it's a drag.
hasn't seen it.
But I'm not even talking about Batgirl. I'm not even talking about Batgirl, dude. I'm talking about all these other projects that have been let go.
Zack Snyder's Justice League was called unwatchable.
I get that.
Zack Snyder's Justice League was called unwatchable.
That's fine, but it also wasn't completed, was it?
Okay, but neither.
Listen, I mean, I got to be honest, right? And somebody tried to throw that in my face this week. Said, "Well, what if they came back, Enosh, and said that Zack Snyder's Justice League was going to get taken off of HBO Max?" And you know what I looked at him and said? If the numbers determined that nobody is watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it does not make sense for them to have space for it on there, which I don't believe, but if that was the case, I would have to accept it. But I've got 5 copies in different formats of whatever it is. Because
where's my copy of Batgirl?
I don't know, man. Because
that's what I'm saying. We were robbed. But you want to know why people are upset? It's because from a subjective standpoint, we as fans once again were robbed of the opportunity to make that decision for ourselves.
Yeah, but then you got people like RJ Marvel Maniac though in there in the chat talking about Infinity Train, which was a show that people did see, but now are just mad because it's getting vaulted.
Okay,
because that's fine. They can be mad, but to call David Zaslav evil,
that's how they feel.
Evil.
Okay. I mean, what?
I'm just saying. I think that if we go there, we're
something that
we're missing the point of like why people have to. That like Steven said, there are decisions that are made that we're not privy to. So our emotions are getting the best of us, and we're acting like it's Dr. Evil.
Fandom.
I know, I get that, but it doesn't make it right. I'm a fan too, dude. I'm a fan too.
Ray, I would say that you say that you understand business perspective, right? And yes, definitely we all do. And I do understand being upset. Like I was upset seeing it being canceled, but I understood the decision because look, you give the example for Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? Even that movie wasn't done because they cared about creative vision and stuff. They were doing it for business purpose and to make more money from that. So if they were put in the position where they got, given this movie that had Keaton in it and their plan was not to use Keaton, or whatever other reasons are, you don't want to finish the movie, or you don't want to, you want to make all DC movies theatrical event movies now, but Batgirl doesn't fit that, whatever reason you give it, right? You got given this movie and you don't want to spend more in this project that you don't believe in. Not saying that it's bad, just that there are a lot of factors. So what do you do as a business, right? Like I'm sure that, being the CEO, their, decision making was the toughest on them, because they were the one making the decision. And the hard choice.
Yes, it's very tough on David Zassel's bank account. Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
look, that's easy to say. That's easy to say though, because that's easy to say because he's the CEO. But the thing is to act like for us to act like they just don't care about the creatives.
Yeah.
Like when the reality is that so if you have to let anybody go, does that mean you just don't care about them? If you can't afford them anymore, or if the thing is a drag on the company and you need to clear something away. Like the hardest thing to ever do is to clean up a budget and to look at it and go, this is what we can live without. This we don't want to do without this. Look, I have a million toys in my house, but the thing is, at the end of the day, if I look at my bank account and I don't have money for that cool thing that I want to buy, I can't buy it. And there comes a time where you go, I've got all this stuff, but I need money for other things, so I might have to get rid of something that I really like and sacrifice that thing, because if I don't, I'm not going to have a house to put it in.
But for Zaslav, we are like imagining that, people are imagining that he was just sitting in his office one day and decided to just cancel it,
No, I'm not imagining that at all, Casey. That's not where I'm coming from.
But
with this
I'm sure this as CEO and, of course you said like perspective is also important, right? And perception is important. So
perception is reality.
Yeah. So look, he has to prove to the new people that he is doing what's best for the company, right? So in order to do that, if he has this project, he can't just, sit there and say, let's cancel it, because he knows more than anyone, he knows how big a decision that is. And before taking that decision, of course, he will spend hours trying to figure out how else can this go. Like it doesn't happen like with a blink of an eye.
Scott, say something. You've been.
I know Scott.
Go ahead.
Scott's
Go
been
ahead.
wanting to say something for a little bit.
Go ahead.
He's making like signs where like he's like a third base coach. Like,
yeah, steal third, and then let's go.
Okay, thoughts I've been having through all of this talking when I've been trying to inject at some point. Okay. Going back to the idea of the Batgirl perception, all that. One comment that I will make, and once again, I'm trying to sit back and be like, okay, these are just like what I'm seeing. One of the bad perception issues that come with what you guys have been saying was the news that Leslie Grace, the directors, they read about it in the trades like we did.
Yeah,
that sucks.
That does.
I mean, that's
bullshit.
I mean,
yeah, they got CM Punk'd. Yeah, that sucks.
It also came out from New York.
Like that's one where it's like, okay.
Random article.
So it's one of those situations where it's like, that's where it's like, the business stuff, yeah. But you could at least, you know, tell them.
Right.
That's one part there. The other part that when Enosh kind of started this, snowball, rolling down the mountain.
Sorry.
Thinking about all the products that
I'll go back to making pot jokes.
Removed.
I'm sorry.
No, but
make the noise again.
I'm being serious.
Enosh, drink it.
Behave.
Oh, damn it.
Shh. Mute his mic. But the point I wanted to bring up, and because while there are things that got pulled off of HBO Max that I was like, well, that sucks. Yeah. My personal emotional reaction to, now my 2-year-old can't watch the Not So Late Show with Elmo because he freaking loves Elmo. And my wife was like, well, that's terrible. She loved that. She loved having that show to watch with her son. And if the numbers weren't that high, I get that. What I don't know, so this is where I'm having to stand back. Like some of the movies that got pulled off, they're not gone because you can still buy them. Like the idea was you don't stream them anymore on HBO Max, because you can now, if you're interested in them, you can go to a digital retailer and purchase them. I think almost all of those movies, 3 weeks ago that were HBO Max originals got pulled off are now available for purchase. And so that's so.
Well, it's just like the Sesame Street thing. Everybody's like, "Oh my God,
they don't get vaulted."
They cancel Sesame Street, and I'm like, no, they just removed 200 episodes, which is probably due to residuals and all kinds of stuff that they have to,
thousands of episodes of Sesame Street.
Hey, you had your moment. Wait. Okay, Stoner. No. Stoner, go relax.
I was just echoing.
But my point is that I do not feel informed enough to go in and go, okay, this stuff got pulled off. Okay. Reasons, like Dave mentioned, residuals, which that's kind of like that would suck for the person who's looking for that, residual check. But then also, I also don't know, with services of this size, with corporations of this size, when I'm thinking about server space and, what does it cost? How much are they or are they not saving by pulling this programming off? And that's where I have to go. I'm not going to have an opinion about this because I still need to educate myself on some of these ins and outs, because I will be frank, with the exception of about 2 or 3, the movies aside, like a week ago when there was like that whole list of this week, magically, all this stuff is going to suddenly disappear off of HBO Max. And like I said, the one thing that upset me was, the Elmo show, because I had a personal stake in that show. I will be frank and go, the rest of that stuff was like, I had never heard. I would say 90% of those titles I had never heard of. I was not aware of. I did not know they even existed on the service, which also tends to be a tripping mark for a lot of streaming services. Is they have so much stuff, you don't actually know it's there unless you take the time to put on the snorkel and start doing the deep dive into the service. And that was easy to do during the pandemic when we were all home all day, and you were just kind of well, what's here? Now that life is semi quasi majority back to normal for a majority of us, fuck it, I work, I don't have time to do the deep dive. So I go back to my original point is, does it suck for these people? Yes. But I'm not sitting here defending or criticizing business moves for business reasons, because I don't know the ins and outs of costs, how this work. Is it a drop in the bucket? Is it a major expense? What goes into all of this? So I'm not getting hot under the collar, only because I'm sitting back going, there's a whole lot of plate spinning and factors in play that I personally need to get educated on.
Okay, before Steven talks for the next 30 minutes, let me just respond to what you were saying, because the one thing that you said that I agree with, you're not informed enough. You don't have enough, and I guess that's probably the crux of my issue, is that you inherited a company with a perception problem, and then you didn't bother to give better explanations on why you decided to cut all of this stuff, why you decided to be cutthroat. And I'm not saying you got to give everybody budget breakdowns and go into all the nerdy numbers that the general audience doesn't care about, but you have to give us something more than we're protecting the brand. And give us a concrete, if Batgirl didn't fit into your plan, your 10-year plan that you have for the future, just say that. Just say, we're changing our plan. This movie no longer fits in it. As far as but give us more than just vagueness. That's the problem.
Elmo.
He's gone now.
Yeah,
Sorry, I tried to do a laugh.
but no,
Yeah.
it's I don't know.
Elmo doesn't like that.
By the way, Scoob 2 is still being finished apparently.
But not
Oh, yeah.
necessarily released. We can talk about that in a minute. But
Right.
I have more thoughts on that.
Oh, someone's got a scoop on that.
Well, it was in the THR's Heat Vision newsletter. But what I was going to say was, and actually, it's going to be 30 minutes. But I'll start by saying it's not going to be 30 minutes.
30 minutes later, an hour later.
All right.
One of the things that clarified a lot of this for me this week, just in terms of like how I perceive it, is Zaslav and Discovery and Warner Bros. Discovery committed like with the purchase to cutting $3 billion in spending. So that's a bright line. You're gonna meet that somehow. You're gonna fire people. You're gonna cut content. You're going to wind down services. You're gonna cut CNN Plus or whatever it was called. And
yeah, that's exactly what it was called.
And I don't know enough to say what should I have my preferences and like what I would like to see go, but like Inash was saying, when like if you've got a budget, some like if you're going through a budget and I'll look at my streaming services and I'm like, well, I've got to get my streaming spend down to X dollars, so I've got to cut a service. None of them are going to be the service that I want to get rid of. There's going to be something on all of them that I can't get rid of Hulu because I like Prey. I can't get rid of HBO Max because that's got DC stuff on it. And Zack Snyder's Justice League. I can't get rid of Netflix because that's got Sandman on it. The one that I choose to get rid of can't be a reflection of my valuation of it as good or bad, so much as even good stuff has to go when you have a total amount to reach like that. And so they're cutting stuff not because it's necessarily bad or even because it's not profitable. It's because or I don't know, maybe it's profitable. I don't know, but the point is that there's so many things that we can say about, well, we liked that, or that shouldn't have happened, or it shouldn't have happened that way, and that can all be valid. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, you got to find that $3 billion somewhere. You can cancel one Batgirl, or you can cancel a dozen Infinity Trains, or however whatever the proportional budget is. But someone's losing their job, someone's losing their project, and it sucks. Like I don't mean to say it I'm saying that because like I don't mean to be flippant about it. I mean I've been I've been on both sides of that exchange before, and it's not fun to lose a job, to lose a project, to tell someone they're losing a job, they're losing a job or losing a project, but when like we could say Batgirl was the wrong decision. Well, fine. So who are you gonna fire instead? Like what movie are you gonna cancel instead? And I'm not saying that therefore
Hamada.
Batgirl was the best decision. Right? Yeah, sure. But that's not so. Okay, so that's what's his salary? Like $1 million? I don't know. But so you've got 299 million left, or my math is so bad. But yeah, you've got hundreds of millions left now that Hamada's cut out. So what's next? Like you've got to stack that Jenga tower or destack. I don't know. Ignore my metaphors. But the point is that a lot of stuff has to go. A lot of services, a lot of people, a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of projects in order to hit that $3 billion number. Now, is that $3 billion the wrong number? That's a discussion that I don't have the expertise to know, but that would be the argument there, though, right? The argument is either $3 billion is too much or you cut the wrong things. But whether or not Batgirl is good or bad or right or wrong is I don't think the decision even reflects on that so much as something was going to go, or not something, lots of things had to go, and lots of good things and good people were going to lose out because of it, and Batgirl is just one of the things that fell below that line. But this is what happens. Like
I don't think that people fully appreciate the dire straits that Warner Brothers was in when they got purchased by Discovery. But I mean, very much it's being like, this is almost being scrapped for parts. I mean, this is a maybe that wasn't necessary. I haven't seen the books. I'm not an accountant. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, like, when you acquire a company like this and take such drastic action, it's not because they're a cash cow and you're now gonna reap the benefits of all of it. It's because you're getting, the good parts that you can get out of it and getting rid of the bad parts. But you can't wait around a few years to wait and see what happens, because you're talking about, there's if you don't fire 100,000 people today, you're gonna have to fire 1 million people tomorrow.
Okay, so then all right, we're not accountants and we're not math majors, but just answer me this: if that is all true, or regardless, never mind that. Explain the lack of confidence investor wise. Explain why their market cap and their stock is plummeting the way that it has since all of this started.
I mean, stock prices fluctuate all the time.
I get that, but I'm just saying why if these in a business sense, I understand that it's fluctuating. I'm not saying it's going to stay low, but
when companies lay off and cut stuff, stock always drops. It's either accumulation or it's losing value, but people are getting rid of it because firing people, cutting products is a sign of weakness.
Okay,
and that's the way the market will always. The market will always react that way. And then so some people are buying at this time. There are people that are taking advantage. They're buying, you buy low and sell high, right? So if it looks like it might drop, you sell. If
the Motley Fool actually recommends buying HBO Max stock right now, it does for that reason, for exactly what you just said.
Yeah, because so some people are going to anticipate that this will pay off long term. And this is not a financial advice podcast. You should not have listened to any of the.
Stephen's telling you to buy low, sell high.
But
the services, there are no guarantees made. The services rendered on this stream are better than worse or any other services rendered on any other streams.
But yeah, no, I mean, stock price is always gonna, like, I don't, and I may be wrong on this, but I don't know if I've ever seen huge layoffs or huge budget cuts accompanied by stock increases. That is always accompanied by a drop, which really drops are not actually always value decreases so much as just a sign of activity. A drop means that it's being sold, but if it's being sold, it's also being bought, right? So it is changing hands, and whether or not the people who are buying right now end up having made the right decision, I mean, we'll find out, I guess. But I think that's kind of what we're saying is whether this is a good or bad decision will play out in the long-term valuation.
Right.
But stock was going to go down no matter what. It's going to go up. It goes up with a purchase. It goes down with cuts.
So I understand. I understand the perspective of, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's see it play out. I understand that perspective. What I don't understand the perspective of is being happy that something different is happening more than the previous regime. That's what I don't get. That's something you said, Enosh. You said that you at least looked at this and you're happy that they're not continuing to make the same decisions that the previous regime made. That's what I don't get.
With the decision we're not happy that the decisions are being made or need to be made, but we're happy. Or if I assume Enosh and I are on the same page on this.
I'm not supposed to talk right now anymore, so I'm just gonna sit here.
But no, Enosh, you may talk.
Okay.
No.
I didn't know.
You've been granted.
My time was.
I know,
allotted.
I feel
you're out of the penalty box. I had to put you in the penalty box, but it's okay now. Come play on the ice.
And I'll let
put my sunglasses on. I can be a different person altogether. Okay.
But what makes me, I don't even want to say happy, but what gives me a sense of
hope,
confidence, or
Is it like
what I appreciate about it is that this is the kind of shit that like they wouldn't do. Like the reason they are in this position is because they didn't make these decisions earlier. They chased the Netflix debt model, and it didn't pay off for them in the same way, and now they are reversing that trend. And I don't believe that doubling down on the old strategy would have paid off, and I don't believe waiting to see the old strategy played out would have paid off. They made a lot of bad, Hamada made, you look at what they did with Joker. Like, that's the kind of thing that the kind of decision that was being made, where they're signing away.
I'm not saying, well, and to clarify, I am not defending the incompetence of the previous regimes whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I get it. To speak my own comment on that, it's not that I'm happy that people are being fired. Obviously, I mean that sucks, and I've been there. And that stinks. And whether it's a good reason or a bad reason, it doesn't matter. Like, there's still decisions to be made. There's still things to be done, and you got to go on from there. What Steven was alluding to, though, is I feel like Warner Brothers before was almost like the person who's like, ooh, I see that back in the day, there's a couple comic books that made a lot of money. I'm going to invest in comic books. And I'm going to get all these comic books with the idea that one day we're going to sell them. And the reality is you got to do it because you love it, and because you're going to make good. You're going to make you want good quality stuff, not just because you think it's going to be worth something one day. And that's the problem. There's just so many properties that were being greenlit hand over fist, and the last regime was greenlighting things that really shouldn't have been greenlit. It shouldn't have been. Shouldn't have gone into production because it didn't. And I know we can debate
the payday loan metaphor for the way they greenlit stuff.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
there'd be bad news, and they'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna do this movie," and like 90% of the slate existed purely for them to prove they didn't suck.
I really have a problem with continuing to hit home the idea of there were greenlighting things that shouldn't have been greenlit. You don't make that decision for me, and no one should make that decision.
How am I making that decision for you?
Because you're telling me
my opinion.
Oh, yeah, but here's the problem, Enosh, is what you're saying is that you're saying from a business standpoint, they are no longer greenlighting things that shouldn't be made. There's no objective measure for that. There's no business measure for that.
I think there's a measure, Ray, in looking at the past of like how their projects have not panned out and how things have gone. I mean, over time, dude. Like, and the perception of DC is that it's a joke. I love DC. You love DC. Look, we can disagree about a lot of different things, but we know, dude, you and me, brother, if we're talking DC, we love DC. We love DC products. We love the characters. We love those things. But the honest truth is that the perception in public right now is that DC sucks. If they're a joke, good, bad, or indifferent, okay? We're not saying it's right? But the thing is Warner Brothers has put itself in a position through bad management, through greenlighting things that shouldn't have been greenlit, and that's just honest, by doing things like circumventing Zack Snyder back in the day and putting out Justice League, right? By screwing around with David Ayer's Suicide Squad, with doing all those things, they've made horrible decisions one after another, and now we're at this point. So the thing is that at the last minute they're like, hey, we got this plan, and I think we don't know exactly how the plan was working, right? Yeah, but we can look at some of the things. We say, okay, they're bringing Michael Keaton back. They're going to put Michael Keaton in this movie. They're going to put Michael Keaton in this movie. They're banking on this nostalgic kind of thing. We're going to do this Flash movie, whatever, But in the meantime, we're going to throw stuff like Wonder Twins because that's what people want, right? And we're going to make like all these like weird decisions that they don't really form something that we can look at and go, they are making strategic positional decisions to position DC as being something to be taken seriously, and they're putting a lot of thought and effort into this. Now look, Batgirl could have been a great movie, Ray, but the thing is
I am tired of hearing that. I'm sorry,
it could have been.
I'm tired of hearing that, though.
Well, I don't know what you want to hear then, because I'm saying it could have been a good movie. But let's say it was a great movie. Let's say it was a great movie, but the way that it was shot, with the story that it was shot with, is no longer where they're going. Now you can make the argument, Ray, and that's what I feel. Okay, Ray, and I will support Ray. And here's what I'm saying, buddy. But I will support that idea.
Though? If we're going to criticize the new administration for not spelling out why they're making these changes, where did they make the case for why Batgirl was so essential to what they're doing? And this is not me even saying
again,
that
Stephen. I'm not defending the previous. I
know, but,
can't
but
make
that.
Ray,
I will defend the new administration is failing for not explaining why they're canceling it. When Walter Hamada, I haven't heard him give a single word over why any of these projects.
Okay, but you have to be better than the previous. You have to be better than. You have to be better. You have to do. If we're talking about doing what the previous iteration did not do,
Ray, I will give you that. I will stand beside you, Ray. Ray, I will stand beside you and say, you know what? You make a point. I don't know if I think that we deserve it. Right? I don't think that we do as fans. Right. Maybe that we don't deserve it, but I respect your point, and I will actually give you that point that maybe they should have just come out and just said, look, this didn't go with where we're going. But does that tip their hand by saying it? Does it tip their hand of where they're going?
You have no choice from a perception standpoint.
I don't know.
Right now. And
I don't know.
Because I agree with you in terms of us not deserving that, but you inherited the dirty diaper. And you can't just act like the smell. Ignore the smell.
No, but you can throw it out so it doesn't stink anymore.
But you haven't done that yet.
I think one thing we're not considering also is that there is a lot more that goes on.
Walter Hamada's still employed
with all of this. Than,
not for long.
He's literally on his way out, dude.
There's a lot more going on with all of this than what we are acknowledging, or any of the reports around it are acknowledging. Is that there's a lot of interlinked decisions
within cells interlinked.
Right, exactly, within cells interlinked, where, like, for example, why didn't they let the cast know? Well, it's the same thing as, like, why didn't they let the directors know before they made the day and date decision? And some of that is, like, legal. Like, for example, I'm not saying for a fact, but I'm saying examples of why you wouldn't make information. Like, why
you don't go broadcasting things that people who got fired
like when you do layoffs, you there's information you legally can't broadcast. Also,
I mean, we can't forget that it is a business, right? Like, they do have to adhere. There are unions and there are specific rules that they can't. That they can't.
We don't need to be like that about that. What I'm saying though is that.
But that's the explanation.
No. What I'm saying.
But the point is, it's not as simple as saying like how do you announce that Batgirl is being canceled? Who do you let know first? What if you let the directors know and then they put it on social media and that's how everybody finds out? You can't just there is no right way to do this stuff. There is no scenario in which this happens in which everyone is like, they handled that perfectly because there's too many.
I completely agree with Steven. So here's the deal. Then you have to accept that people are going to call you evil. You have to accept that the PR is
totally
going to be shit.
And that's why I think
you have to.
Zaslav does not care what he looks like.
Yeah, no,
Zaslav accepts it. That's what I think is key about this. There is, and also like you have to give an explanation. Well, for who? For the people on Twitter. That might be beneficial.
No, the general audience. No, the general audience has no idea that this is happening.
But let's say we're in PR at WB, and we have to make a decision about how are we going to spin this. How are we?
Your
going to
department doesn't exist. There is no PR department.
But let's say hypothetically we are told, hey, we're going to cancel Batgirl. How do we put that out there? I say you say nothing, because the what's reported is going to be reported. There's information we can't or shouldn't say yet about why and what, like, are you going to say, well, we're canceling it because we're not using Keaton? Well, is that confirmed yet? Does he have there's so many details. Some things you have to say, you know what? It's fucked. And we're just going to ride the wave. And
that's the statement Tuesday morning.
And so, there's a lot, and like, I don't know, we all do this.
Point.
Like, we all do this in our own lives in different ways that are far less impactful and significant. But like sometimes, like, there is no right way. Yes, there's better ways and there's worse ways. And I'm not saying this was the best way to do it. But with decisions like this, when people are being fired, when budgets are being cut, when people are losing their job, when people are losing their projects, you know, when Ezra Miller is getting negative headlines, sometimes you just grit your teeth and move forward, because what is going to prove that you're right or wrong? The results. when can you can't say, well, we promise that this is going to turn out well. No, you show them it's going to turn out well. People don't want to hear we're canceling Batgirl because it's going to result in something better. They want to see something better. Well, we don't have a time machine, so you just shut the fuck up, and eventually, and not you, but I mean the company keeps their mouth shut, and then eventually maybe it'll play out and maybe it won't, but it's better for them to just not say anything and attract the scrutiny than it is to, Are we pointing at?
We're pointing at Travis. We're pointing at
Travis. Travis has like been kind of quiet for a while, and
Travis.
And he hasn't said a lot of things. Yeah, but I mean,
for a while.
The problem is because like everyone's saying like stuff I agree with and don't agree with, but I think Steven hit the nail on the head where we're not gonna know. It's like when we're still waiting for Flash to see where DC Universe is gonna be. Same thing in 3 years, people could look back, girl. Oh, you know that Batgirl thing, that was the right thing to do, and that started this whole wave. Or we go, you know, that was the start of the downfall, and here we are. They're selling again, or we're going through bad times again. Because everyone says something that I agree with here, and then I disagree with here. You know, because if Batgirl's not canceled because of quality and stuff like that, then don't say we're protecting the brand. Then you got to be better with messaging and stuff. I still think even if it's going to leak through like Grace and Umberto putting it out, then tell the directors and crew first. If it's going to leak with them by putting out a tweet like I'm hearing something, then let the directors be those people that come out and say I'm hearing something or I've been told something. I think the relationship part is a key thing going forward. I think it is something that it's tough because there is no perfect way to do it. Like Steven said, you can't, if you're going to cancel this, there's not a good golden ticket of like, oh, well, everyone's fixed and it's better. Even if you pay people, they'll still be pissed. Some people would rather have that movie released and maybe not get a cent and still be, hey, this is my year's worth of work. I just want to even have a DVD copy of it, you know? But the fact that they got blocked out of the servers, like, well, you can't even go back and look at anything. Like those guys, if they're fans of Keaton, you can't even reminisce over, oh, man, I want to watch that time we had Michael Keaton on set in the bat suits. Like, no. So I think there's like ways, and same thing with Zaslav, where all we have to go off is Hollywood Reporter stuff and Deadline reports, right? Where you had a couple months ago where he had the whole show business, not show friends with Clint Eastwood, right? But then this past week it's like, well, he's greenlighting a movie with Robert De Niro because someone's friends with his wife and he's doing them a solid, and it's like, well, then that's what I mean. What is it? Is it not show friends or show business? That's the thing where I see some stuff with Zaslav where it's consistent, and then I see other times that I don't. But at the same time, it's like we all said, I see stuff just through trades and reports. I don't see stuff physically in the room because we're not there. So all I have to go off is what we hear, and what we hear sometimes I go, oh, this is good, and sometimes I go, oh, that's really not good. So we won't know for a few years. Even like Dan Lin, like he could come out, maybe that bot slime, maybe he is like the one day he's like, yeah, fucking big Dan Lin hates Snyder, and he's gonna recast everything and get rid of it all, or he's gonna I'm not going to say restore the Snipers. I don't think we're going that far. I think we're still just going to go with the soft reboot method. I think that's the best course, is even if you don't get to Nightmare World and stuff like that, bringing those characters / actors back and using them, I think, is still the smartest move. But, hey, maybe this guy, if he wants to start anew and starts this whole new universe, great. But, again, like Ray said, you have to just kind of go with the flow and hope that's going to work out. So I really don't know what's that. Like, I'm not confident on him, or I'm not anti him. I'm very in the middle. And then you have stuff like even the Dan Lin hire. If you do that, that is a person of color hire, right? But then you got that report of, oh, they fired 13 people and they're all people of color. So it's like, well, what the fuck is there to think about that? And people inside are like, yeah, the vibes we're getting is like not the greatest, like most welcoming, like very, as they said, like anti-left wing, which I think obviously political things are going to get in there, but you should not, if it's just known, if it's something, let's say, is being murmured, like, yeah, he doesn't really want lots of left-wing stuff in there, I don't think that's good either, one way or another. So I don't know, all we have to go off is reports, and I hope it works out, but I think we will not really have a good feeling till 2024 still, you know, because we still got these movies to release, and that's it.
I think what you said about like the bots
Aquaman getting put so farther
next winter, my God,
that's gonna get some significant reshoots. I'm just saying.
What is
Aquaman 2? Aquaman 2.
I think they're all. I think almost the Flash and Aquaman are for sure. Both.
Oh yeah, the Flash will get reshoots, additional photography maybe. Yeah. Aquaman 2 probably is going to get pretty significant reshoots. Yeah. The fact that it's coming out 16 months. Yeah, they got like so much time.
And now it's back to being, you know, like they've gone back and forth on which one's coming out before the other, and now it's back to the original where it's after the Flash at this point. But no, Travis, thank you for bringing up the fact that Lin is Taiwanese American, because that's part of this. And you know what else makes it part of it, and I talked about this a little bit on Friday Flight, is there's, fair or not, I hate this perception. I hate the fact that this exists, that there is this tribalism, etc. comparison. I understand that there are people that feel it's the natural way of things. You're going to compare one to the other. All right, fine, whatever. Done with those existential debates. The point is, when you see what Marvel Studios is doing within the last 3 or 4 years to really fix a lot of the issue, or better late than never is what I've said with respect to their approach to representation matters, right? Whether it was Black Panther or Captain Marvel or the stuff that they're doing now, Ms. Marvel, like there are things that they've done in that area in the last 4 to 5 years that they weren't doing. They were not doing, like in the previous, for whoever's fault it was, whatever. Fact of the matter is, they're placing more of an importance on that, and they're saying that there is an importance in that. So that is part of the perception that you have to factor in. And so that was really interesting, because those articles you read about Zaslav and his boardroom, I read those the day before the Lynn article posted. So it was really interesting timing. It's like, oh, I had somebody message me that was like, well, I guess clearly his boardroom strategy isn't affecting DC because he's hiring this guy to take it over. And it's like, as much as you don't want that to be a part of this, it is. It is a part of this socioeconomically.
I think the part of these discussions also that rarely make it in is that everything that we hear about this kind of thing is someone's perception of a situation, which is filtered through their experience. So what for example, Zaslav might have be motivated by something that he doesn't see as a political decision, that somebody who disagrees with him politically or that disagrees politically with the decision being made sees it as political motivation. So for example, they would say like canceling something like Infinity Train. I don't know enough about Infinity Train, but I believe I watched a few episodes, but I believe it's one that people were praising for diversity and stuff. But let's say hypothetically it was. So people would criticize that as that it's a decision that's made because it's not a very diverse
well. You could
show.
say that about Batgirl. They're saying that about Batgirl,
right? But you say that about. But I'm talking about something that already existed, that was that had numbers and viewership.
Okay,
is people would say like, oh, well, they're canceling that, but does that say that Zaslav is looking at it and saying, I don't like them non-white people in this, let's cancel it? Or is he looking at it and saying, viewership numbers aren't as high as other things,
right? And
it costs this much, and the fact that it is diverse is not a weighted component of that.
Right.
Some people would see that as a political decision, whereas Zaslav, he's not making a right or left decision. He's making a numbers decision. But someone who disagrees with him politically would, like from inside the company, might look at that and say like, well, it's not. They're placing value on different things. They would say, well, sure, it didn't have the viewership, but it's important for representation to have that show even without the numbers. And that is I think that is a company philosophy and an economic decision, not necessarily a political one. So I'm not saying that, like, obviously it looks like Zaslav is pretty far right and by most accounts. So I'm not saying like, oh, Zaslav is apolitical, but the point is that when you hear like how Zaslav runs things and the company is moving to the right or anti-left or whatever, is that this is coming from people who are perceiving it that way.
Yeah.
But does that mean that the decisions that were being made before were being made because they were left decisions? And he's saying decisions shouldn't be made based on left or right at all. They should be made on other factors.
I mean, you don't run the business solely on those decisions, no. But you also can't ignore them in your decision making.
Yeah. And I'm not even exactly. And this isn't even a commentary on what is the right or the correct or the incorrect way to make those decisions, so much as I see a lot of speculation about political motivations behind decisions that every time I see it is very much like, well, I'm not saying politics aren't a factor, but the politics seem to be more of a motivation for the person making the comment than they were for the decision being made.
There was a thing that came out. There was a thing that I saw posted today that was it AEW wrestling
Yes.
Something about how they have asked them to tone down the language.
That report has been debunked by in our world a
Okay, I was
A-tier
about to say,
wrestling scooper.
Travis
So
would know about that,
apparently something
But-
they had a meeting with Warner's and something was taken out of context, and almost like what Steven's saying is the ball got rolling that they can't swear anymore, but it was maybe more just a talking point and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
But like anytime, that's the, like, and I think that it doesn't relate directly to what Christopher McQuarrie said, but Christopher McQuarrie did say a really insightful thing back when that Tom Cruise report came out that said, like, it was all about, is Tom Cruise done or is he not? And McQuarrie said, whenever you read an article like this and it cites an unnamed executive, they're saying what they're saying for a reason. They're saying it because of how they want you to perceive things or what information they want you to know. Not necessarily because they are reporting something with a factual intention, and so I think that a lot of times stuff like this, it starts to spin out into a larger discussion over like it gets wrapped up in a political or a fandom or all sorts of realms that exist that are exterior of business decisions, and a lot of that spin comes from. Someone saying, "Oh, Snyder fans are all bots," or someone saying, "Oh, he doesn't care about diversity," or all of these things that are like, I was gonna say, I think Travis mentioned Dan Lin talking about bots, and I think that regardless of whether or not he thinks Snyder fans are bots or not, I took that as a joke that doesn't indicate it one way or another. He was just being kind of.
He's keeping the conversation going.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah. Because he didn't make the comment. Like, he made the first comment. Like, she's cheated.
Well, and it's also funny because she's the one that ran the bot report, and she was like, "Oh, they're still coming after me." And he's like, "Oh, the bots? Is it them or is it bots?" But I don't believe that any responsible producer would make a decision about the universe based on that, regardless.
No.
Whether you believe Snyder fans are bots or whether you believe Snyder fans are real is not. It's not like they're going to be in the boardroom saying we shouldn't greenlight this because they're all bots, but they're also not going to say like we should greenlight this because of the hashtag.
No,
like, they're going to be looking at other factors. But that's a
I-
really good example of like everyone's talking about like, oh, they think they're bots, they think they're not. Well, it doesn't. None of that matters. That's all just
right. I had
filtered through a paradigm.
I had a conversation last night with somebody on Twitter who was alleging that this is an opportunity to get Dan Lin on our side and and influence him and make and get the check marks to stop lying on us and all that. And I'm like, dude, I don't want Dan Lin listening to you or me. To be honest with you, I don't want that.
Yes,
I want Dan Lin I want Dan
Zack
Lin to
Snyder's
listen.
Justice League released on HBO Max. It released on physical media. It released on digital download. There is merchandise. There
is merchandise.
I was about to say, Scott knows that they're definitely.
They are going
God
to
knows
look
there's tons of merchandise
at that data, and they are going to look at BVS and Man of Steel and Wonder Woman and both versions of Justice League and Aquaman, and I would continue on, but you guys get the point. They're going to look at those movies. They're going to look at the box office. They're going to look at the merchandise. They're going to make a decision based off of that, not based off of hashtags.
And anybody who thinks that Dan Lin is like anti like Snyder, I would not even think that he would even be that. He's probably coming into this whole thing going like, well, I mean, we already have some foundation here, and again, Superman's house. Let's get that in order.
And also,
we already have this guy here.
I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to encourage this as a factual way to look at it, but the fact that they're delaying Aquaman and delaying the ones that they're delaying instead of just getting them out the door, to me suggests that is a component. To some degree,
absolutely, it does.
Of what they're doing. If they wanted to, if they
Salvage
were doing
what you can,
if they were doing a full clean reboot, they would just get they're cutting Batgirl.
They would just
right?
go.
They're not throwing good money after bad. So therefore, if they're putting more money into these movies and kicking the can further down the road, that means that it is a component of their plan in some way. Whether or not they're setting up a crisis movie and they're going to reboot, and those are a component of it, or if it's they're going to continue this universe in some way, shape, or form. We'll find out, but it is definitely not a cut the snake off at the head and
No,
and
it's
start
more
fresh.
to your point, Steven, it's like they care about something. Like there's
Right.
something. There's
We don't know what, but we know they care.
We know they care.
Right.
Like they have a vested interest in how these films do, because we've seen studios in the past dump a movie and keep like literally it's
New
like
Mutants or
right,
or,
Oh,
or
100%.
Phoenix
or Dark Phoenix. Like we're literally
right,
they
exactly.
just opened the door,
Get it out there.
pushed it, like the car never stopped.
Yes,
they
right.
just
Duck and
opened the
roll,
door
duck and roll.
tuck and roll.
Dark Phoenix was a dead film walking. We knew this. We knew the sale had gone through. We knew there was not going to be another Fox X-Men movie ever made again, and they still put it in theaters a month after Endgame.
After completely reshooting the third act.
Right.
Yeah. Which actually was a good third act. I'm not gonna lie.
I like the
Actually,
movie. I like the movie.
I like the
train scene
part.
was
I like
fine,
the train
but
part.
the
train scene's hilarious. I love that they're wearing MCU arm patches.
Oh yeah, there's that. Oh no, there's a
the
lot
third
of
act
bad
was good,
decisions
but the
in that
train
movie.
the train action was good. The third act as a whole was
Okay, as a whole, I guess you could say, yeah. But that Magneto scene was pretty.
Oh, the Magneto scene. No, that was solid.
But that's why
Yeah.
too, like to tie it to like the title of this video, I do think they're doing the soft reboot, and I do think if we see Cavill and Black Adam, which I'm gonna believe it when I see it, I'm just gonna take it as it's not happening, because then I can be surprised and happy and not be disappointed. So, but if that
Hope for
does
the best,
happen,
expect the worst.
exactly. If that is a situation, I think that lends even more into they are trying to salvage some things of this universe, because we've talked about this before. There's lots of things that are successful about this. Same thing like Steven says, they're watching all, they're going to look at all the past stuff. Look at October with Black Adam. Same thing's going to happen there, right? If Black Adam's fucking huge, they're not going to be like, sorry, Rock, we don't want to do any more of this. Like, let's say it becomes a top 5, top 10 of the year, whatever
or
it is.
for
like-
example, if Cavill was off the table, The
Mhm.
Rock would be hyping up how awesome the next Superman is going to be. He would he's smarter than to know to keep that hope alive for people, or to in interviews after Comic-Con to be like, I think that he's the Superman of our generation,
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh, right.
He wouldn't say all of that. He would say like, I loved Henry Cavill, but as we move forward, and it's sad that his time is done, but we're so excited to bring the next version of Superman to the screen. Like, that's what he would do.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't mean it's going to be Snyderverse or even that Henry Cavill will be the long-term solution, so much as, at least in the short term, they are invested in what exists.
Right, and I guess ultimately, like, you know, with all of that in perspective, like, this is why I said earlier, I do understand. Like, even if we have, you know, stumbled upon perhaps maybe what they care about, if that's really what it is, then yeah, I can totally, again, that I can understand why they would cancel Batgirl over that, because it's confusing. All I'm saying is that people are allowed to be pissed off about that. People are allowed to be angry about it, and because we don't have the answers, like, you just that just compounds the issue. And I'm not saying, you know,
but they also can't. They can't say like, oh, well, we're going to get Cavill back, because what if that doesn't work out, or what if it's a spoiler, or what if it's like, how do you?
Yeah, no, I get that. I do.
so
I understand
many,
it. It's just that like, there's nothing, like you said. One of the things you said that I really agree with is there's no right way to do this. There isn't. Someone's going to be mad, and that's just where I don't begrudge people who are upset about the situation, because they have every right to be upset.
I don't
about
begrudge
the
them either,
situation
Ray.
as a fan. You
Ray,
know, but
I want you to know I don't begrudge anybody being upset. I'm upset over the creative aspect of it. I guess it's the understanding of why that kind of lessens the pain for me. I mean, look, I'm a creative, dude. That's what you know.
You
what I mean,
sound so upset. Relax.
I'm just saying, I'm a creative, right? So I understand that point of view. And look, as from that standpoint, yeah, I'd be pissed. I've done things, man. Like I had I shared. I don't know if you heard, but I shared it on another stream. I worked on a major project.
No, you brought this up.
Did I?
Well,
Did I bring
yeah,
it? So I
yeah.
worked on this major thing, dude, that I put a lot of time and effort into. That was going to be a really cool breakthrough thing for me to be able to use, and I have no access to any of that stuff anymore. I can't show it to anybody. I can't tell anybody about, like, you know, like what I can't tell them this is what I recorded. Take a look at this. Use it, you know, on my resume. Nothing,
Right.
you know, because it's not my property. You know what I mean? It's not something that I own. Right? What was it? Yeah. Here, let me play it for you. Right. Got it on play. Stand by. Exclusivo. But the thing is like, so from that standpoint, Ray, I completely understand where you're coming from. And my heart goes out to those people. It also is comforting for me to know they got paid for their work. Now the residual stuff sucks, but they're like, anytime you lose a job, I got to look at it that way. And somebody's lost a couple jobs in my life over stupid stuff. You pick up, you go get another job, you go work at something else, you find another project. If you're good in your field,
even if Batgirl came out and was a hit, they were going to have to do that. That's not
exactly.
Well, they have their movie Rebel, which
yeah.
By the way, I would say support. I mean, I love that video that they put out. Where hey, we have this video that's a movie that we did that we're very it's a personal film, and I'm like, yeah, I want to see that. I want to see what they had to do when they took something serious, because I've only watched Bad Boys, Miss Marvel, and then obviously we didn't see Batgirl. I haven't seen much from these guys, but I'm like, when I saw that video where they talked about, hey, can you support us by we have our movie Rebel that's about it's based off serious shit, let's and I'm like, when I saw that, I was like, all right, I want to check that out to see how they handle that, because I like how they handled the fiction. Let's see how they handle something that's.
And I will say, I'm one of the people that stand behind. I was excited and still am excited in The Flash to see Michael Keaton. I was one of these people. I was not pissed off that Michael Keaton was coming back. I didn't believe for a second that they were just replacing Ben Affleck with a 70-year-old Batman.
No,
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I always looked at it. What made sense to me is that Barry tries to fix something, and he comes back just like in standard Flashpoint, protocol. He screws something up, and it usually has to do with Batman. It had to do with Batman, who Batman is and who Batman isn't. He comes back to his world. There's Keaton. Like, oh my God, what is? And maybe there's a story there of having to try to figure it out and fight it. Like going.
What do you
forward.
mean a story? They just have him fight Superman, and if Superman wins, then it's
Can
a
he
good
beat
story.
Superman?
Well, I think it was good. I think what really the point was that they were going to use it as a launching point to just have Batgirl and Supergirl just replace Batman and Superman, so that you had a female trinity and it was all woke. In fact, let me ask my buddy here. Yes, it was all going to be woke. Wokeness, woke and more woke.
Who was that on your damn show? That was that was, oh my God, that was.
I'm so sorry, buddy. Listen, man, Ray, I need to have you on when like we can
But you remember,
I'm sorry for William. William can be like just his age, man.
Williams, whatever. But no, the other dude who went on that woke.
I want that drop. I want that. Williams, whatever.
But no, the other dude that went on that woke tirade. I'm like,
3 hours, 49 minutes, 40 seconds. If you need a timestamp, just
thank you. Yes.
But no, everything Enosh just said came out of one of the guys on his show. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm trying to remember who said it.
Who was Prime? What was his
name?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Prime is pretty conservative, and Prime, like the thing is Prime, has a lot of good takes on stuff. He does see a lot of, like he does see a lot of things correctly, but then like he's very conservative, where like he's kind of on that. I don't know where he stands with like things like Geeks and Gamers, or that whole
Comicsgate and all
all that stuff. I don't know, but I get a sense from him of like his opinions and what he thinks certain things are. So I mean, I tend to see things on both sides. I see when something is like overtly just dumb and woke and like just for the purpose of doing something, and then I see the other things that it's like people say it's woke. Like, I'm a Star Wars fan, and I take criticism every day for enjoying the sequels, and it's like, the heck is that?
Right.
I know. There's a lot of that thing. I'm getting tired of the term woke, because there's like a complete side of everything that just totally just everything.
I'm tired.
I got to admit, I just screwed myself up, Dave, because I thought you had a drop of my Poindexter Lounge thing, because apparently I had a video running in the background that I was editing earlier, and it got to my outro finally, because there was like an hour of it. And all of a sudden I heard Poindexter Lounge, and I went, what?
No,
What's
we didn't
going
hear
on?
it.
Okay, you guys didn't hear it. Like I heard it.
No.
I know I had to shut it
Yeah,
down, but like apparently it's been running in the background on my computer this entire time and just like freaked the hell
Damn
out
it!
of
I
me.
wish it did.
Like,
would
jeez.
have loved to have heard that. No, but
Yeah.
no, Dave,
I apologize.
I just hate when the word woke is weaponized.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And I see
totally
way
is.
too many
Oh,
fucking
for
people
sure.
weaponize it
Way
today.
too much.
Me too.
And the Supergirl Batgirl thing was always fucking ridiculous. Like just that whole that doesn't even make sense from a financial standpoint to do that. To be honest with you, it's like why are
One thing to note about that as well is that none of these, replacing thing and all that stuff came from actual official, sources.
Exactly.
It came from Disgrace.
But
Came from
once,
Disgrace.
Exactly.
Once
But
again,
but giant
how do
freaking
they-
robot.
Right.
But
Ugh.
if that was the plan, how, as an example of like there is no right way to do that, how do you say, oh, we can't sign Henry Cavill to a contract, so we have Sasha Kaye as Supergirl, and she's going to be. You can't. You just make a movie.
No,
and
I
then
get
if
that.
people like it, then they like it.
Right.
And if Keaton works, then Keaton works instead of or whatever the plan is. But like rarely is a studio ever going to come out and say, "Oh, we fucked up with Affleck and Cavill, so we've got these replacements coming into the universe now."
Well, listen. If they're never going to admit the bullshit that caused Justice League, they're never going to admit that. Unfortunately,
I mean,
Zadla kind of did. We're not gonna.
15 years later or
he didn't
whatever,
admit it. He
and
threw them under the bus.
15 years
Yeah.
later, and the most we've got for Edward
good.
Norton and as the Hulk recasting
I'll take it.
is a fourth wall break in a TV show, right? Like that's, that was a whole creative conflict behind the scenes too. But Marvel didn't come out and say like, well, Edward Norton is being kind of hard nosed, and we don't do that here, so. Now it's someone else.
Did anybody watch
I haven't-
him on Rogan when he talked about that?
When
Edward Norton when I thought we were going back, he said Edward Norton. I don't know. We're going back to the Hulk right now.
I haven't seen any of She-Hulk yet, so I can't respond to any.
It doesn't. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. My point is just that like these there's never going to be a official studio coming out saying like we're recasting this, and like unless it's like a huge deal.
Yeah.
So whether or not Keaton and Sasha were replacing Cavill and Affleck or something else, the storytelling was going to be the explanation, not a press release saying what was happening.
But Steven, we're entitled.
Well, and also remember, this stuff all comes from us. I tend to assume that people it was being said for longer by more people than Grace, but like we're going to talk about like Grace saying it. I don't believe there is speculation there, but I do believe that I try to assume that something was said by someone who would know.
Someone's father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. Yes.
What does that make us?
Absolutely nothing.
Anybody who's ever had a job, imagine.
Mother, sister, mother.
Imagine
And my grandpa's
there
only
was
cousin
a
is the king's daughter sibling.
Imagine there was a social media discourse, and
that is why I am now your king.
Media.
He is now our king.
Okay. Can you shut his mic off? You had your chance, Scott.
What are you
had
talking
your
about?
time, Scott.
Hey! I love his voice. I love your
But
You know this is an
Oh, I see how it is. You
song.
didn't defend me. Thanks a lot.
I know.
Steven,
You know this is an Animaniac song.
Steven, you gotta increase the volume of your mic.
Yeah.
So anyway.
No, but so imagine that there was a social media discourse
Steven's
and
only one
entire
that
media publication reporting structure around your job. And I like, for the sake of like, as an example, let's say you work at McDonald's, and social media is like, they need to bring back the McRib, and then like, and then someone talks to like someone who works at McDonald's, and they were like, oh yeah, my manager said that the McRib is coming this summer, and then they're like, oh, the McRib is coming this, or like, I don't know. Maybe this doesn't work if someone doesn't
Have
work
you
at
guys?
McDonald's, but the point is, anybody,
No, that's a great one.
Keep going.
Steven, have you seen the guy? Have you seen the guy who got this?
You had it.
Steven, there's a guy on TikTok who got the snack wrap brought back to his local McDonald's because he started making videos of going to the drive-thru every day and chronicling asking for a snack wrap. And the people inside were like, dude, you know that we can't give you a snack wrap. And he's like, okay, well, hold on, you got those tortillas in there? He's like, yeah. And you got that crispy chicken? And he's like, yeah. And you got some lettuce? Can you just give me like a tortilla with some crispy chicken and put some lettuce on there and some ranch and just give that to me? And they're like, no, we can't give you a snack wrap, man.
Oh my
and like
God.
they know him by name, and he kept going through until finally one day he was like, he said, hey, can I get a snack wrap? And they're like, no, not today, but tomorrow you can. And he was like, what? And then he had to make a whole other video because they got hold of him and said, yeah, we're gonna bring it back for that. But yeah.
But you look at like I worked at Sprint for a few years, and so it'd be like, oh, Motorola's launching a new phone, and we'd have a meeting, and they'd say here, and you'd get the document that would be like, here's the plan for what's coming up with this phone, and even the documentation for here's the marketing we're gonna have, here's the spiel you're gonna give people, would have the manager would have crossed stuff out and rewritten stuff on it because they're like, oh, they changed that. We talked about it in a conference call. But like if that document leaked, there was gonna be inaccurate information or changed information from it,
right?
Or then the planogram stuff showed up for the store where you're going to put up the posters on the wall and it doesn't match what was showed you.
Here, I tell you what.
And so as an example around that, someone said, "Oh, I got a leaked document from this. It's not going to match." They're going to say, "Oh, the manager told me that this is the marketing they're going to use." Well, the marketing doesn't match that, and that's not because information is bad. It's because things change, or maybe
right.
maybe there is a telephone game going on. But the point is that like, in any industry, you've got that, and so you're talking about multiple levels of complexity here, and depending on who you're talking about, you might be talking to, let's say, a producer is talking to someone as a source or whatever, and they say, "Oh, we're going to totally replace Cavill with Sasha." That doesn't mean necessarily even that like that is an explicit plan. That is a thing that is being a characterization from someone in the company. Who was just saying like, oh, it's a substitute because we can't get Cavill and this is a super character. And so then how does that get reported? Like there's so many different layers of how this stuff happens that, or maybe somebody wanted to. They thought maybe somebody pitched that and then they said, oh, this is what they're pitching. So it doesn't mean that it's totally bogus. It doesn't mean that it's fabricated. It doesn't mean it's made up. There's just multiple levels of like, maybe that is an agenda that didn't happen, or maybe it's an agenda that will happen. And like, anyway, yeah.
Hamada loved the ladies. He was like, "Give me the girls, give me the girls."
Oh Lord. Okay.
No.
Who knows?
He might have been.
Everywhere they're
You're
beautiful.
talking about Shuzohara, though, Dave. No, you mix them up.
I was about to say that was Shuzohara, not Hamada.
He's like, I like this female Trinity idea.
I'm just saying, some of these execs.
But
Sujihara was walking in like, thank heaven for little girls.
Oh, someone. Okay. Yikes. No. But Steven, I get what you're saying. Like I had an analogy that related to myself. A month and a half ago, I wrote a new promo for our new sports director, and like it was just like, write this up in 20 minutes. He wears bow ties. So like that's like part of his shtick. It's part of his novelty. He's done it everywhere he's been. And so I said, why don't we design a promo around him wearing bow ties, and let's create a vortex where like the whole station is wearing bow ties and talking about sports because he's wearing them. And there was a line in the script at the end where he was going to look around and see everybody in the newsroom wearing bow ties. Well, that line never got shot because for time purposes, we couldn't get bow ties for everybody in the newsroom to like shoot it. So the promo goes out there. The promo's been airing for like the last week, and everybody loves it. And like it's cool, but it doesn't have that last line that got cut out in there. So yeah, if that script leaked, there'd be, and they saw the original line where I wrote "newsroom is cluttered in bow ties," whatever it is, right? There'd be all the speculation about, well, why wasn't that shot there?
And then the Twitter scoopers that exist that report on your industry are like, see, whoever said that there was a bow tie thing was totally making that up. They don't have a source.
Right.
And it's like, well, No, and that's not to say that like that's innocent, because I think it's irresponsible to report on stuff that's like not confirmed like that, or to report it in a context that doesn't that deprives people of the, oh, this is a thing that was discussed or whatever. But
I just like that Scott's like Henry Cavill building a PC over there, you know. He's like looking at stuff. He's just like, people are literally delivering things to him right now at like 3 a.m. He's like, look at this, I got, you know. Well, he's DC's Santa Claus.
Like, hey man, where should I put this Darkseid statue?
Yeah. And I looked on Google. I didn't see that banner is fucking huge. That's a huge banner. Ridiculously huge.
Dude,
Scott,
you don't even know.
Scott,
I mean, we're gonna have to have a whole stream about like this whole thing. Yeah. I cannot wait for you to get that thing. Oh my God.
We're ready to record a new episode of Scott is a Dead Man. We're ready to record that.
It'll be there's gonna be like there's gonna be multiple like recordings of Scott in this fucking Darkseid thing. As soon as there's gonna be a vodka stream dedicated to it. It's gonna
when it arrives behind you on the vodka stream from now on. Like you're gonna
be sitting on Darkseid's lap. Okay.
I do have to say though, because I hate bringing it back up, but it's like we have to invite Ray Porter back. Like
yes,
that day,
we
have to invite Ray Porter back.
Don't worry. Yes. I will hit Ray up, and I'm like, all right, Ray, you got to come back for this one. This is the shining moment. We're gonna show off. We're gonna show off.
Still doesn't know that this is.
No, she doesn't. No clue. No clue.
Not a clue.
Unbelievable.
Well, we're gonna do our best to soften the blow.
I can't wait until you try to pull the. I mean, I bought this several years ago. It's not like this was recently money that I dedicated to. Because that always seems like it's gonna go over so much better than it does.
I think one of his kids is gonna rat him out. I think that's what's gonna happen.
God, don't you know it? I'm just trying to figure out which one. Which of those little buggers is going to be?
The middle one, the middle child.
Declan?
Watch the middle child.
No. The middle one knows to keep their mouth shut.
Really? You think so?
The oldest for me. The oldest for me is
actually,
it's going to be the oldest? I don't know.
Oh, no. Well, in my... Okay, see, I guess... Between me and my sisters, who's the rat?
The youngest, the middle one.
I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm just like I have one older brother, so I'm just the youngest. So
well, I mean, Callum can't actually speak
exactly.
So
rule him out.
Yeah, that will be his first words.
Who knows?
Daddy's statue. Daddy's statue.
Darkseid.
But he'll call him Thanos though.
No, that's what Declan does.
No, I know, but he's gonna pick it up. He's gonna pick it up. He's gonna think Darkseid is Thanos.
Travis, that's a nightmare. No.
Declan has already fucked with me with that because I wear that AFSP, Ink to the People Darkseid shirt, and now he like grin. I've said this before. He grins at me with his devilish grin. He goes, Thanos, and now even Liam goes, that's Darkseid. I know.
That's what I mean. It's gonna spread.
Okay. So there you go. There's your answer right there. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
that's what's gonna happen. Like when that arrives or something like that, like he's gonna be, Mommy, Thanos. Oh, and you're gonna be like, what? What do you mean by Thanos? What?
So
what?
Do you have a plan for that, or are you just hoping that like you'll be like, oh no, this has been here. This has always been here. What are you
This is a fan gift sent it to me.
Oh no, that was part of it. Ray said that he would, cover for him and say that he sent it to him.
Yeah, that's the note we talked about.
Yes, we talked about that on the Christmas stream.
Yes, the Christmas
Remember when
stream.
Ray showed up? And he even said that he would very much write a note and send it to Scott to soften the blow about that whole thing. And I'm like, all right. So that's the thing. It's like I cannot wait for this thing to show up because we're going to coordinate this and we're going to do a fucking full vodka stream about this. And I want Heather to be involved. I want to
do it like a gender reveal.
Okay.
Under the wraps, folks.
We need to keep Scott alive. Scott is a dead man is a
But I'm just saying, I want to see her reaction when she sees it. That's the thing.
The point is that hopefully she never sees it.
Okay.
Are you going to keep it under a blanket when you're not in?
No, okay.
Quick, cover the DeLorean.
Steven, you've seen the layout down here, right? I've shown you the layout of what I have down here.
Hide it behind a stack of unread books.
All the
that does help. That does help. Not gonna lie. But you gotta remember, I've got the man cave main area, and I got the office.
Right.
My goal is for it to be in the office.
Okay. So she doesn't
and
go
you're just
in
gonna
there.
hope that she never goes in there.
The only time they ever go in there, that's our storm shelter room.
Okay.
So there's gonna be a
Storm's
storm,
gonna hit,
and you're gonna be
and they're gonna be
stuck
worried
in
about
locked.
it.
You're gonna be locked in the room,
Yeah.
and
Your
you're
wife's
all
gonna
be
lock
stuck
eyes with
in there
Darkseid.
With Darkseid, it's gonna be like, so
yeah.
where'd this come
Also,
from?
also, Alabama's
storm
gonna be
must have
hit with
blew it
a
in.
tornado. A tornado warning's gonna happen, and it's gonna be like, oh fuck.
No,
Dude, if that happens, man, all I can see is just Scott turning to the camera and going, and then the fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah.
Still, no.
It's not. I know that the siren is going off, but it's not that. It's not that bad. We don't need to go down there.
No,
Let's wait until we can see a funnel cloud.
She's all, honey, honey. There's like force 5 winds out there. What is going on? You're like, well, yeah, but it's whatever. It's just a breeze.
I still just want to know how much it fucking weighs and how the fuck he's gonna get it down there. That's what I.
We know how much it weighs. It's on the Weta website. We talked about this.
We did talk about it. Yes,
because Tim guesstimated the.
He guesstimated.
How much does it weigh? How much does it weigh? Let's.
I forgot. You have to go back to. I don't remember. I even forgot which movie we were talking in front of, but we were trying to figure out how much it was. The question's been like the shipping cost.
Yeah, it was
shipping cost is the big.
Yeah,
thing.
I don't remember. Shit, what movie did we do? It was me, you, Tim, and Jordan. I don't remember what movie.
Was it Time Cop?
It might have been Time Cop. It might actually have been Time Cop.
By the way, why has there not been any more things on Time Cop? I mean, that's such a cool fucking concept.
Peak cinema. They're like, we can't make it any better.
Well, they even did the TV show on ABC that you can watch on Tubi.
Right.
Yeah, it was like a long time ago, though, right?
It was the 90s. It was the 90s.
Yeah, it was a 90s
time
show.
Time to update that shit. I mean,
Time Cop was a great concept executed into a Jean-Claude Van Damme action movie.
Yeah,
it's like any excuse for him to do the splits and
jumping on the counter. I was like, that was legit.
Right.
That was cool. That was cool, but it was like he was in a towel, and I'm like, dude, watch out for your fucking balls right there, dude. They're gonna be fucking whoa.
I still think the more ridiculous one is the mugger at the beginning where he just almost skated into his leg.
Yes.
Like, 5 feet in the air, and he's like, read it. Wolverine, between the lines. I should get the fuck out of here. Pure Van Damme. But no, I think that might have been the movie that we were talking about when that conversation came up. But yeah,
I'm just surprised. I mean, there's some who owned Time Cop? Was it Dark Horse?
It was Dark Horse. It was Dark
Horse, right? That's the thing. It's like, why are we sleeping on Dark Horse? Because I'm like, all right, you have Time Cop, you have the Mask.
Netflix has the.
What the fuck is going on here? Because I am a big, huge
one of the
fan
things
of the Mask, of the comic book, The Mask. I like the movies with Jim Carrey. Or just the one movie, not the one movie.
You like the movies? Oh, Dave, you like the movies?
Son of the Mask is a cinematic classic.
Yeah.
Oh
my
God.
Restore the Son of the Mask.
I've never seen it.
No. That was part of the Jamie Kennedy experiment, right?
Guys.
Remember his prank show? That was part of that, right?
It's what?
It's Travis's birthday.
I do share a birthday with Gator Girl. As far as 11 minutes ago, I am now 29 years old.
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday! All right,
drink.
So,
cheers. Cheers to
nice.
the
And happy birthday to Captain Gator Girl as well.
And cheers to Nikki if she's still in the chat. Happy birthday!
She was in the chat just a few minutes
No,
ago.
she still is. She still is. Happy birthday, Nikki. Yes. All right. Yeah, it is officially.
All Canadians were born on August 27th. Just so you know. Something about bacon and syrup.
So many birthdays like around this time.
Yeah, a lot of people. What was 9 months ago?
It was December.
Okay, so lots of people were born fucking when it was really cold.
On August 24th, the British Army came
why do we do that
from Canada to invade Washington D.C. and burn it down.
Oh,
and then on the 25th is when it rained and like saved part of the city. I don't know what happened on the 27th, but it is suspiciously close. It's not quite a Canadian invasion, but like it's tacitly approved.
Oh yeah,
you could say
we won
Tacitly
something.
approved.
Yeah.
You gotta love references to the War of 1812.
Wait, hang on.
My favorite war, actually.
Wait, doesn't Skynet become self-aware in 2 days?
All right, guys. Favorite war. 1, 2, 3. 1812. Everybody say your favorite war.
Civil.
I feel like I'm required to say civil.
Yeah.
Just on principle.
Yeah, I know, like, wait.
It kind of
you're fighting for.
It just reminds me of, you remember the Proposition 24 episode of The Simpsons, and like Apu was like answering that question for his citizenship, and the question was, what was the cause of the Civil War, and he goes into all this long drawn out answer, and the guy's like, hey, just say slavery, because that was the easy answer for it. So yeah. Don't everybody get quiet. Come on. What the hell?
Well, I don't know why, because talking about wars, I don't know why this popped in my head, just talking about jokes like that. Has everyone seen The Big Sick here?
Yes, I love The Big Sick. Yes.
One of my favorite jokes is when the daughter's in the hospital, and it's Camille and Ray Romano and Holly Hunter, and they're like, how do you feel? Ray's like, how do you feel about 9/11? And she's like, don't ask that. He's like, no, it's fine. It's like, it was a really tragic day and everything. We lost like 12 of our guys, and it gets like super quiet. He's like, I'm just making a joke. Like, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm American and everything like that. But that's what that moment reminded me of. Like,
okay.
The hospital just gets super quiet. But Camille.
Yeah. No, it's like I've talked about, I've mentioned the Blazing Saddles story before.
Yes,
right?
you have. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Have I mentioned it here?
Yes, you have.
Yeah. Okay.
You
Yeah.
have, yeah.
Same thing. Same exact scenario where I have to tell white people to laugh at the movie because it's
yes.
funny.
You don't have to tell me to laugh at the movie because
I know. I was like, yeah, exactly. Same with me. I'm like, I'm laughing at that shit. I don't give what anybody says. It's fucking hilarious
because it's hilarious and it makes fun of the institution. It doesn't glorify it.
Nope.
And Richard Pryor was one of the 5 screenwriters on it.
Yes.
So come on now.
Dude, with like that I mean, that scene when he goes, and when everybody's looking at him, it's like a black sheriff, and he goes, don't move, or the gets it. I'm like, that's just hilarious. I mean, I'm just sorry, like the fact that he's pointing the gun at himself and he says that, I'm like, wow. I mean, it's just hilarious.
I have to tip my cap to Mel Brooks on that one, because it's like, how did you make that funny?
Yes,
like, how did you make that?
Exactly.
I mean, just the whole thing with the governor is like, wow, come here, I gotta talk to you. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that man is a?
I know,
no,
and it's just and it's just sad that people go like, oh, you can't watch that movie now. It's like, yeah, you can.
Well, like if you go to HBO Max, it's one of the movies that has the warning at the minute and a half warning at the beginning of it. From the
okay, fine. It's got a warning, but at the same time, it's like, hey,
no, I'd rather
the comedy.
I'd rather that it have a warning than they edit shit out like they did with Splash.
And, when they made her hair long. I mean, they literally took that movie and went, hey, we're gonna digitally make her hair longer to cover her butt. Right. And I'm just kind of going like, really? How much did that cost?
And someone got paid to come up with that decision and do that.
It doesn't look like it cost very much.
Probably not.
No, it doesn't.
Probably not. No. Any one of us probably could have done that.
Have you seen the Showgirls TV edit though?
Oh my god!
I've heard about it. I've heard about it, but no, I haven't seen it.
It's actually fascinating if you watch it, like on YouTube and stuff. They got clips.
Why would anybody do that?
How do they even do the pool scene?
It's I don't know. I just. It's all hand drawn, it's like bikinis and stuff, like hand drawn over.
No shit.
Everything.
Oh my god!
And it looks like it. If you at a glance, you don't realize until you're like, it's like Uncanny Valley, where you're like, something isn't right.
Okay, so now, just talking about this concept about the I know. Here we go. No, but I'm just kind of saying like. Okay, so if nowadays, well, like when it has TV and you have like a movie like Showgirls showing up on TV and they do stuff like that, what prevents like any of these channels to be like, hey, if you want to see the uncensored version, subscribe to this? Like, why aren't they like utilizing like, hey,
you know what? Yeah, honestly, like if you have a streamer But you know,
Yeah.
okay. I'm
If
funny
it's on a streamer.
Well, it's funny you bring this up because a couple nights ago, NBC showed the pilot episode of their new Peacock show, The Resort, which is like this comedy drama with Kristen Milioti and the dude from The Good Place. And the interesting thing about it is that the pilot, like there's bleeped out and blurred out words. Like there's F-bombs in this pilot, but it's on network television at 9:00. So you have to. So it's literally almost kind of what you're talking about. If you want to see the uncensored version of the show, subscribe to Peacock and watch it on Peacock Plus or whatever. It's kind of the same thing, weirdly enough.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like when it comes to this stuff, it's like, hey, it's like, hey, you want to? This is ridiculous. You don't want to see this censored shit,
right?
Go watch it over here.
Well, it's kind of weird. Like PBS would even kind of do that. I know weird that I'm bringing PBS stuff like this, but you would do stuff like that where you would watch Masterpiece Theater, and that the Brits put their. I mean, they put so much stuff on stuff that just airs on the BBC or on Granada or ITV or anything like that, and then PBS would edit it, but then you could go and buy it or they would sell it, and it would be the they would call it the UK version, and it would have all that stuff put back in. So the concept has been there, but throwing like the string, because I think like if you went onto like the PBS app, you could watch the UK version, while what aired on television would be the censored for TV version. So like the concept's been there, but Dave, what you're suggesting is a much more direct marketing monetizing of the concept. And
if you want to see boobs, subscribe.
That was a great place to come back in.
Exactly.
Where do I sign up? I was ready. I came in like this. I was like, oh
yeah,
no.
He had his hands out and he said, boobs?
Where do I grab?
Yeah, exactly.
Baby,
that was perfect timing. So basically, Enosh, we were just talking about like we just went off on a tangent about like how like on regular cable TV it's like you watch like a movie like and we brought up Showgirls.
That gets brought up on my streams all the time. We got one guy who always brings up Showgirls.
But like obviously
Same
it's
as
going to
you
be
do suck.
censored. It's going to be censored, and it's like, well, what prevents like a little, you put like a little like overlay on the like, hey, if you want to watch this not censored, subscribe to this streaming or go to this streaming and blah blah blah. Yeah, we're just kind of
If you actually want to watch Showgirls,
which I have, by the way, and it's a very interesting experiment of watching that. It's one of those movies.
I just watched it. Jesse Spano went wrong.
Look, that's the only reason I watch Showgirls. That's the only reason to watch Showgirls.
Kyle MacLachlan's in there, and he's a national treasure. I fucking love Kyle MacLachlan.
Okay, man. Look, dude, if you're watching Showgirls for Kyle, great, man.
Absolutely.
That's
that pool scene is why I zero in on him. You see the faces he's making? He has to have great arm strength to hold her while she's bucking wild like that. It's ridiculous. Even at a young age, I'm like, that's not how sex works. There's no way.
Thank you.
There's no way that is happening.
That's a discussion. Actually, can we discuss how like that's not how sex works in TV shows and movies and everything else? Like,
but we can go even further and be like, has anybody even tried that in a pool?
Yeah, right. I'm serious. Like for those of us who are married, or I mean, if you're in a relationship, whatever, I guess, but like you're sitting around the couch, you're watching a movie. Yeah, if you have sex and you're watching a movie and you see something and you're just like, you look at your significant other and you go, there is no effing way that would.
We did that. We did that. I had to watch Predator 2 for the podcast, and there's that scene where she's just ferociously riding the guy, but she's like on his belly button, and they're just going destroying each other. But we're like, you can't do that. That's not a real thing. Like, look at the aim, unless this guy has like king cock, where it's just like, it does not make any. Like even in pornos, they're not even that high up. So
that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
man.
hey, there's a scene in Desperado, which is the same way with Butch, like and it's like, wait a minute, she's like, right, but she's got a full on, like, she's got her undergarments on. What the hell's going on here? Like, it doesn't even make sense.
But by far the most ridiculous, like, nonsensical one is the chase. Charlie Sheen and Christy Swanson.
God, when Christy Swanson, while he's driving,
you can't in a car chase. That the whole movie is a car chase.
No, what about Shoot 'Em Up? Has anyone ever seen Shoot 'Em Up with Clive Owen?
Shoot 'Em
Monica
Up.
Yes.
Pretty great too.
Literally,
hold on.
Before we go to Shoot 'Em Up, I'm not going to do that this time.
Yeah, before we go to Shoot 'Em Up, I'm just saying I am with you, Ray, because I'm like, why did they need to have that? That totally did not. I mean, I get it. It's like, hey, Christy Swanson, sure, and she goes, hey, I'm gonna unbutton my blouse and like, hey, we're gonna see my bra, and then that's it. But it's just like, yeah, did that really need to happen?
They'll argue, well, it's because we needed her to fall in love with him for the end of the movie.
Okay, you don't need it.
You don't need to do well. And then what it made even worse is like there's a couple of scenes because Henry Rollins is like chasing them. Like he's the cop, like he's the angry cop,
and so is like half of the Chili Peppers.
Sorry.
Anthony
Kiedis
and Flea,
and Anthony Kiedis, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anthony Kiedis and Flea also,
and tried to run their car off the road during the chase. Yes, absolutely.
And they weren't successful. Yeah,
no, not at all.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know why I pulled you over? Because what I got to get it, put it in you. What I got to getting it, put it in you. What I got to give it to your mama. And apparently that girl over there too.
They're like, what if we change the lyrics to "I want to hug and kiss you"?
He just needed to tell Charlie Sheen to give it away now.
Give it away now. Give it away now. Give it away now.
But there's a couple of scenes
talking about it. It's so cute.
But
I know. Casey's like, what movie are you guys talking about right now?
No, but there's a couple of shots in the middle of that scene.
Who were the Chili Peppers?
They show the car swerving. Wait, I'm sorry. Did somebody ask that? Did he actually ask that? Who the Chili Peppers?
I'm just assuming that Casey doesn't know who the Red Hot Chili Peppers are.
Do you know?
Is that a restaurant?
What did he say?
He doesn't know.
I wish I had more coffee right now to just be able. Maybe go make some.
Oh man!
I mean, if he's seen Back to the Future 2 and 3, he's at least seen Flea.
Yeah. Which is crazy? You know what is crazy about that is, dude, it wasn't but like a few years ago that I was watching it because every time I'd see the movie, I'd go, God, that guy looks familiar. That guy looks familiar. And then one day I was like, holy crap, that is Flea. Yes. What the? I mean, what wasn't it like we were talking about that like
Kenobi, and I was watching it, and I was like, "Who the fuck? I've seen him a million times before." And then when I realized it was Flea, I was like, "It's like when you run into someone, like from church at the grocery store or whatever, and you're like, I know you."
Well, again, on that TikTok series of videos, that I did, this guy comes in talking about Superman sucks because his secret identity, like nobody would get it, and I was like, I remember a few years ago. When I was much larger, when I was 420 pounds, I had to wear glasses for a bit. My vision actually was starting to do some weird things. Once I lost all the weight, it was fine. But in fact, I got the glasses right here. But still, the thing is that I put on these glasses to go to a business meeting that I went to every week. Every Wednesday, I went to this business meeting. It was local businesses. And I had these glasses. And I went up to this guy named Jeff, who was there, and I don't think that I look so much different with glasses. I mean, somewhat. I think it changes. I think the thing is, like, glasses change the structure of your face, and like, and how people. Well, it does. It changes how your face is framed and everything. And so, like, I walk into this restaurant where we're meeting, and I go up to him, and he's talking to this other guy. The guy doesn't look up at me, doesn't acknowledge me. Now, it's not like I'm just a regular guy. Like, I'm 420 pounds, so, like. I don't think that I look that different, but I walk up to him and I'm like, "Hey, Jeff, you mind if I sit here?" And he looks up at me and goes, "Yeah, man, I guess." And
one of the things
I sat down and like it was 5 minutes into the conversation. All of a sudden, he looks at me and he goes, "Enosh?" And I literally did the
no,
yeah. And he's like, "I honestly did not." He's like, "I thought you looked familiar, but I didn't I didn't know
You're
it was
telling
you.
me the Clark Kent disguise actually works.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to work on everybody, but the thing is when you're not looking
Not
for
the
it,
glasses though.
when you're not looking for it,
Okay.
you're not necessarily going to see it, right?
Nobody
And that
believes-
was-
Well,
nobody's expecting Superman
the
to have a
same-
secret identity.
This
Right.
is the same
Right.
thing as
As a
the
reporter.
fucking Superman versus Thor argument. Is that this is all
back.
predicated on us examining them as fictional characters externally, but like the people walking around Metropolis, the fictional city of Metropolis, on a daily basis aren't like, is that Superman? Is that
Right.
Right.
Oh, you know
Is
what?
that
This came up with the Batman because the whole scene where after the explosion, after Coulson lost his head and he's at GCPD, and it's like, why did nobody think to pull the mask off while he was still unconscious? And it's like, no. The thing is, they're still not like there's a suspension of disbelief where, first of all, Gordon probably told them to back off in the first place because he doesn't want that to happen. But on top of that, like, you're not thinking that's millionaire Bruce Wayne under that cowl. It kind of looks like him underneath that eye black. Like, no one's thinking that. They're just curious as to who it might be.
And you know what?
Also,
I think.
by the way, let's also remember that we've just gone through how many years of a pandemic where a chunk of it we were all like this
Right.
half of our face was covered up. I'm going to tell you, as a teacher, I have students that to this day
You didn't know their faces.
I don't know what their faces look
Yeah.
like because
Right.
this is all I saw. And when occasionally, maybe when they finally took the when the mandate went away and they took their masks off, or like you would see them like droop down and eating, I would literally like look in the lunchroom going, "Who's that? Is that?"
So
what you look
basically,
like?"
Scott, you're saying that Batman had it wrong. He should have had his eyes exposed and his mouth covered.
Right.
Dude, any of it was.
Well, yeah, he doesn't eat pussy, so he doesn't need his mouth open.
No, that's canon.
There it is, and there it is. Back to Showgirls.
Did anyone see Harley Quinn?
I haven't
watched this week's.
I haven't watched this season.
I haven't watched this week's, but I've been keeping up with it, and it's been.
The Joker
I have not,
episode-
but I'm desperate to learn why the connection in the conversation.
Yeah. You just sold it to Steven right now, Casey.
Yeah, it's in there, that context. But also the last episode with Joker, the entire episode, it was amazing. So many Easter eggs.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
His whole song that had to do with Batman '89.
Yeah,
which was great.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I mean, it's not a spoiler.
Well, but no,
I know
but
it's not a spoiler, but
this really sound like Goodfellas over here. Hey,
know. Hey, yo, what the hell? What are you doing?
Get a fucking shine box.
Star Trek Lower Decks is like the same way. Like, I just watched the season premiere earlier today that popped up yesterday, and it's like tons of Easter eggs from like Deep Space Nine and a really massive one for Star Trek First Contact. And if I had known
the
about
cover art that looks like the poster,
there's the cover art actually for the poster for season 3 is actually a riff of Search for Spock, that poster. But but no, like there's a massive, and there's also like within the Easter egg, there's also a casting Easter egg as well.
That's cool.
And it's not technically spoilers, but I still am glad I didn't know that was going to happen until I saw it.
Sorry,
you know what I mean?
Sorry.
So.
Well, Scott, back to your point though. Back to your point, like about Clark Kent and everything. Also in the comics, many times Superman has appeared alongside Clark Kent. I mean, whether it be Martian Manhunter, whether it was Matrix, who when Superman or when Clark was found supposedly under the rubble, Supergirl, Matrix.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that. So if like people aren't looking for it, and I think actually the goofy nerdy Clark Kent who's going out of his way to gain attention is a worse disguise than just fitting in, being a reporter, just being a guy who goes to work, looks like a normal guy in his 30s, who's good looking, who played football. That's what I love about the John Byrne reboot, because it just set Clark in a completely different thing where it was like, it brought Clark back to like the George Reeves thing, where George Reeves was a confident Clark Kent, man. He was, he didn't pull no punches. He was giving it to, Lois, not, giving it to Lois, but,
Back to Showgirls.
yeah, back to Showgirls. He was in a pool with Lois. Remember that 1950s scene where he's in a pool with Lois and Lois is just going at it, man. And the only way that they can describe it is he's Superman. And it's just like, what the heck, man?
Oh,
like, how is he hitting that? Yeah.
No,
Travis
here's a callback to the beginning of the show.
Oh man,
he's gonna go Superman somebody.
Oh,
no,
man.
I actually do agree with him though that like the for lack of a better way to put it, I'll just go ahead and say it like that. The Cavill representation of Clark is a better disguise than the Reeve representation. It is. I will agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
It drives me nuts because I know a lot of people who will say that, like, and it makes me wonder, did you watch Man of Steel? Because there's people like, well, we didn't get any Clark Kent. The whole movie
Lois
is
calls him Clark
Kent.
the whole movie.
I know the whole movie is Clark Kent.
Like, the whole
but it's
point is
because he's not
Clark
because Henry Cavill is not wearing glasses and going to the Daily Planet the entire movie, even though this is the setup to Superman. He's not Superman yet. And so he is Clark the entire time. And this idea of, well, we didn't see Clark Kent. That's all we saw was Clark Kent being Clark Kent. Well, there's no him training to do that, really, because they set it up Zach sets it up so well by showing him doing all these feats and going around and walking around the country. So that he had this time period where he left Smallville, did these things. Lois is tracking him down. Like, I don't understand people who want that, like, spoon-fed to them. That, like, oh, look what he was, like, we're going to go and investigate the whole thing. And it drives me nuts because Henry was such a good Clark Kent. And, I don't know, man. I saw a meme, and I got to agree with that. I never really thought about it. Have we really ever seen a bad Clark Kent yet?
No,
on screen.
I don't think so.
In
No.
television at all.
I mean, like even when I revisited Lois and Clark with Dean Cain.
Dean Cain.
Dean
Cain was. Mwah. I love Dean Cain.
When I watched that, I was like, and I even watched. I was like, is he like different? And I was like, oh, you know what? He did a good job of like doing like a distinction between the two characters. And I was like, yeah. I was like, because I remembered it as, I think it was just Dean. I was like, it's just Dean Cain playing both characters. But then when I rewatched it, I went, oh no, he had a distinction between the two characters.
And even some of the most ardent CW haters still appreciate Tyler Hoechlin in Superman and Lois.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like there's, the line of demarcation between Clark and Superman is certainly, and it's arguably more difficult for him to do because it's a family show. Now, he's having to, it's not just him, and it's not him at the Daily Planet. The whole idea is it's as I like to call it, Man of Steel year 20. And they're back in Smallville, and they've got two teenage boys. And so it's him and Lois trying to raise a family while he is still Superman. So he's got the line, but it's also him introducing himself as Superman to his boys, to his sons. And so,
and then you get Tom Welling, who was Clark Kent for 10 years.
And great. Have you been listening to his podcast with Michael Rosenbaum?
I started. I actually haven't been listening. I actually prefer to pull up the
YouTube video.
YouTube.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's what
I haven't finished the pilot yet because I want to go back and rewatch the show because we did. We introduced our kids to it. We're in season 10, halfway through season 10.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I still have to watch it. I'm gonna have to.
I haven't watched it. I haven't seen it in full. I haven't seen it in full.
Listen, it's full of cheesiness, right? I mean, you got to know that it's full of cheesiness.
Of course.
And everybody goes, well, look at that. Remember what they did to Darkseid and Doomsday? And look, while it was on the air, I'll be as honest as I can be. I was so pissed off sometimes week to week going like, they are showing every Superman villain known to man before he's even Superman. And when they announced Doomsday, I just about went through the roof. And I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. But if you look at it from the aspect of this is an Elseworlds kind of story of the making of who will become Superman. And you treat it like that, and you don't allow yourself to get so wrapped up in it has to be a certain way, or these actors are acting different than this. I mean, dude, I know people have joked with me about it, but man, I feel like the Hawkman that we got in that show was great. Dr.
Michael
Fate
Shanks
was great.
was fantastic.
Yeah,
as
Dr.
Hawkman.
Fate was great. Even the way that they handled the Legion of superheroes from the future, and even like they had Blue Beetle in there, but it was kind of weird. But they also had Booster Gold, which was really great.
Well, because they did because it was a blue and gold. It was the same episode. It was a blue and gold episode.
Yeah, and so I mean that was great. Even the Doomsday stuff, even though the Doomsday stuff was kind of weird.
I appreciate Sam Witwer. That was the saving grace for me.
Yes.
When I got Sam Witwer that season, and I love Sam Witwer.
Yeah,
so.
and the Bizarro stuff and Red Kryptonite episodes were always good because it broke that tension. Everything that Clark would try to hold back, it broke that. Once you get past the Lana stuff, I even talked to Tom about that.
Oh God, the Lana stuff.
Because when we met Tom, and my kids got to meet him after watching season 1, which was really cool. It was important that my kids had watched it. That we were going to meet him. And Michael Rosenbaum canceled that day, so he didn't get to meet Michael Rosenbaum. So I still have to meet Michael Rosenbaum. But we talked to him about that, and it was funny because he laughed. It was right after what's her name started going through her legal troubles, and he was
Allison Mack.
Allison Mack. He was actually cracking some jokes about Allison Mack. But
boy,
yeah, but we sat there in line, and then like he was the nicest guy ever, really really sweet, and really like. He gets a lot of flack from people because people wanted him to be something that he wasn't. He was Clark Kent, and people wanted him to be Superman. At the end, people wanted to see him in the suit so bad, but the show was not about the suit. And as much as I do think that they kind of wussed out at the end, somewhat, I get it, and I appreciate him because he understood his role, his position. And when I see pictures that people make and they show like this is every live action Superman and they leave him out, I don't think it's fair because he wasn't Superman. He was for about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes at the end of the
finale,
the finale or whatever, and they kind of wussed out by doing CGI instead of him, whatever. But you know what? The thing is that lead up to that final scene, Scott, where he's in the elevator, like when it shows them, and like
trust me, I remember watching that episode.
Dude, it's so good and it's so right. And I'm sorry, but what's her name? Erica Durance is my favorite Lois. She just is. She grew into that role for me, and I know it is for me what it is. And but man, I in talking to him, he really understands who he was, and he loved playing the role, when he played it. And you got to appreciate that. And so far, everybody that I've met who's played Superman or played that character, they all get it. They understand the responsibility. I met Tom. He understood the responsibility. I met Dean Cain. That guy absolutely, like, people can, not like his politics and everything. And I understand that, like whatever. But if we're actually talking about like his portrayal and like whether or not he understood who he was the nicest guy to me and my family. He treated my kids so well. It was right before BVS came out. Logan was wearing a Batman shirt, and he was like, oh, so I guess you and I got to fight, huh? And like, it was like kind of like teasing with him and stuff. And when he found out Landon's middle name was Jor-El, he just loved it, man, and he just like embraced the kids.
By the way, David Warner played Jor-El in that show.
Yes. And the crazy thing was the Comic-Con had set up a thing that said you could only have up to 3 people in a picture with him, and I think the picture was like $40 or something like that to do a snapshot there. And so when we got up there, we were kind of disappointed because there's 5 of us, right? And all of our pictures and stuff that we have, there's the whole family, and so the boys had never seen, and they still haven't seen Dean Cain's Lois and Clark. Terry Hatcher, they hadn't seen it. And so
Terry Hatcher.
Yeah. And so the thing is we walked through and I thought, we saw that there was only 3 could be in the picture, and our boys looked at us and said, you know what, Mom, Dad, don't worry about it. He was a Superman that you guys liked. You guys get the picture. So after he got done talking to everybody, we went behind the thing, and it was just me and Tiffany, and he goes, wait a second, what's going on? Why isn't everybody going to be in the picture? And we said, well, the sign says only 3, so I said, because the sign literally said if you have more, you have to pay for a second picture. And I was like, I'm not gonna pay $80. Like I don't have $80 to pay for that picture.
No.
Yeah. And so and he says, wait, it says what? And he says, hold on just a second. And he walked over and he looked at the lady from the con and he picked up the piece of paper and stuff and he crumpled it up and he threw it away and he says, please don't do that again. And he said, I want everybody to come in. And then he took like 9 or 10 shots with us, like posing crazy and doing stuff.
Nice.
He liked my tattoo because that was like the popular thing for his show and stuff. And so, so
it wasn't the marketing because Terry Hatcher had it.
Yeah, he had the whole thing.
That photo. Yeah.
And so like he was great. And then surprisingly, when we talked to Brandon Routh totally understood. Like Brandon Routh got it completely and gave his take on Superman and was just, even though he was not in a great Superman movie.
Well, but it wasn't
him. It wasn't his fault.
And I don't think anybody, even those of us that don't necessarily care for that movie, we've never blamed him. He was put in the most out of all the Superman actors. He was the one put in the most unenviable position of them by far.
Because he had to mimic Christopher Reeve. I mean, he did.
He wasn't allowed to be his own Superman.
No, exactly. But at the same time, he still one of my favorite scenes in that movie is when him and Lois are in the elevator. It's a packed elevator, and all of a sudden, Lois just kind of looks up at him, and he just does a little "Hey, I'm here," and that right there, I was like, Brandon Routh, I like you a lot just because of that little gesture.
I have a similar one. Remember when he met her on the roof? They were supposed to be working. Clark was supposed to be working with them at down below, right? And the James Marsden's character decided to go get dinner, right? And so he's supposed to go back and forth. He goes up. And he's Superman up there, right? And he's supposed to hurry up and zip back down because after they went through another flight or whatever. And there's this cool shot where when she comes back down with all her hair and everything tousled, everybody's eating, and he just turns around as Clark with food in his mouth with this innocent look.
Yeah,
just looking at her, and it's just okay, no, he gets it.
And some of the best Superman moments ever filmed are in that movie when he's hovering above the world and he's listening. And then he goes, and then later he's talking to Lois, and he asks her, he says, what do you hear? And she goes, I don't hear anything. And he says, I hear everything.
Yeah,
I hear it all.
There's a lot of good in there, but it's
you wrote that the world didn't need a Superman.
Yes,
but I hear the voices cry out I love that so much. That movie, I don't like the movie as a whole, but I love that so much that I put it in a song. I used that lyric in a song called Heroes because it is everybody thinks they can do everything themselves. We don't need any help and stuff, but Superman hears those voices cry out every day.
There's aspects of that movie that's really fantastic.
Yeah. What's really good is really good. What's really bad is unfortunately really bad.
And when we reviewed it for Squadcast Movies, I remember Tim, Ray, and I, we were like, we can't completely trash this movie.
No, you can't. You really can't. Because there's really good elements in that
there. There is. Yeah.
It teases you. If you watch that movie maybe before Man of Steel, it's like you're getting teased and kind of flirted with, and then Man of Steel is like, there it is. There it is, but yeah.
No, it's right. Exactly. Because we were even joking, Scott, remember we were kind of joking because after Superman 4, we're like, are we really done with the Christopher Reeve films? Maybe not. Not quite. Because we were kind of counting.
Oh, we lost Ray. Look at him. Boop.
Ray, freeze.
He froze. Let's see if
everyone chill out.
Yeah.
Cool part.
Whenever that happens, I'm just glad to know it wasn't me. Whenever that happens, I'm just glad to know it wasn't me.
I know, right?
Somebody hit Ray with a freeze gun. Mm-hmm. No, but the freeze cast. Somebody said that in the chat.
I love it.
No, it happens. No, but there's some. There really is. I know what they were going for.
Airplane rescue.
Oh, dude, that is so good. It's so good. The way that he stopped. He was when Superman like swoops in and like tries to save the plane and everything like that, and there's things where he goes, "Oh, I'm gonna grab on the wing," and then it's just like flies off, and he's like, "Oh shit, that was not the right choice."
Where'd
And
that
then-
wing go?
Yeah, and then there's like the perspective where you see like the camera like over his head, and he's just going through all that shit. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I think the
Welcome
movie
back,
just
Ray.
criticism because of lack of action.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. And seriously, there's a chunk in that movie where it's like,
Yeah,
you
especially
fall
for
asleep really. Well, because they don't let Brandon talk. Like everybody see, everybody talks about how he's like supposed to be Christopher Reeve's Superman, right? But the
Yeah.
problem is Christopher Reeve commanded every scene that he was in. He stood tall, he was broad, he spoke. When he spoke with authority, you know, he spoke with conviction. Every time they give Brandon something to say, it's always these one little liners, and it's never like it's never something from the heart, it seems. It's always just kind of like a gimmick. And the thing is everyone around him shines, but they never let Superman shine. You can't root for Superman in Superman Returns. You can't root for him to get back with Lois because Lois is in a committed relationship for 5 years with a guy who thinks that
And
kid
everybody
is his.
loves James Marsden. They're like,
Yeah.
hey, we want this guy to be good. Look at him. He's good. He's
And they
healthy.
actually make James Marsden Superman because he's
Yeah.
confident. He's the
Yes.
one speaking about
Yeah.
everything.
You know
He
what it is?
saves Superman. He goes back and risks his life. Like in that moment, that claustrophobic moment when they're going down in the boat.
Yes.
Right.
It's like, dude, I'm like, you made me really root for James Marsden. I'm
Right.
like, you're not supposed to do that.
No,
Like,
so you can't root for him to get back with Lois because if he gets back with Lois, either James Marsden's character has to die or
Yeah.
Superman has to break up a thing. And also, I think the premise of Superman Returns just has a major flaw in it, and that is you're talking about a Superman who if you count Christopher Reeve movies, actually flew so fast around the world that he turned back time, or the people say that he didn't turn the world backwards, that he actually went through time, but he went that fast. So you're telling me that guy couldn't have found out about Krypton pieces out there or whatever, flown immediately to Lois and said, Lois, you know how I feel about you. You know that I love you, or you know that I at least care about you, because if you say he's mind wiped her and he's not going to be with her, okay, fine. Lois, I have something to tell you. They found pieces of Krypton that I have to go and I have to, look and see. I don't know when I'm coming back. I don't know if I'm coming back, but please know that you mean something to me and this world means something to me, but I have to do this. Zip. Done. Like 30 seconds. And he and the whole premise of Superman Returns just falls apart because she's not pissed off that he just disappeared and left everybody.
Well, and also the deleted scenes of him actually exploring.
Oh yeah,
the remnants of Krypton.
He's looking at everything. He reacts to everything.
Oh,
You
that's
know what-
right. There is that. Yeah.
You know what Superman Returns is in many ways, like the way that it's written. What are you doing? What?
It's that. This.
Yeah.
No, that's
No,
just...
but but it's like the Superman Returns. The way that Superman is written, like you said, that's a very astute point. How they don't give Brandon Routh a whole lot to say. It's almost like that Superman movie and that performance was written by the gatekeepers, because that's all. All that it has is everything that they think on the surface is important to the character, without any of the substance inherent, that's in Man of Steel and all the other stuff. So
yeah, and then of course we have a Lex Luthor who's just like his whole diabolical plan is land. That's the thing. It's like,
that's the other thing, dude. Is like it's basically like all the Easter. Like let's just take it's beyond Easter eggs. It's like let's just take 78 and retell it.
Well, and at least Gene Hackman's land scheme made sense. He bought up all that land. He found a specific place to hit that with that missile that he would own all that land. The Lex Luthor in Superman Returns, his land deal makes no sense whatsoever. You got all this worthless kryptonite infested, crappy looking. All of a sudden, apparently it makes thunderstorms.
Nobody would want to live on your devil island. I mean, come on.
He's killing billions.
So then it's like, all right, we have another Superman. Yeah, wrong. I know I have that drop actually. But yeah, it's like we have Superman that's like, all right, Superman not actually facing an opposing force. It's like he literally has to go through the city and like zap like shit that's like blowing up, and then he has to lift off this whole fucking rock that has kryptonite in it, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. He has to lift up this island and put it in the sky while he's like dying, like, oh shit, it's kryptonite,
Right.
you know. But it's just like, again, we don't have like another foe of him to like really face off on. And recently, even it was today, Slay Aliva. What did he tweet out today when he was responding to somebody? He was like he said he told Zach, he's all, let's make a fucking Superman fight that is like the Matrix. That's like, you know, I don't know if I forgot exactly what he said.
Well, I think I have it over here.
Yeah. Somebody, I even retweeted it myself. I didn't pull it up, but I mean, it just kind of shows you. I mean, it was funny too, because I remember walking out of the Matrix going, where the fuck is a Superman flick? I remember walking out and going to my friends. I'm like, dude, we need a Superman flick that has him fighting somebody in the skies, because the Matrix pulled it off. What the fuck? And guess what? Who was the VFX supervisor? DJ, who ended up being, you know.
Yeah, here's
so
the tweet. When planning out the Zod Superman fight, I told Zach that up until then, the only time you had people flying, engaging in combat was Superman 2 and The Matrix 3. I said that I wanted to top the Matrix fight and do things I've only seen in animation. The rest is history. Steven responded saying, how much input did DJ have? Matrix 3 and the Man of Steel fight feel like they share a little DNA. And then Jay said, DJ, Zach, Damon, and I sat in a room and broke down the beats Zach wanted to see. And then I told him to give me a week, and I dropped my boards and built an animatic all timed out. I already knew that I was going to make something very anime-inspired in feel and tone.
Fuck yeah. Thank you, Steven.
Heck yeah. But you know, like, it sucks when Superman like gets stabbed by Lex, you know, in the hip, because, you know, bead of sweat comes down, you know, and stuff. And like Superman just looks at Lex. Remember when Christopher Reeve breaks into, you know, Lex's, you know, domain or whatever, you know, he's delivering these lines that may appear cheesy now, I don't know. But, you know, he's like, you know, you diseased maniac, you know, and you know, like, you know, I'm here to save people.
Is that how a warped brain like yours gets its kicks?
Right, like Superman walks in and is like confident, even
especially if you watch the special edition. He went through the gauntlet before he got there.
Right. Yes. And like, even though Lex has got a thing that he's going to spring on him, you know, and stuff, it's carried out so much better because Superman acts confident. When Lex stabs him and Superman's aware, he never says a word. He's falling back and he's just looking at Lex like he's like a little like lost, hurt puppy dog who has like nothing to say, because they just don't give him any lines there. Like, you know, like how did you do this, or like, why are you doing it? You know, nothing. It's just him looking at him and kind of staring at him, and then those goons come up and they start beating the crap out of him and just, you know, and then they stand him up, and instead of Superman saying something like, you won't get away with this, or, you know, or whatever, he just reels back and forth and falls over, and that's it. It's like you're just sitting there going, come on, there is something here.
Well,
deliver it for me, you know?
They weren't interested in giving. They were only interested in surface level. That's why I say it's like the gatekeepers wrote this shit, because they were only interested in seeing truth, justice, and the American way. They only wanted to see the nostalgia. They didn't care about any of the substance, and, you know, didn't necessarily know. I don't know who wrote the script for Superman Returns.
It was the same screenwriters that always worked with Bryan Singer. Hold on, I remember their. Let's see.
But what's amazing is when you even watch Crisis on Infinite Earths, and Ralph gets the chance to play Superman.
He had it.
They gave him dialogue, man,
right.
And it's great Superman dialogue, dude. For God's sake, you know. And it's like.
Michael Daughtry and Dan Harris were the screenwriters, and they conceived the story with Bryan Singer, because all three of them have story credit.
Okay, so like, between the three of them, they were just not interested in even remotely like allowing Routh to be an actor. Because Enosh is right. You look at Crisis on Infinite Earths, one of the reasons, you know, like, the people were like, well, can you do an HBO Max show of Kingdom Come Superman? Is because it gave him lines. They let him act the role. They let him actually play Superman. And it was like
punked out the way they got rid of him. I just it's one of the things I there's one.
No, and you know what? And he's a good Superman. It's I mean, but also I always said too, like for years, I always had like, man, it was always kind of weird how, because nowadays, or like at least like present time then, it's like Brandon Routh, like he was actually older than Christopher Reeve, but Christopher Reeve looked older, like as a Superman, even though
Christopher Reeve looked more mature.
Exactly.
Yes.
Brandon Routh looked like a super boy almost, and I think a lot of people we also had a trouble like going, "Are you really Superman? You look
they took and they made him look like a gimmick." Okay, I've got the toys. I don't know, Scott, if you got some of the toys or whatever. But like, okay, first of all, and I know that it's a source of contention and an argument. It's a genuine argument, but the fact that they shrunk the S. They made it look.
I hate it. I complained about the suit
I hated
so
that.
much.
I hated the suit. I just hated the suit because they shrunk the S. And then the problem is that like they put the S on the buckle, which is fine.
I didn't care for the S on the buckle.
I don't like it either. Okay, I don't like it either. But like this Superman here has the S on the buckle, and it's okay because the rest of the suit looks okay. But on that suit, it was too much. On that suit, it was like, why are we got this redundant S here on his buckle? And then the boots, for God's sake, the boots. On the bottom of the boots are all these S's, right? Or all these Superman
there's S's all over the
I know,
texture
but
of
it's
the
like,
suit is
who's
S's.
that for? You look at the action figure, and the action figure has S's on the shoes. So as he walked, he would leave S's, whatever. And it's like, who's that for? So when you kick somebody in the face, you leave an S on their face? Like what? I don't understand.
The only thing that I enjoyed about the suit, I'm with you guys because they went way too much with the S's. But I did appreciate the fact that they made like the red more maroon. They made it more like
I like the darker.
That.
I did.
I do like the color scheme. I like the color scheme that they chose because with the blue and like the more maroon,
It's more of a
like
desaturated look. Almost.
Yeah. I like the color scheme, but they went overboard with like I was like not too fond about the S on the belt too. I'm like, why the fuck? I'm like, oh yeah, Mom, can you give me my Superman belt? Okay, it's like what?
Well, and the trunks are too small.
Hot Topic. Yeah, Hot Topic had this. Yeah, it's like what
the trunks are too small. The trunks are too small. They look like underwear, and they look like a like a swimsuit or something like that on him because he just had a more slender body, and so even though he's a big guy, I mean he's a lot bigger than you would think.
And that's why I appreciate the suit he had in Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Yes,
it was like that's him having
you
a more
could tell
appropriate costume.
You could absolutely tell for all the guff that people give the CW. You could absolutely tell that they went into that going, okay, we're gonna fix the shit that they got wrong, physically speaking, and with respect to the character, for with the costume, with how they wrote his portrayal, like we're going to show them what Ralph was actually capable of back then as Superman, which is hilarious because it's what, like how many he'd been on Arrow and Legends for how many years at that point as the Atom, so he had already reinvented himself.
And that suit is proof that the
hero.
trunks can still work in modern time because the trunks and the belt on that Kingdom Come suit look great. There's nothing that looks weird about it.
I prefer no trunks, but I don't, dude. The red trunks thing. I didn't hate it. Listen, to me, red trunks as an argument is synonymous with no kill rule. I can take it or leave it, and I don't care. Like either way, like that was
just
one of the.
Don't weaponize it. Like
right,
exactly. Because I love Man of Steel. I love the look of. I love the Man of Steel suit. That Man of Steel suit is like for me. I love it more than BVS and just except for the black suit. But,
Well, it's like to bring up the Batman again. Like the whole no kill rule thing came up with that movie, and I'm like, okay, fine. His Batman doesn't kill. He's one of two live action cinematic Batman to never kill. The other one being George Clooney. All right. So what? Like, why are we like, what is this a sticking point for? So
did anybody else feel with Returns too that like the movie feels like it has an end where almost like the movie was supposed to end with Superman dying? like because
Yeah.
he falls
Yes.
and like the
Yes.
movie has this like lull that it's like, wait, what? And like and then they make a big deal. They take him to the hospital. They do this whole
That
thing.
was so stupid.
Lois whispers in
we're
his ear.
gonna give him a shot, and the needle goes think, and it's like
Right.
well,
But
no
like,
shit.
but if he's like infected with kryptonite, would the needle do that?
I think we talked about
We
that.
did
too.
talk about that. Yeah.
Right. And so like I don't know, but
There's
the
so
thing
many
is like they make this big deal about taking him to the hospital, and then he's just like there's no showing what happened.
Yeah, you get the sense that the hospital stuff was kind of tacked on, like almost
Yeah,
like
it
almost
just
like
seems
he
like-
was supposed when he landed, they were supposed to have found him dead, not rushed him to the
Yeah.
hospital. Right.
Yeah.
I get
And
what
then
you're
like they
saying.
take out the piece of kryptonite, which is great, but like they don't show him getting better or anything. He's just gone, and then it just skips to the next thing, and it's like there's no
where he's just like, oh, I have a son. Hi,
yeah,
son.
it's just jagged. It's like
Yeah.
he lands.
By the way,
and then
by
he's
the
in
way,
the
whole
hospital.
the son thing was like people spotted that for a mile. It was like, that guy, that little
Yeah.
kid, come on, he's
Well,
got
especially
asthma
those of
and
us
shit like that.
who would watch Superman 2
Yeah.
and of course I also remember we argued and Enosh, I'm not sure if you've picked up on this, but Ray and I famously podcasted for the first time reviewing Superman 2 both versions and
Yes.
having our own arguments about which one we prefer and for what reasons. But then you watch Superman Returns, and Superman Returns isn't even consistent with which Superman 2 it's following.
Right. Right.
Yes, it is.
Right. Yeah.
And so because literally if you watch the Lester and the Donner versions, one of them Superman has sex with Lois while he's still powered,
Mm-hmm.
and the other one he has sex after he's been depowered.
Yes.
Right.
Poor, I
And
feel
so
sorry
you're-
for the lowest in the other one. Yeah.
And so you've got a lot.
One has
Yeah.
Superman getting revenge
Yeah.
against a trucker
Yeah.
that makes
Sorry.
sense, and then the one has Superman getting revenge on a trucker who never met him.
Right.
Yeah,
Because he
right.
turned back time.
Yes.
Exactly.
that,
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's weird because how
Sorry,
like
I'm in the minority. I know I don't. I prefer the theatrical, but
the theatrical of what?
Of Superman,
Superman
2.
Superman 2.
Well, no, actually, that was part of when
That
he's
was
talking
part of the
about
argument
That
of
was
us.
part of the argument because we went into the review and I was pro Lester cut, he was pro Donner cut.
Sorry, Lois. I just don't feel like I
and
have the energy.
the-
Jeez.
The biggest thing that I liked about basically my argument, Enosh, was I think the third act of the Donner cut is really like what I hold higher than the Lester cut because.
Okay.
I think that because first of all, you replace all the silly, goofy power stuff in the
Cellophane
fortress
S.
with the cellophane S and all that. You replace it with the conversation, the dialogue between Zod and
Yeah.
Superman. And really, the bigger thing for me, Enosh, is the ending with Lois. That is the one part of the Lester cut that I despise. Is the amnesia kiss. I don't like it.
I know.
But in the end of the Donner
I don't
cut,
even like the Superman circling around.
Well, no. Here's the thing: at the end of the Donner cut, though,
That's
like
the first Superman.
the when she has that scene where she's like, "I know I can," basically paraphrasing, like, "I know I can't have you. I know that you have to be this hero. I'm willing to give that up." Right?
Mhm.
Like it was stoic Lois. It was strong Lois. Not Lois crying her eyes out at the Daily Planet the next morning, like, I'm jealous of the whole world because I'm selfish.
I don't know, that kind of gets me. Like, I'll be honest with you, like I like her speech there, and I like his action because honestly, being in a situation where like I've been in kind of relationships like that where it's like this isn't going to work out, but like you still want to, and so it's like the girl saying, but like, look, I'm not going to be with you. Like it resonates for me on a personal level about something that happened when I was younger. And it's like, like I'm going to be strong. I'm not going to be with you, like whatever. It's like, don't, we'll leave this alone. And then it's like, but I don't want to leave you alone. I know that I need to, but I still have these feelings. And, and Superman's even dealing with that at that point where it's like, I don't want to screw this up again because I went through all this stuff to make this happen, but I mean, I guess for me, it just, it's emotional for me. And well, you know, but I mean, there's stuff in the Donner cut that makes no sense. Like the fact that like the Donner cut doesn't have the setup for the orange juice joke at all.
The orange juice joke is completely gone.
No, it's not.
No,
No, it's not.
It's
the
not.
Donner,
It's in
the
the-
Donner
it's-
cut has him getting her orange juice different places, freshly squeezed
In
at Niagara Falls,
it
at
does
the
for
end of
sure,
the movie, and all this stuff. But it doesn't have the setup in the Daily Planet where she talks about how she's going to start drinking orange juice to get her vitamin C. So Clark is just talking about orange juice for no reason whatsoever.
And I wonder if that's because that's the problem where Donner had to do the thing he didn't want to do, where he had to use Lester. He had to use Lester scenes because he still had to piece the movie
I mean, look,
together.
I put some of that to the fact that Donner didn't even make the Donner cut. Okay, you know, his assistants, people who worked with him, pieced together what they felt his vision would have been based on what they had. But I mean, that's a huge. I mean, I know it seems like a small thing, but you got a joke that's resonating throughout the rest of the movie that like there's no setup for, and then you know, and then there's just stuff like Superman wouldn't know that it was a blank.
No, okay, no.
Yeah, he and I disagree on that one.
A blank doesn't shoot anything. That's why it's a blank.
Okay, so
like it's a Hollywood perception. Like we act like I remember thinking as a kid that if you shot blanks, it was a bullet that still came out, but like it didn't kill you or something, right? But that's not a blank. A blank just makes the sound, and it looks like the gun fired something.
See, I thought the fire. I thought the fire. I thought him accidentally burning himself was a better way of.
Oh
doing
yes,
it. I thought that was a better way.
To me, it's much better. I know it's silly, but it seems like a silly premise. But I love the idea of, and like every time I watch that, I can recite the whole thing like verbatim. But it's like him, you know, kind of making that thing, and Lois making the realization that it's like you did this because you want to be with me,
right?
But
I don't like that at all. But once again,
I'm with you.
The beauty of it is both versions exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think one of the things that we ultimately came to agree on, the three of us did. Scott and I were more adversarial about it than Tim was. Tim was just listening to the both of us and like moderating.
Tim was just eating popcorn.
Yeah,
it was
but
the Michael Jackson gift.
But I think one of the things that the three of us agreed on was that the best version of the film is somewhere between the two.
Probably
not one or the other,
yeah.
right? So like that's
plus
yeah,
there's
really
there's better
for both
setup
of
with
them.
Zod. There's better setup with Zod and Ursa and Nan in the theatrical version. And there's little things like for example the sheriff and the deputy, right? Their little banter driving up, it gives them personality, and it's like it's just 2 minutes. It's just 2 minutes of them just talking, but it gives them personality. So when they drive up, you get a little piece of them, and then later you get to see them in the town where you don't see them in like you don't have that.
See, I don't mind
connection.
that. See, for me, I'm okay with like that's one of those things that's like I don't care. For
I know,
that.
but for me, it's like one of those little things, right? It's the little things that like connect me to characters in the movie, and for that, it just connects me with those two characters, and I think that also what is the thing with when they're in Houston, in East Houston, Idaho or whatever, and they're gosh, what is that? There's no reason for them to be there.
Oh, okay.
In the Donner
right?
cut.
And it also takes forever for them to like the first half of the movie, like first half of the movie is really not about them at all. Like you don't see them very much, like you know, until they get to like the critical part of Houston. You know, and then start doing the evil, you know, like after, like there's a long time between the moon and the next time you see them.
Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, there's that was a time jump there as well. By the way, the rest of you are having way too much fun in that chat. I'm reading
situations.
There's a whole thing happening right there. But I mean, but I was also laughing too because I'm like, Casey, have you seen both cuts? Yep.
I couldn't
we did a
couldn't-
watch party last year
Yeah.
where we watched the theatrical and the Donner cut because we were going through the movies. We got to go to Superman 3 actually and do that watch party, but we did Superman 1. We did the 3-hour version of Superman the movie, the most cut whatever. And then
that's
we did
that's too much. That's even one where I go no.
I mean, it's a lot, but you get all the footage,
yeah.
and so we did all the footage, and so then we went to Superman 2, and I put in the theatrical, and somebody said, I've never seen the Donner cut, and I said, okay, you know what? Because this debate always happens anytime you talk about Superman 2 amongst fans, and so we were like, you know what? I said, okay, we got part of the day left. Who wants to go ahead and watch the Donner cut? And everybody wanted to do it, so we watched it. And it was funny because we took a vote afterwards, after having watched both movies, and there were people who came in saying, no, the Donner cut is where it's at, the Donner cut's where it's at. But then after having actually watched both back to back, that close together, it was unanimous, actually, that from everybody on the panel and people even people who love the Donner cut, and they're like, yeah, the Donner cut, there are people who were still like, I still love the Donner cut, but the theatrical just makes more sense. And that could honestly be just because it's not really the movie. You know what I mean? It's what could have been, maybe. It's not the same to me as the Snyder cut, because it's not what the absolute original. I've seen people relate it to that though, and
it's a very different situation.
It's a different
for a number of reasons.
No way. But Casey, put that in your homework to watch both of that.
And Ray and I have also come to the conclusion that we still think Superman 4 is better than Superman 3.
I was just going to bring that up. I was totally going to bring that up. Like because that turned into a thing, and
which one's the worst Superman movie?
Yeah, we were talking about
Atomic. It has Atomic Man, right, or whatever the hell. What's
Nuclear
his name?
Man.
Nuclear Man. I met Nuclear Man. I met Mark Pillow. And I was wearing my Nuclear Man T-shirt.
Yeah.
And they wanted a picture with me.
The first time
they wanted a picture with me.
But we want to clarify, because we had to clarify this for Tim several times. Just because we think that Quest for Peace is better than Peanuts with Pryor doesn't mean that we're arguing it's a good movie. It's not.
No.
It's not.
We would just say if we had to pick one or the other.
It just seems like Superman 3, they were like, all right, Superman 3, we had a mess with the second one. We have to amp up something, so let's put in the most popular comedian at the time.
Well, that's our argument. Is Superman 3 is a Richard Pryor movie.
It's a
Richard
Pryor
Superman
movie. It's not a Superman movie.
So they were like, we have the most popular comedian.
Lex
right now.
Luthor is great in Superman 3.
Okay. See, we talked about that.
We talked about that.
We talked about poor man's Lex. We talked about poor man's Brainiac. We talked about that. Yes, we did.
Well, I mean, the components are there, but I mean, like from a production value, it looks better than Superman 4. The dialogue is better than Superman 4. The flying scenes are on par. It's probably some of the best flying scenes in any of the 4 Christopher Reeve movies. When you look at it, the wire work, dude, the takeoffs and the landings. You got Superman coming in because have you ever seen the behind the scenes stuff? I mean, like at the bridge where it's like they got him way up in the air coming down on the crane and stuff and landing, and then the takeoffs and stuff. It's him flying over the wheat field. Like, if you actually look at, like, for what it looks like, they make a point. They did a lot of crane work outside in natural environments. I know Superman the movie looks great, but in Superman 2 is filled with too many of those little miniatures, which I got to see at the Superman Museum, of them flying around and stuff like that. But when you talk about Superman actually being in the air in natural environments on location, dude, Superman 3, you can't beat that, because that's what most of it is him in wire work outside in the natural environment without the, whatever the motion screens that they used before where they'd film something and then, put him behind or whatever, or in front of. Like, Dude, it's awesome.
I wish that was enough to outweigh the lack of Lois Lane for me in the movie. I wish that was
but
enough
it's a Lana Lang movie,
to outweigh.
man.
Yeah, well, that's not
we
what I
got
asked.
two. We got
But
two
that's-
movies of Lois, and then we
but
had
it was also the Saul Kynes going
Bermuda.
after Margot
Yes,
Kidder.
all of that.
I know,
Yeah,
there's that.
Yeah, but then just the again the low rent. And here's the problem. Okay, fine. You want to do low rent Lex Luthor / Morgan Edge, whatever. Okay, but what about the flunkies? Like his sister, his frumpy sister, and then like
Who becomes Brainiac, basically.
Yeah, essentially, right? And then the psychic contritionist who has Superman's junk straight in her face. And we didn't catch that either. Tim pointed that out.
Tim caught that one.
Sent us a screenshot. Yeah, that was to go back.
Do
to
you know?
Showgirls.
Do you know that the lady who did the voice of the lady who is the sister in Superman 3?
Yes.
Do you know that she did the voiceover work for Sarah Douglas in Superman 1 and 2?
I didn't know that.
That's
I
her
know
voice.
I know that.
That's her voice.
I know that actress because
That's
she's
her
been
voice.
in other. That's her voice.
That's her
Interesting.
voice. It's dubbed. Yep.
The whole
Great.
performance.
Yep, I believe so. Yeah.
Wow. So that's like that.
Because if you
reminds
listen,
me-
if you watch that and then you listen to it together, you're like,
it doesn't line up. Okay, or it's
yeah.
it's
All right,
interesting.
And Sarah Douglas is awesome.
There.
She's an awesome
But
chick,
she's
man.
never sounded like that in
No.
like in real life. Okay, that's interesting.
Nope. That
That
was
is
that
very
was that chick.
interesting.
That was that. That's how
Huh.
she ended up kind of getting the gig for Superman 3.
And she's been in other things. Like she was in Throw Mama from the Train. She was like one of Larry's students in his class with Owen at the. Have you seen Throw Mama from the Train?
I have it, but I don't think
Long time
I
ago,
watched it.
I love that movie. That movie's amazing.
I got that for free from
Jack Nicholson.
AT&T.
No,
SBC.
but
I signed up
Billy
long ago.
Crystal,
Yes,
Billy
I
Crystal, and Danny DeVito. It's a
That's
farcical.
what it is.
It's
I was
a
like,
farcical.
Who's the woman from the Goonies? She's the
Oh,
main.
That's Mama.
Oh, I know what you're
Ann
talking about,
Ramsey.
yeah.
Ann Ramsey. Yes.
Yeah,
There
it's
you
a
go.
comedy version of Strangers on a Train.
It's the farcical remake of Strangers on a Train, and Strangers on a Train is actually
That's
in
right,
the movie.
that's right,
At
that's
one
right.
point, yes. But it's fucking hilarious movie.
But Superman 4 has a great plot. Superman 4 should have been a great movie. It really should.
It was
have.
supposed to be Bizarro.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Bizarro. It was the
I remember that more than Superman 3. That's the thing. I remember the plot for Superman 4 more than Superman 3.
Well, there was more marketing for Superman 4 than there was Superman 3. I remember being a kid and not really being aware of Superman 3. I didn't go see Superman 3 at the theater. I only saw Superman 3 first on home video, where Superman 4 had a whole rollout with 7-Eleven, where they had 7-Eleven Slurpee cups and they had posters.
I had the
and
picture book. I had the picture storybook for Superman 4.
And so
Well,
there was marketing.
I remember the Superman 3 poster just being him carrying Richard Pryor.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, you could see that they were really trying to they were just trying to, collaborate with like these two mediums of like, hey, we got the best comedian in the world right here. Let's put him
I
in a
don't
Superman
even know
movie.
that Pryor had a script. It feels like
Probably
it was
not.
just him the whole movie
Yeah.
with lions. Right?
I mean, it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
Yeah.
Good. And then it just seemed like, all right, then they try to be like, all right, let's make another Superman that's Superman being Superman and fighting a villain that he can actually fight. And that's why I remember Superman 4 more than Superman 3, because
But and this is the thing that kind of goes back to the whole title of the stream, Superman's house. It's like, we went through it's still been a weird thing that Superman has always worked I mean, Superman the movie aside, which is still a cinematic classic, no one in their right mind should take away what Superman 78 was for film. Like that, what that is.
Right.
But it's just been so weird how Superman has always found more long-standing success on television than in movies.
Absolutely.
And it's just crazy to me.
Even more so
because-
than Batman. Like, it's
Yes.
weird how that works. Like, Batman works better cinematically, Superman works better on television. Like, what the hell?
Which makes no sense. You think that should be completely like
it totally
reversed.
swapped.
It totally should, and yet in the middle of you guys talking about like Darkseid and like how disappointed you were with the ending of Smallville, or no, you like the ending of Smallville, and I was just thinking in my head, wow, that sounds like the antithesis of the ending of Gotham, because that ending sucks.
Oh yeah.
That ending was not great.
But
I mean, there's a blue balls kind
Ray,
of, you know.
But Ray, just look at that. We just told you Darkseid is in the final season of a Superman television show.
Right.
Now it's a lame version of Darkseid, but still. Yeah. But Darkseid.
They tried.
Right.
They tried.
They did. They tried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask Enosh, have you seen Krypton?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen Krypton.
Because when you were talking about Doomsday earlier, like that
best Doomsday we've seen yet.
Fucking amazing. Love that.
And that Brainiac on Krypton.
So good.
Oh, that Brainiac. Yeah, I mean, like how have we not gotten a Superman movie with Brainiac in it? And that Brainiac looked
it's coming.
I will say this:
Henry Cavill's back.
That's right. I will say this though. Their version of Lobo was so off. That was like dollar store Lobo. I mean, you got this skinny, scrawny Lobo.
I was
skinny, scrawny Lobo, for God's sake.
Okay, now now that I've finally seen Superman the animated series, I have some like frame of reference to this. And
Brad Garrett was great in the animated series.
Yeah,
Brad
Garrett. But like as far as what he's saying about size, okay, I get what you're saying, but it didn't bother me at the time because I didn't have that reference.
Yeah, I guess. So. I mean, look, he's playing Lobo, don't get me wrong, but at the same token, he's not Lobo. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. But I will say, the guy who plays Zod is fantastic.
Colin Salmon.
So fantastic. And I love what's his name who played Adam Strange.
Sean Sipos.
Yeah, and I thought that was fun, and the fact he's wearing a Tiger's hat is even better.
It was a little, they were just blatantly making. I mean, that was cool. Yes, I will agree, Enosh, but they were blatantly making him look like Jeff Johns. That was just the design.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, that's neither here nor there for me. I didn't care about that, but yeah, I mean, like, gosh, man, Krypton was one of those things. I know people love the second season. The second season was really hard to get through for me for some reason. It kind of started to just kind of drone on a little bit. The premise for me, it was like it felt like something that like maybe on another show could have been solved like in a few episodes instead of drawn out as like an entire series. That was my only thing. But I love the characters, and I love some of the reveals in it, and I love wasn't it the blonde who was later on Batwoman?
Wallace Day. Nissa Wallace Day.
Oh yeah, what's her name?
Dude, she's amazing.
She ended up in the second season of Batwoman. She was Kate.
She came back as Kate. Yeah. So,
right.
So I mean that was all good.
I like all the Zods, like the whole family. Like Jaina was probably my favorite.
I'm trying not to spoil something for you, but there's a connection there with Krypton and the Zods that you're gonna love when you get to in Young Justice Phantoms.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You heard it here first.
No, that is cool. But I even like how Anna Bomo, who is one of the Amazons. She's one of the Amazon senators in Wonder Woman and Zack Snyder's Justice League. She's the one that when the Mother Box wakes up, she's like, "Alert the Queen!" She's the fact that they gave her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember seeing something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was awesome as Jaina Zod. She was great, and Georgina Campbell was awesome as Lyta, and easy on the eyes, very easy on the eyes.
They're all pretty easy on the eyes. Oh man. Yeah, we just went off like on the whole Superman tangent.
But that's the point. It's like
that's good.
Let's get some Superman movies.
Yes.
Right. Anybody who says Superman is boring doesn't get
it. Okay. Like to kind of we're gonna end things here pretty soon because we're going on 5.5 hours. But it's like, hey, Superman's house. We need it to be built, and if Cavill's going to be showing up in Black Adam, that means he signed a multi-picture deal, and we're going
Has
get
to, because he wouldn't take any.
But also, before Dan was announced, I was thinking that their priority would be a new Superman movie, right? The first major announcement.
I think
But
probably
now
that.
that he got hired, it could be Justice League too.
Well, see, okay.
What is this
I don't think he leads.
one?
I don't think he leads in February. You mean?
Yeah. What is this surprise event movie?
Apparently, it's Magic Mike 3. That's what a rumor is.
That's what it's gonna be.
I don't want to look. Listen, the George
I'm
Miller
sorry,
thing,
you were all talking at one time. I didn't hear what you said. So
It's going to be Magic Mike 3.
That's the rumor. No, legitimately, that is the.
That's
rumor,
an event for me,
film.
baby.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be in a DC film. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, it's the Ayer cut." It's like
I don't know who was Travis talking about earlier that he really liked.
Oh right, yeah. No, but like
what?
I don't know. You were. I can't remember who was it that you said that you really liked that you were going on about. You were teasing. I don't know.
That's probably 5 hours ago now.
4 hours.
I know exactly. I was like, I don't even know. And I looked at Travis'
super
face
funny.
and all,
It was
I don't even know
super
either.
funny. Super funny.
but like listen, the George Miller thing.
Kyle MacLachlan.
McLaughlin, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. See?
Totally, yes.
It was worth it.
It was absolutely. But no, like listen, the George Miller thing with Dan Lin is intriguing. I don't want to read too much into it. I really don't. I mean, it would be interesting if he tried because remember the whole like Disney, 10-year plan, like Feige essentially, right?
Yeah.
It would be interesting if Lin did try to reverse engineer and start with the team up and then go with individual films. I would be intrigued by that. I just don't know that that's going to be his idea. That's going to be his plan.
Listen to the birthday girl.
Birthday girl.
Listen to the birthday girl.
I don't know why I would clear this. I'm not saying Orphan Black. I'm saying everyone go watch Shame or something. But fine. Orphan Black. You want to see some realistic sex scenes? But no, I don't think I think Justice League. If Dan Lin happens, Big Dan Lin, everything like that. I don't think that Justice League would be the first. That's what we call him over there at Geek First, Big Dan Lin. I don't think that Justice League would be the very first thing to do. I feel like there might be 2 to 3 projects, not even building up to just to get his maybe feet wet, but who knows? And I agree to people's theory too that Andy possibly directed. If Flash hits and he's worked with Andy before, that's another really good candidate to direct.
Right. Well, right exactly. Like, and when you look at the, like we were looking at his filmography earlier, and the fact that Andy is already someone that he has a relationship with, it's like, okay, you may have also picked a guy that also has is connected to your current directors to this point, so that goes more towards your soft reboot idea, which I do hope happens.
Yeah,
I do hope that's the case. But just at the end of the day, whatever you do before he takes charge, just make sure he's part of that. Make sure
he's going to bring back Justice League Mortal.
Speaking of people that he's worked with, it's also interesting.
Same cast too.
Same cast. It's going to be Justice League Mortal. That's the one that got away, man.
Batman. Yeah.
You never forget the one who got away. Army Hammer is going to be the rise of the Army Hammer.
That's a comeback story. Yeah.
Comeback story.
It's important to note there that his experience working with Muschietti, but also Lord and Miller.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Don't
That's
even.
a good point.
But Justice League Mortal, Lord and Miller.
Don't
Muschietti.
even.
So he is.
Please God no.
Familiar with the DCEU or DC and Warner Brothers production problems very personally.
Right.
He's been a producer on multiple projects that were in development and canceled under the feet of producers. And he's been also part of a production. I mean, Lord and Miller were on Flash before Muschietti was.
They
on
were.
Flash,
They were
right?
writing some stuff.
So he's seen. So was he on maybe he was on the gold? What was the other one with the guys from Game Night?
Goldstein and John Francis Daly.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
So how many iterations of that movie has he seen? Like how personally
has he seen the Famuyiwa version or the Seth Grahame-Smith version?
Yeah, and I don't know. I didn't see he have relationship, but he has relationships with filmmakers who So when we're talking about is this more of the same? I mean, this dude was personally screwed over
by bad DCEU creative decision making multiple times, and knows the fallout of investing time in developing projects, either his own projects or at the very least projects of people that he works with around the time that it was. Yeah, who knows if he was on the Lord Miller version of Flash or not, but he worked with them, and he's working with Muschietti. Like, so, and I think that's a very key thing that he's been on the receiving end of this. And that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be like, oh, let's restore all the things. But it does mean he cares about not starting shit that they're not going to finish.
Well, I was going to say, he's going to restore the Snyderverse, obviously, now.
Oh, of course.
Obviously.
Right. Oh, yeah.
It's
No,
pretty
but no, to Steven,
after a standalone Justice League Mortal.
Right.
He just wants to get that out of the way, and then he'll continue. Like, he's like, that's the deal breaker. Like, I need to make this fucking movie. And even though, not about Hammer, but man, what's his name? Adam Brody would have been a fucking phenomenal Flash. I think he would have killed it. And it's such a missed opportunity.
Martian Manhunter.
Who was he cast?
I'm not sure who was cast, but the lineup for the Justice League was pretty good.
It's
the
a good
Superman
lineup,
casting was a little different.
DJ Couture.
It was what's his name who was also in Shazam, right? As one of the guys.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The Superman casting was a little different. I mean, but,
yeah.
But no, Steven brings up a great point. Like, in many ways, he's kind of had a "don't let this happen to you" like example of how things have gone wrong, and so he may have
iterations of the universe too. I mean, the George Miller, like, that was going to be the start of something bigger that was stopped, and then Lego Batman didn't get a sequel, right? And then obviously all the stuff with the Flash that's been so he's seen multiple administrations and multiple attempts to start something, and who knows if that's good or bad.
Gosh, can you imagine without that strike?
He's got perspective, though.
Without that strike, where would DC be?
Everything would be changed. Like, we could be on a completely different track right now. There could be no Man of Steel, to be honest.
What kind of Justice League movie does George Miller make? Because I can see him going. I can see, because obviously there was like Mad Max Fury Road, and everyone's like, oh yeah, but I mean, this dude that also made Happy Feet. Like,
and Babe.
you guys don't even know. You didn't even see 3,000 years.
Well, what I think it would have been a combination of Happy Feet and Mad Max Fury Road.
He could have easily made like a Grindhouse Batman 66
Happy
style.
Feet and Mad Max.
Like, imagine if Quentin Tarantino
song
directed
numbers.
Bunch of penguins.
Imagine if Quentin
Post-apocalyptic.
Penguin's
the villain.
66.
If
I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying.
A Quentin Tarantino directed Pow, Bam, and Ziff for 2 hours. Wow,
that would have been amazing.
Yeah, and I don't know, or would it be that? Would he lean into the? I mean, he could do any of those, and I'm not sure which one, but I'm pretty confident it would have been good.
Right.
But it's crazy that you think about it. You're like, I have no idea what that would have been.
Have you ever seen the script reading for that?
No.
So on YouTube, there's a script reading where they held some kind of benefit at some comic book store years ago, and they actually read through the script, and there's sound effects, and there's a whole it's not the cast, but it's like different like people, and I think some of them are famous people. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but it's the entire script, and they do it with music, and the people do it, and it's worth a watch. I'll say that.
Okay.
It's worth a watch the first time, but if you just look up Justice League Mortal, like read through or whatever, it's there. I'll put it in the private chat maybe if I can find it. It's fun.
The audio drama is that from probably 3 years ago. Clocks in about 240. You think it's that?
Yeah.
It's a fan-made audio production. Yeah, it's still up there.
Well, no, there's that, but there's also a read. You're right. There is that too.
There's this one. I see people with a bunch of cast. Development Hell 3, George Miller's Justice League, and it's a bunch of people standing in front of a red screen and stuff like that. So, yeah.
There was supposed to be a documentary about Justice League Mortal.
Yeah,
too.
it was like
somebody was trying to make, but they were like, I don't have anything. They apparently it just didn't go anywhere. That was like 5-6 years ago.
And it sucks because did anyone ever watch the John Schnepp, the Superman Returns of Superman, whatever it was about
the death of Superman Lives.
It's a
have
really
that.
good
I've
one.
got it. Yeah, I've got it.
I've got that because actually,
Really
if you
good.
watch the
Really
credits, I should be listed.
Oh, there you go.
Because I was a contributor. I was a funder for that.
But it's cool seeing all the behind the scenes and the facts and seeing because always we just saw that one picture of Nick Cage, right? But then when you watch this movie, there's so many iterations of the suit, so many they are so deep into it. Christopher Walken as Brainiac, that's gonna be a fucking
Hey, Superman, what are you doing?
I'm here to take over.
The weirdest.
What are we doing here?
Dave, you showed up in the
Shove this
search.
kryptonite up my.
You're humans. You don't even know what's going on here.
What a dick John Peters is.
Hello.
That's the biggest takeaway from that documentary.
I know, right?
Is what a dick John Peters is.
Kevin Smith.
I made Amanda watch the Kevin Smith story.
An evening with Kevin
Smith.
Smith.
So
Because she told me, she's
good.
like, "Did you guys see what Neil Gaiman did?"
Yeah, about the giant spider in the script and everything like that. Leaking it. Yes.
Well, Neil Gaiman was there a spider in the script for Sandman?
Yes, there was a big mechanical spider.
Holy shit!
Yes.
So Amanda was like, read me the story about Neil Gaiman said something about he sent the Sandman script to Ain't It Cool News, and in his tweet or article or interview or whatever, he said back when people read it, which I thought was like the best dig ever, but he sent the John Peters Sandman script to Ain't It Cool News, and they eviscerated it. So he did it anonymously, and then they eviscerated it, and the movie didn't get made. And so he was like sabotage John Peters intentionally, and it's like bragging about it now. But it's funny.
Yeah.
Amanda told me that, and I said, "Was there a giant spider in it?" And she's like, "I don't know." And I was like, "You don't know the reference." So I made her watch the Kevin Smith thing. So that's fucking hilarious. There was a giant spider in it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that Superman Lives? You can listen to the audio drama of Superman Lives. What was supposed to be the Nick Cage movie. I just posted it in the private chat.
Audio dramas of all these things.
There's an audio drama. It's based on the Kevin Smith script.
Okay.
And I've listened to that one. Yeah.
So basically, what you're telling us, you're saying that in however many years from now, we're gonna have like an audio drama, a fan made audio drama of Batgirl.
Probably.
We're gonna eventually be able to
motion comic,
something like that.
Yeah.
Well, they were talking about it. Somebody was saying that they thought that somebody got out a copy of the stuff.
Well, whatever. And here's the thing. I don't know if it's got as much traction, but in the Heat Vision newsletter that THR puts out today, they said that Scoob is about $35 million budget. They're spending about $2 million more to finish it. They're not releasing it, but they're finishing it, which leaves the possibility of releasing it down the road open. And what they said in the newsletter was that they can pay, and I don't know how much of this is speculation or a quote, but they said they can pay back the tax break for Scoob in order to make it legal to release it. Which is funny because everybody's like, "Oh, it's impossible to release Batgirl." And I've been saying, like, well, nothing's impossible. I mean, we've been talking about corporations and businesses and how that works all night. Nothing's impossible. They just got to, even if they just do it illegally and then pay a fine, like, there's ways to do things. So, not that that's the best way to do it, but I mean, sometimes they break, sometimes paying a fine is just the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Right.
And so that was really interesting that confirmed for me that it's fairly doubtful because it's an added expense, but the opportunity of years down the road, or however long down the road, they could hypothetically pay back the Batgirl rebate and release it, even if they take the tax write-off. Or what I think would probably be more probable is if they do a Batgirl movie, they might consider using a lot of the archive footage and just basically just do reshoots like they did with the Snyder Cut, but more reshoots to replace whatever it is they think isn't big enough budget. Use the dialogue scenes that redo the action scenes or something. I don't know.
But by the way, just briefly, while Travis is here, I do have to say this because I totally ranted.
Ray, Marvel is the gold standard. Next question. Next question.
No,
not that. Okay.
I fuck Kevin Feige and the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now.
Yeah,
because of this
you
whole
lost your Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yeah. We're now at a point where that particular Kelvin timeline movie now has as many directors as The Flash has had.
You can't blame the guy, right? Like they're giving him Fantastic Four. He's worked with them before.
I'm not blaming. Is what movie? Say what?
Star Trek. No,
it's not canceled. It just lost its fourth director. Like there was Tarantino was attached to it at one point. Noah Hawley, S.J. Clarkson, and Shackman was the last one that was attached to it. And first they come out with the story about he's going to do Fantastic Four, and then later Boris Kid is like, but sadly he's not going to get to do Star Trek. And I was like,
pretty much just confirming that like D23 they're walking out.
I don't care who the director is, to be honest. I just want a new movie because I loved that trilogy and I just wanted to see more.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is like we had a director and fucking Feige just, decided, hey, I'll promote you up from WandaVision to the Fantastic Four. I don't even give a shit about the Fantastic Four. Where's my X-Men? That's what I care about most with respect to the future of the
2027,
MCU.
right? 2027.
But no, that was one of those. I had a moment. I was just like, you know what? Feige, I can respect you. And I like your universe mostly, but fuck off. Leave my fucking Star Trek directors alone. Stop treading
he's
on
a Trekkie
my franchise.
too. He's a big Trekkie. He's used Trek for examples of stuff they've done in Marvel multiple times. He always talks about Dawn of Superman, and he talks about Trek all the time. So,
But so he just hurt the. That's my franchise. That is my franchise above all. And it's like God. No, I can't blame Shackman for it, but it still sucks. Yeah.
Damn it. All right. I think we should end this right here because it is like going on 6 hours. Jeez.
The chat's already said that we're pussies for not going for the 6. Just
we're pussies. Wow.
But I mean,
Enosh brought up Thor fighting Superman. So
I know. I'm like, we can go a whole other hour on that whole thing, maybe 2. But I mean, my God. But anyways, guys, this has been a great conversation, and I was like, you know what? I was wondering. I know you just. But I was wondering when Ray was gonna talk about that Star Trek thing. I was wondering at first when Ray showed up, I was like, oh man, how are we gonna fit in the whole? They lost a director because he's gonna direct Fantastic Four.
Someone in the chat, it just popped up because someone in the chat asked about what's going to happen with Abrams' projects now, and that reminded because someone had asked me earlier who's your short list for directors, and I said bring back Lynn or Abrams. Either one of them would be fine because
Lynn's free. He's not doing fresh.
Well, but and I like Beyond. Beyond is my favorite of the 3, so I don't have any issues with that. Yeah.
Wow.
I think we haven't gone in depth on that before, but I think I surprised you with that a couple weeks ago. But yeah, that would be fine. But yeah, that's the thing is But my joke was it's not like Abrams is doing anything. So
no, he's not. He's just sitting around. I'm making that Constantine series. I promise you.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Great question.
And the whole night, the opportunity, because I just want to talk about the fact that Jeffrey Dean Morgan's been cast in season 4 of The Boys.
Oh yeah, there's that too. Yeah, which is great.
I like the prevailing theory of who he's going to play because they're not revealing who's going to play. But I read some internet chatter and I was like, oh, that would be awesome.
Juicy.
Well, share.
Tech Knight.
Okay.
Who's that? Me.
We're all like, oh yeah, that dude, yeah, okay.
Yeah, wow, I'm the only one here who's read the comics.
Yeah, that's freaking amazing. Remember, you're dealing with people, who have not read.
the comic. No.
Tech Knight is a character that is intentionally an amalgamation of Iron Man and Batman.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Oh,
he's a Batman-like character, has a Robin-like sidekick, lives in a mansion, but his suit is if Batman wore an Iron Man suit.
Okay, so you know good and damn well. If that's what he is, you know good and damn well where they're going. You know what they're doing. They're just gonna lean into the Thomas Wayne shit.
100%. 100%.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that's gonna be
Make
amazing.
a Tech 9 joke, but I can't think of. I'm too tired and drunk to think of one. And most people
you're too tired and drunk.
Something about. I don't know. Welcome to the Midwest or something. I don't know.
Did you say he's going to be playing Ted Knight? Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Ted Knight. You mean Ted Baxter? And now the news. Am I the only one that watched Mary Tyler Moore? Fine.
Yes, yes, I can confirm.
All right, Ray might be right on that. I don't know. Because he's very, knowledgeable about that kind of stuff.
I love the Mary Tyler Moore show. Ted Knight was Ted Baxter. He was hilarious.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever.
All right. But all right. Plenty to look forward to, guys. All right,
Good
let's
show.
go around. Let's go around the horn and let's go ahead and send us off. Of course, Scott, you're last, as per usual. I won't forget you, I swear. And then Travis, you go first.
Oh, yeah, Tresby Snail. You can find me talking right now because I got 10 days off still, kind of weekly, in the weekday, Monday to Friday. Just talking geek stuff, having a good time. And, this has been fun. Been gone for a couple weeks, but it was nice long when we come back. And thanks to everyone in the chat and you guys. Hope everyone has a good and safe weekend coming up. So,
thank you. All right, Enosh.
Hey, you can find me at Poindexter Lounge here on YouTube. You can also find me at for our podcast, Poindexter Lounge. Also visit us over on TikTok. We do some fun TikToks and apparently get into Superman arguments and stuff that we didn't mean to, but we also got some fun stuff. We just went over 1,000 followers on there, so we can go live finally, and pretty excited about that. So thank you all, and support these guys and support us. Come over and check out the lounge. We have a good time and talk nerd stuff. So on everything, Poindexter Lounge. There you go.
Here it is. KC.
All right, you can follow me at Krypton Case on Twitter, where mostly I do bad takes about DC nowadays. So Ray agrees.
Ray is the good part that you know that they're bad takes?
Hey, is Mar back? When is he coming back? Where's Mar?
Yeah, where has he been?
He is in America.
I know, but he tweeted out. He tweeted out today that he was like, he tweeted out something.
Because there's nothing else after that. So yeah, he'll probably be back by the end of the year, though.
By the end of the year, Jesus Christ, he's coming here to fight crime. Okay, that's what's happening. He is literally Thor. Okay. He's like, I got some business to take care of.
Yeah,
he's a secret agent. We all knew this. I mean, come on, the guy's built. He's got the long hair. He's a superhero. That's what's happening. He's gonna save America from, I don't know,
America.
What?
From America. He's gonna save America from America. They heard the Trumps are rising again or something like that. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Or the Bidens. I don't know. He's gonna fight one of the families. All right. Anyway, Steven.
Canceled.
It's all a mess these days.
Yeah, I don't know who to trust. Steven?
Yeah. Follow me on social media at SM Colbert. Read my articles at Screen Rant. I wrote up a really long explanation of all the Ezra Miller stuff this week. That's probably the highlight there. And you can also check out my podcast with Andrew Dice at SnyderMinute.com.
There it is. All right, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at TheFlightCast. You can also find my blog and my podcast at TheFlightCast.com. Make sure anybody that listens to that show, tune in tomorrow. I had to take the last week off because I was a little under the weather, but I'm obviously back now. But there's some changes afoot going forward with respect to the Flightcast. One that I will definitely tell you now is you may have noticed, those of you that are sports fans, that a certain sport involving pigskin is returning, which means that I got to start talking sports again. But I had to rebrand my show. It's no longer called Monday Morning Sports Ball. It's now called the Sports Ball Zone. So look for that on Tuesday, because there's no way I'm letting college football and all that, especially, dude, there was somebody up here driving with an Alabama Crimson Tide license plate holder. I don't know who that was, but whatever. You idiots are going after another national.
Hey, I'm going to the big house, Ray, on my birthday. September 24th.
Oh, that's a win, because they're not losing a game in the month of September. That schedule is ridiculous. I'm fine with that, though. But that's Maryland, I think, actually.
Yes, it is.
That's cool. Awesome. Good deal. But yeah, so that'll be coming back on Tuesday, my weekly sports chat, in addition to all of the nerdy shit that I talk about on the weekends. And I'll have plenty to talk about with respect to Dan Lin and everybody that like I said earlier, sent me all the messages about the whole DC Studio Chief thing and everything. So yeah, tons of fun over at the
Don't you guys love like the people who watch our shows and stuff like that? How like they send us stuff like it's one of the best things, man. Is like
actually
sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad because sometimes like people like bombard you with stuff, but like there's a lot of good too.
I mean, listen. Initially on Thursday, it was like, son of a bitch, why are there this many notifications on my phone?
Right.
But then it was like, oh no, they're all just because it wasn't negative.
Yeah,
like,
people care.
When it's positive and when they're like, it's like everyone was giving me good news, or in Casey's case, he was asking me, happy? Like happy now? Finally got what you wanted, essentially. Like that's cool. No, I'm
Ray
with you
will
on
never
that.
be happy.
It's all subjective. It's all subjective.
All subjective. All right, Scott.
You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, for a podcast can be found.
Your podcast.
Hey,
Combo
bourbon
breaker.
needs.
I know exactly. Hey, how do you think I feel? Look at this. Look at how much I've drank out of this bottle.
You're interrupting my flow here because we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. That includes patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you will be able to soon find my unboxing video of my Zack Snyder Justice League Hot Toys and our upcoming review of 300. And Sunday night, do not forget to tune in here at Film Junkie, where we will be discussing The Demon's Quest Part 2 on Batman the Animated Stream.
Yeah. Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
We are 4 weeks away from talking about Mask of the Phantasm. Just
we're
saying.
getting there. We're getting there. Okay. All right, Scott, down your whole glass.
Oh, hell no. I have children who will be up in like 2 hours.
I know. I was about to say. I was like, man, yeah. That glass. Put it in the fridge. Save it for later. Chill it. Do something like that. Anyways, guys, it's been a fun vodka stream as per usual. I love everybody who showed up. Thank you to Anthony who showed up earlier, and thank you to the entire panel. It's been a fun discussion, and we will talk to you guys later.